Hello night owls and curious minds. Welcome to Sleep Theories, your sanctuary for immersive tales designed to accompany you into late night reflection, or even lull you into slumber. Before we journey into tonight's story, I invite you to share something in the comments. Where in the world are you watching or listening from? And what time is it in your corner of our ever-shifting reality? It's always fascinating to see how a single story can connect people across different zones of the globe. And while you're here, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories. By doing so, you'll join a growing community of dreamers, truth seekers, and lovers of the uncanny. We delve into themes both cosmic and intimate, weaving narratives that brush against the unknown. Tonight's story is titled The Displacement, a sci-fi conspiracy thriller about shifting timelines, the so-called Mandela effect, and a quiet man named Miles Wren who notices reality warping around him. We'll follow him through 5 parts, each revealing deeper layers of confusion, paranoia, and revelations about a secret project that may have fractured reality itself. Let the hush of late evening, or the calm of pre-dawn, envelop you as we begin. Feel free to let the tension build, or to simply drift along with the unfolding events. Whether you remain awake, analysing every clue, or find yourself dozing, this story is yours to experience in the manner that suits you best. Now, let us step into the world of The Displacement. Miles Wren's morning began the way it always did, in a cramped and neutral-toned apartment that smelled faintly of stale coffee. His day started with a quick shower, a single mug of black coffee and a half-eaten bagel. He scrolled aimlessly through news sites as he waited for the bus to work. It was precisely the life he'd grown used to. Consistent, routine, and unremarkable. But something nagged at him that day. The same unsettling sense of discrepancy he'd been feeling for the past month. It started small. Halfway through the bus ride, he noticed the brand logo on a passing billboard was different from how he remembered. The colour scheme seemed off. At his mundane IT job, he corrected his co-worker Maria about a movie quote, only for her to look confused. She insisted the quote had always been the way she said it, not how Miles remembered. He tried to laugh it off, chalking it up to memory slip, except these slip-ups were happening more frequently. One evening, Miles rummaged through a storage box and found an old grocery receipt that listed a cereal brand spelled differently than what was on the shelves today. He double-checked online. No alternate spelling existed in any official record. But there in his hand was a physical artifact bearing the old spelling. He stared at it for an hour, heart pounding. If not for that piece of paper, he'd have thought himself crazy. Things escalated when he visited his mother for dinner that weekend. She recounted a family event from his childhood, how they'd once taken a trip to Washington, D.C. to see a solar eclipse. Miles corrected her, recalling vividly that the family trip had been to Yellowstone, and the solar eclipse had happened years later. His mother grew agitated, insisting he was mistaken, brandishing old photos that seemed to show them in DC during an eclipse. Photos Miles had never seen. That's when a swirl of panic threatened to rise in his chest. The sense that reality was rewriting itself under his feet. Returning home with a mild headache, Miles fired up his laptop, typed Mandela Effect Difference Timeline Memory into a search engine, and stumbled onto a small corner of the internet. There, he discovered a forum dedicated to anchor memories. People posted about brand logos, historical events, and quotes that they recalled differently. A handful of them insisted reality had changed, that the universe had shifted somehow. Some members were quickly dismissed as trolls or conspiracy nuts, but a few shared meticulously documented proofs, photographs, scanned diaries, mirroring Miles's serial receipt. There were references to anomalous merges, quantum overlap, and Project Latis. The name rung no bells, but curiosity gripped him. He lurked on the forum, reading post after post. One user in particular, Hart wrote, "If you're noticing these changes, you might be an anchor. The rest of the population, for reasons we can't fully explain, can be overwritten by the new timeline. But some of us keep our old memories intact." Another user cautioned, "We're seeing more changes than ever. People who question them vanish. Keep your head down, document everything." Miles began scribbling in a notebook, labelling it discrepancies. He listed the brand name changes, the misquoted lines from well-known movies, historical events that seemed off. He recounted how President Lincoln's birth date, which he was sure was different, no longer matched what the internet said. The more he wrote, the more tension coiled in his gut. Days passed, and Miles noticed certain forum members dropping offline without explanation. One poster wrote, "They found me. I can't stay." Then his account vanished. Another cryptically said, "Tight-lipped men in suits came to my work." Then silence. The forum started to feel less like a collective of misfits and more like an underground cell hiding from something menacing. A conspiracy at large? Miles found fleeting relief in a private chat with Hart, who seemed knowledgeable. They claimed to have insider knowledge of a top-secret government project that delved into quantum timelines. Think of it as timeline observation. They messed up, causing microshifts. The public writes them off as false memories, commonly called the Mandela effect. But it's real. The rips are expanding. Simultaneously, Miles's migraines grew worse. He'd wake up in the middle of the night with a start, recalling vivid dreams of places he'd never been to, with street layouts so detailed it felt as if he'd lived there. Sometimes, on his way to the office, he'd pass a building he could have sworn was painted blue the day before. Now it was red. Co-workers teased him about being scatterbrained, but the pit in his stomach deepened. He recognised that his discrepancies list was no longer a handful of minor changes. It was ballooning weekly. Then, the culminating moment. Rummaging through an old folder for tax documents, he found a pamphlet titled Project Latis, Preliminary Observations. The letterhead bore the seal of a US government agency he'd never heard of. The pamphlet described observational windows into parallel states, discussing anchor points and collective memory. The text was incomplete, as if pages were missing. No mention of how it ended up in his personal files, but the presence of the name Project Latis made his blood run cold. He posted a blurred snippet of the pamphlet on the forum, seeking guidance. Some members responded in awe, but within an hour the entire thread vanished. So did multiple sub-forums. Then Hart messaged him privately with a single line, "They're onto you. Watch your surroundings." A wave of paranoia enveloped him. Checking out his apartment window, he thought he saw a dark sedan parked across the street. Had it been there earlier? The occupant's silhouette seemed to glance his way. Or was that his imagination? Suddenly, he questioned everything. Was he just spiralling into mania? Nerves aflame, he decided the only rational move was to keep searching, keep documenting. Something was happening, and ignorance would not protect him. He told himself that if no one else would notice or care, he had to do it alone. The puzzle pieces were on the table. The near-constant timeline discrepancies, the ephemeral forum that kept losing members, the suspicious pamphlet referencing Project Latis. He felt like a man stumbling onto a tapestry of illusions. For the first time in years, he was wide awake and terrified of what he might uncover. Little did he know, these small epiphanies were the first tremors of a larger quake. In just a few weeks, everything stable in his life would be undone. Because reality, it seemed, was not as stable as people believed. And Miles Wren's mind, anchored to a truth the world was determined to forget, stood at the epicenter of a cosmic rift that threatened to unravel everything. Miles Wren sat in his living room, the curtains drawn. Outside, traffic hummed in the late afternoon gloom, but inside, the hush felt like a barrier between him and the shifting world. After nearly a week of scouring the internet for references to Project Latis, he had come up with precious little. Government records didn't mention it. Conspiracy sites sometimes invoked the phrase, always in fragmentary, half-lucid posts. He suspected the project was so classified that no official mention existed. The only real clue was from Hart, the forum user who'd gone silent after cryptic warnings. Then, out of nowhere, Miles received a private message with an encrypted link signed HA. He wasted no time decoding it, his heart thumping as he typed in an older forum password that HA had provided. The link revealed a single PDF file, Eliza Hart, Latis log 03. The name made him inhale sharply. Dr. Eliza Hart. Could she be Hart awake? Inside the PDF were fragments of a scientific report. Subject, parallel observations are interfering with baseline reality. Anchor individuals remain aware. Evidence of memory overwrite in 99% of population. We must secure the anchor subjects or face unstoppable merges. Miles's face flushed hot. This was no idle talk. The data was official, stamped with an outdated government insignia. The log alluded to quantum bridging events, unintentional merges, and a classified facility. Dr. Eliza Hart had apparently led the project that studied these phenomena. The final lines read, "We cannot remain silent, the bleed will intensify." That day, he took off from work, claiming a headache. He felt compelled to chase the next lead. Hours of online searching led him to a ghost site with partial references to an Eliza Hart PhD, a physicist who vanished 5 years ago under suspicious circumstances. She'd once published papers on quantum wave function collapse, then abruptly left academia. The next mention of her was a missing persons notice. No resolution, no public record since. Miles's mind reeled. Could Hart have tried to blow the whistle on a secret experiment that caused the Mandela effect? And if so, had she been forcibly silenced? His phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. The caller ID was unknown. He hesitated but answered, tension coiling in his gut. Mr. Wren, a low voice said. This is Agent Delar. We need to talk about your forum activities. Miles's throat tightened. How did you get this number? A pause, then. Let's say we have resources. You're not in trouble yet, but we've taken note of your postings. We're aware you have certain documents relating to Project Latis. Silence. Miles's hand shook. He forced composure. What do you want? I want to give you a chance to stop before you cross a line. You're chasing illusions that could unravel a delicate balance. Drop it, Mr. Ray. Return to your normal life. People who dig deeper don't remain healthy for long. Miles bristled. Is that a threat? It's a fact. The more you cling to memories from a previous timeline, the more your mind fractures. If you keep interfering, you'll end up like Hart. Or worse, you'll risk triggering further merges that might destabilize entire swathes of reality. The line clicked dead. Miles's heart hammered. The call left him rattled with unanswered questions. Who was Agent Delar? A genuine agent or some spook from a Black Ops team? The idea of destabilizing entire swathes of reality sounded insane. Yet the events he'd witnessed suggested something insane was indeed happening. The man on the phone had implied that those who remember the original timeline cause instability. Could that be why forum members disappeared? They threatened the official narrative. And this talk of the more you cling to memories from a previous timeline, the more your mind fractures. Was that a psychological effect or something more literal? The concept reminded him of quantum wave theories, how observation collapses probability. If too many contradictory memories existed, would that tear reality at the seams? Haunted, Miles hammered out an email to a friend from college, an old friend who was a data scientist. He attached the PDF asking if she could help verify its authenticity. The friend replied hours later. Encryption style is advanced. The doc's metadata suggests it's from a government system. If it's a hoax, it's extremely sophisticated. Miles, this is big. Tread carefully. He had to meet others like him in person. The online realm was compromised, too ephemeral. So he posted a coded message in a local offshoot of the forum requesting a meetup for Mandela anchors at a downtown cafe. A single user responded, "Down the rabbit hole we go. Tomorrow, 7 p.m, grey jacket, table by the corner." At 7 p.m. the next day, Miles arrived anxious. The cafe was a modest place known for late-night coffee. He scanned for anyone wearing a grey jacket. Eventually, a slim man with a shaved head waved him over. Introductions were terse. The man called himself Cal. Over coffee, they swapped experiences. Logos changed, historical events out of place, phone contacts vanishing. "I used to have an ex-girlfriend named Samantha," Cal whispered. "We dated for a year. Then one day she was gone. No evidence she ever existed. My friends insisted I was single the whole time. That's when I knew something was deeply wrong." Miles recounted his fiasco with the cereal brand, the family vacation recollection, the forum vanishings, Dr. Hart's log. Cal's eyes widened at the mention of Project Latis. "I've heard rumours of a facility that monitored parallel timelines, like a radio scanning multiple frequencies. If we keep glitching between them, maybe that's the cause." They parted ways warily, agreeing to share info discreetly. Yet as Miles left, he glimpsed a black sedan parked across the street. The driver wore sunglasses even in the dim evening light. A chill crawled up Miles's spine. The next day he texted Cal, but the message bounced. The phone number no longer existed. Shaken, Miles realised how quickly these Mandela anchors could vanish. He was being watched, and so was Cal presumably. This was more than a casual conspiracy. Something official and dangerous was stamping out anomalies, ensuring no one pieced together the truth. Possibly the fear was that if enough anchor minds recognised the illusions, the entire tapestry might unravel. By that weekend, Miles's memory flickers intensified. He woke up in an apartment that looked the same but had a different colour sofa. Mid-morning, it was back to normal. He found a small scar on his forearm he'd never noticed before. Searching old photos, the scar was present in some, absent in others. Reality was rewriting itself, editing details with casual disregard for sanity. He also began to have vivid nightmares about Dr. Hart. In these dreams, she was in a sterile lab, scribbling frantic equations on glass walls, turning to him with despair in her eyes. "We messed up," she always said. "You have to fix it, or you'll be wiped away." Waking from these nightmares left him soaked in sweat, unsure if they were just imagination or glimpses into another timeline. Agent Delar's ominous phone call echoed in his thoughts. The man had spoken as if the shift was unstoppable, but was that truly the case? Dr. Hart's log suggested a meltdown scenario if left unchecked. Could Miles somehow mend the damage? Every step forward put him in deeper danger, yet turning back felt impossible. So he pressed on, scouring every corner of the internet, scanning library archives for references to Latis. He discovered scraps of conversations, a now defunct corporate R&D group that once specialised in quantum computing for the government. A mention of temporal data anomalies. The puzzle was maddeningly incomplete. and so alone in his living room with laptop in hand, he braced for the next phase. The stage was set for a deeper confrontation. If the reality around him was a precarious tapestry, he had begun pulling at the threads, determined to see what lurked behind the fabric, even if it meant unravelling himself, and the world along with him. Another restless night found Miles hunched over a desk lamp at 3 a.m, skimming old microfilm copies of the local newspaper's archives. His limbs felt jittery from too much coffee and too little sleep. He'd discovered a library that still kept microfilm records dating decades back, hoping to find some sign of Dr. Eliza Hart's involvement with the city's tech or research labs. An unassuming article from 5 years ago caught his eye. Local lab receives federal grant for advanced quantum studies. The article mentioned a Dr. E. Hart heading a small team. The lab, located near the city's industrial outskirts, apparently disbanded soon after. No reason was given. That detail might have slipped under normal circumstances, but now it seemed like a signpost. The address was listed. 1822 Redwood Drive. Miles closed the microfilm viewer, heart thumping. Redwood Drive. That could be the location where Project Latis took place. The one place he might find tangible proof. If Dr. Hart had vanished, perhaps her notes, her equipment, or something else remained. He set out early the next day in a beat-up sedan he borrowed from a friend, not wanting to use his own car in case Agent Della was watching. Redwood Drive led to a run-down industrial zone of rusted fencing and empty warehouses. Building number 1822 was a squat, windowless structure with a chain-link gate. A weathered sign read, "Restricted Area, Federal Property." Weeds sprouted through cracks in the pavement, suggesting the place had been abandoned for years. Adrenaline kept him focused. He snuck around the side, found a rusted door, and discovered it was locked with a heavy padlock. Lacking better tools, he rummaged for a crowbar in his trunk, silently apologising to the cosmos for trespassing. After some effort and plenty of anxious glances over his shoulder, the lock snapped open. Inside, dust motes floated in stale air. It was a husk of a lab, empty benches and scattered equipment crates forming a ghostly tableau. Flicking on a flashlight, Miles wove through corridors. A few locked rooms were too secure to enter, but one door hung ajar. Carefully he stepped inside, a modest office with knocked-over filing cabinets. Tattered documents lay strewn about. Folders labelled Latis observational logs, timeline variation, and anchor tests. The jackpot. He gathered as many papers as he could. Most were partial or heavily redacted, yet certain lines made his skin prickle. Anchor volunteers exhibit resistance to timeline overwrites. This leads to confusion, potential psychological breakdown. Cross-observation windows must be minimized to prevent merges. Dr. Hart warns of an unstoppable chain reaction if left uncontained. It was proof that the government had indeed funded a project to observe or manipulate parallel timelines, possibly under the impetus that these volunteers could maintain memory across timeline shifts. That explained the forum references about anchor individuals, people like Miles. A battered lab notebook in the corner caught his eye. Its cover read E.H., presumably Eliza Hart. Inside, scribbled notes documented observed anomalies, referencing a rising frequency of shifts. One excerpt read, "They keep pressuring me to push for deeper observation windows. We're seeing brand changes, historical discrepancies, small details morphing daily. Is it us or the timeline? The quantum bridging is fragile. Our presence might be causing the merges." Miles's throat tightened. He flipped to the final page. "I'm losing time. My fiancé says we never met, though we have pictures. The data suggests we've triggered a global effect. I must hide these logs before they bury me. If you find this, you're an anchor. Remember the original. They'll try to rewrite you." He clutched the notebook with shaking hands. This was bigger than anything he'd imagined. Project Latis had cracked a door into parallel realities, letting them bleed together. Eliza Hart had recognised the danger, but presumably she vanished. The parallels to his own experiences were chilling. Friends or family forgetting entire histories, brand changes, illusions of false memories. Suddenly a sharp sound. Footsteps in the corridor. Miles froze, heart pounding. The beam of a flashlight illuminated dust motes. He ducked behind an overturned cabinet. A voice, male, brusque, spoke into a radio. No signs of forced entry in the main lab. Checking offices now. Fear coursed through Miles. He recognised that distinct official tone. Possibly Agent Delar or one of his colleagues. Silently, Miles slid the lab notebook into his satchel. Step by careful step, he edged away. The footsteps drew closer. He heard the squeak of a boot on debris. Another beam of light moved across the floor. Tense seconds stretched like hours. A stroke of luck. The unseen agent stepped into a different hallway, momentarily letting Miles slip out into the corridor behind him. He retraced his path, ignoring the hammering of his heart. Within minutes, he found the side door, hurried outside and sprinted to his borrowed sedan. He peeled away from Redwood Drive, adrenaline coursing. In his rearview mirror, he spotted no immediate pursuit, though that offered little comfort. Back in the safety of his apartment, he locked every door and jammed a chair under the handle, paranoid but justified. Taking a deep breath, he spread the rescued documents on his living room floor. The significance of each page weighed on him like a crushing burden. The government, or some clandestine group, had messed with the fabric of reality. The Mandela effect was not a glitch in memory alone. It was an actual shift triggered by these quantum observation windows. People like Miles retained the old memories because they had some mental anomaly that anchored them to the original timeline. Project Latis used these anchors for research, and apparently the cost had been catastrophic. He scanned the pages, searching for any mention of Agent Delar. Indeed, a memo indicated a Delar was assigned to contain anchor anomalies. Another note read, Subject anchor recall threatened success. Use memory reset protocols if subject refuses compliance. The hair on Miles's neck stood up. Memory reset. That must be the ultimate threat, erasing anchors so they no longer disrupted the new timeline. He recalled Delar's phone call, the mention of further mergers. This was the machinery behind it. One portion referred to contingency labs across multiple states, each monitoring minor mergers. A mention of Hart's last message directed to a secure server with an IP address partially scratched out. Possibly, if he could decipher it, he might find more records, or even Hart herself. That is, if she was alive. But how to do so without being tracked? He realised with a jolt that Dr. Hart might still be out there, hiding. The text. If you find this, you're an anchor. Remember the original, some echoed in his mind. He felt an odd solidarity with her, a woman who tried to safeguard the world from unstoppable quantum fracturing. Sitting amid the scattered documents, exhaustion weighed on him. The timeline flickers were intensifying. He needed help. The question was, from whom? He trusted no one. The next steps would be riskier. Decoding Hart's final instructions, outrunning Delar's watchers, and maybe finding a way to reverse or at least contain this runaway phenomenon. But was it reversible? The notion that thousands, maybe millions of small changes had already taken root in people's lives was staggering. Even if the large mergers had yet to come, the smaller ones threatened fundamental truths. He shuddered at the thought. Entire countries might morph. People might vanish, replaced by alternate versions. If the original timeline was lost, how long until everything collapsed? He pressed a palm against his eyes, staving off a migraine. A wave of mental exhaustion threatened to swallow him. The final line in one of Hart's notes repeated in his head like a mantra. we must not remain silent. Indeed, if he succumbed to fear or let them silence him, the consequences could be unthinkable. He just hoped he could hold on to his own mind before the shifting timeline wrote him out of existence. Because for an anchor like Miles, the cost of remembering everything might come at a price, losing his sanity, or incurring the wrath of the shadowy forces determined to keep the world oblivious to the displacement. The day began with another jarring shift. Miles woke on his worn-out couch, blinking blearily at the living room. The furniture layout was reversed. The couch sat against the opposite wall. Startled, he jolted upright, only to find it was back to normal, as though it had never changed. Gasping, he pressed a hand to his racing heart. The flickers of timeline merges were stronger now, coming in broad daylight. He was so shaken he nearly forgot to breathe. Determined to push forward, he rummaged through the documents from Redwood Drive, focusing on references to anchor points and secure servers. A few cryptic clues suggested that Dr. Hart's last known location was an underground facility near a satellite station outside the city. It matched the mention of contingency labs. Possibly she had retreated there or left a final message. With a sense of desperate resolve, Miles decided to investigate. The battered sedan took him down a winding rural road. As evening fell, the satellites loomed overhead like silent guardians. Giant metal dishes pointed skyward. Past a locked gate and a barbed wire fence, he saw a squat building with minimal lighting. He parked the car out of sight, then approached on foot through patches of tall grass. Once again, he found a side door with a rusting security panel. Fortune favoured him. The security system was old, easily bypassed with a trick he'd learned in his IT days. Inside, the air felt cool, tinged with a faint hum of servers. Dim emergency lights illuminated a corridor that led underground. After descending a few flights, he emerged into a sterile hallway of metal walls. Posters with cryptic instructions about temporarily sensitive data hung lopsided, a sure sign of abandonment or minimal staff presence. He entered a control room lined with monitors, some black, others displaying streams of code or static-laced images. The largest screen flickered with a partial readout, timeline residue analysis. Heart pounding, Miles realized this must be where they monitored merges, collecting data from multiple realities. On a console, he spotted references to Hart's uplink. Bingo. He rummaged in the desk drawers and found a small device, a specialized USB-like drive labeled Anchor Module. The label read, "Authorized anchor use only." The synergy of so many coincidences gave him chills. He jacked it into a console, hoping to access deeper files. The screen displayed a prompt. "Please confirm Anchor ID." Confusion struck. Did he have an ID? Then he remembered the Redwood documents mentioning anchor volunteers. Possibly his name was in some database as a potential anchor. He typed Miles Wren, but the system responded with an error. He tried rummaging for a numeric code in the Redwood notes. One snippet had a 9-digit number next to the name M. Wren. Inputting that into the console, he waited with bated breath. A beep, then the console text changed. Anchor confirmed. Dr. E. Hart's logs unlocked. Suddenly, lines of text scrolled across the monitor. "Miles, if you're reading this, you're an anchor who resisted the overwrite. Project Latis was designed to observe alternate timelines, but we triggered collapses. Merges accelerate each time we open a new observation window. I suspect the final meltdown is imminent. The only chance we have is to localize the anchor field and forcibly unify all drifting timelines, preventing further fracturing. I tried building a stabilizer, but I was cut off. I can't do this alone. If you're hearing me, please, help." Miles's eyes brimmed with emotion. She'd left this message specifically for an anchor. For him. The text continued. We discovered that only anchors can finalize a stable timeline. Non-anchors adapt to each shift, forgetting the past. If enough anchors unify an agreement on a single version of events, that version might collapse the wave function, but the government sees that as a threat. They'd rather let the mergers continue invisibly than face the truth, or they want to harness the mergers for power. He paused reading, heart pounding. So a large-scale meltdown threatened to rewrite reality entirely. The repeated mergers left the fabric of existence wearing thin. Possibly humankind would wake up to an alien tomorrow, or entire continents might blink out. The scale was unimaginable. Another line scrolled. If Agent Delar or others approach you, they'll offer to wipe your memory. They believe that removing anchor memories eases the mergers. Don't let them. We must keep the original in mind or we all vanish. I'm nearby, but my consciousness is fragmented. This facility's deeper level houses a quantum link to the Latis. That's where you must go. I'll be waiting. Anxious determination flared in Miles. Dr. Hart was not just a ghost. She might still be physically or mentally present, albeit in a compromised state. He had to find her. The meltdown was happening. Even the small flickers in his daily life were signs of a larger cosmic shift. He took the anchor module from the console, following a map displayed on the screen that led to a lower level. Treading carefully, he made his way down an echoing corridor. A low hum filled the air, intensifying with each step. At the end, he found a locked steel door with caution signs. Inside was a lab filled with a labyrinth of equipment reminiscent of Redwood, but more advanced. In a glass chamber, a figure lay motionless on a reclined chair, head wired to an array of sensors. It was a woman, her features gaunt, eyes half-lidded. Recognition pulsed in him. Dr. Eliza Hart, the woman from his nightmares. She was alive, connected to machines. Approaching, he saw faint flickers across the monitors. Brainwave patterns soared in chaotic spikes. On a screen was a 3D rendering of multiple timelines, overlapping. Strings of data spun in fractal patterns, each labelled variance ratio. She had apparently jacked her consciousness into the lattice, observing countless realities at once. Her physical body might be near catatonic, but her mind was hyperactive in the quantum realm. Without warning, a voice from behind, "Stop! Step away!" He whirled to see Agent Delar, gun drawn. The agent's face was etched with tension. Dr. Hart is the keystone of these mergers. We keep her in stasis, monitoring her. If you wake her, the mergers intensify. We're trying to manage this. Miles swallowed. Manage it by letting the world slip away. People vanish, timelines break. That's not management, that's destruction. Della's gaze flickered with complex emotion. You anchors complicate things. It's easier if no one notices. Now that you're this close, you must let us reset your memory. It's the only way to maintain stability. The agent advanced, gun unwavering. Miles's hand clenched around the anchor module. He realized the next steps would define everything. Either accept memory erasure or fight for the chance to unify reality. Dr. Hart's words about forcibly unifying timelines rang in his mind. If he could awaken her and combine anchor memories, maybe the meltdown could be halted or a stable timeline established. Della pulled the hammer back on the gun. Don't do anything rash. We can fix you. Then you can go back to living a normal life, ignorant of all this. It's not so bad. Miles considered the cost. A false normalcy at the expense of the entire world's continuity, or the risk of a universal meltdown if he tried to save it. The decision loomed, fraught with cosmic consequences. His mind flashed with images of changed cereal brands, misquoted movies, entire people erased. That wasn't living. That was sedation. He exhaled. I can't let you bury the truth. Agent Delar's eyes narrowed. Then you're forcing my hand. The next moment a shot rang out, echoing in the metallic chamber. Fear coiled in Miles's gut. The final confrontation had begun, and reality itself hung in the balance. The gunshot reverberated, shocking the quiet air. But Della's aim wasn't for Miles's head or heart, it was a warning shot into the metal floor, sparks flying. The agent's voice wavered with tension. I won't kill you unless I must. Stand down. You can't comprehend the bigger picture. Miles's pulse pounded. Over Della's shoulder, Dr. Hart remained in her glass cocoon, oblivious or locked in some mental battlefield. Her monitors spiked with each passing second. The data suggested her mind was bridging multiple timelines simultaneously, like an engine revving past redline. If she crashed, the mergers might intensify beyond control. Or if she was awakened incorrectly, the meltdown might become unstoppable. Yet if they did nothing, the slow unravelling would continue. He took a shaky breath. Look around, Della. The meltdown is happening. Timelines are colliding daily. I see them. People vanish. Reality changes. And we call it the Mandela effect. This can't go on. The agent's expression flickered, with something akin to regret. Our superiors tried to contain it. We minimize public panic, fix minor timeline illusions, quietly reset anchors who might disrupt the mergers. We believed it safer than letting the masses know reality is broken. Safer, maybe, Miles retorted, but it's failing. Dr. Hart wrote that only anchors can unify a stable timeline. She's trying to do that from inside the Latis. That's why you keep her locked up, because if she succeeds, your hush-hush approach collapses. Della's jaw clenched. We fear what unification might do. Merging contradictory timelines can produce paradox. Millions could die, or existences might flicker out. At least our method keeps society afloat, no matter how frayed the tapestry gets. From behind the glass, a faint moan sounded. Dr. Hart stirred. The monitors beeped wildly. She mouthed something inaudible. Miles realized they had no time. Carefully, he sidled near the control panel, anchor module in hand. If he could interface with her, perhaps unify their anchor memories, it might give her the push to close the merges properly. Della noticed his movement. Don't press that really stupid button. You have no idea what you're risking. He raised the gun again, this time aiming more deliberately, but in that instant a violent timeline flicker seized the chamber. The entire facility seemed to warp, the walls around them morphing in a swirl of metal and shadow. For a heartbeat, Miles glimpsed an alternate version of the lab. Different equipment, a different layout, Agent Delar wearing a different uniform. Then it snapped back. Both men staggered. The console lights flickered. Dr. Hart's monitors beeped frantically. Miles used the confusion to slam the anchor module into the console's port. A surge of static electricity jarred him. The entire system glowed with a weird luminescence. Delar cursed, stumbling forward. Another flicker. For a moment, the glass chamber was gone, replaced by a large steel contraption with Dr. Hart nowhere in sight. Then it flickered back. The meltdown was accelerating. Reeling from the shock, Miles found himself face to face with the console's user interface, which displayed two massive buttons: Stabilize Protocol and Reset Anchor. The latter must be how they wipe memories. The former might unify the timeline. A high-pitched whine vibrated through the floor, as if the lab were about to tear itself apart. Agent Delar lunged, shouting, "No! You'll destroy everything!" But Miles pressed, "Stabilize Protocol." The screen demanded, "Anchor confirmation." He typed in the code from Redwood, the one accepted earlier. The console beeped acceptance. Outside the glass, DeHart's eyes snapped open, wide with pain or alarm. Her lips moved, forming an urgent, inaudible plea. Then the Latis system roared to life. Tesla coils around the lab flared with arcs of energy. The overhead lights pulsed. Miles felt a strange tug in his mind, as though an invisible hand was rifling through his memories. In a swirl of colour, he glimpsed replays of old brand logos, corrected quotes, the family trip discrepancy, all swirling in a vortex of possibilities. He tasted the edges of alternate timelines, ones where he'd lived in different apartments or dated people he'd never known. It hammered his psyche, threatening to fracture it entirely. In the swirl of sensory overload, he sensed a Hart's presence, a guiding presence, faint yet determined. Her consciousness or essence beckoned, weaving a mental tapestry. She needed his anchor recollections, the definitive original. If enough anchor minds formed a consensus, that version of reality would overshadow the merges. Amid the maelstrom he heard Della's voice muffled, "Stop it, you fool!" The agent fired his gun at the console. Sparks erupted. Half the lights exploded. A wave of electromagnetic force knocked them both to the ground. The glass chamber cracked, releasing Dr. Soot's Hart's limp form onto the cold floor. She convulsed, still half in the lattice. Summoning the last of his will, Miles crawled to her, ignoring Della's frantic shouts. He pressed a trembling hand to her temple, feeling the psychic hum. Fragments of her memory poured into him, the day she discovered the first merges, the guilt of unleashing them, her attempt to stop the government from weaponizing timeline control, her fear that she was losing herself. He responded with his anchor, recollections, a stable thread of the original timeline. The synergy was excruciating, a mental collision of tens of thousands of data points. The overhead arc lamps in the lab sparked, releasing an aurora-like glow. With a final desperate push, Hart channeled the Unify command. A radiance engulfed them, unstoppable. It pulsed outward from the lab, presumably spanning miles, maybe the entire planet, bridging every timeline. The meltdown reached its apex. Della's panicked face was the last thing Miles saw before light consumed everything. The agent's mouth formed the word no, even as the swirling energies overcame him. Then absolute whiteness, absolute sense. Moments or eons later, Miles found himself lying on a street corner. He groaned, disoriented. The sun shone overhead. People bustled about, unperturbed, as if everything were normal. Blinking, he recognized the city centre near his office, but details felt altered. He stood up, heart racing. A quick glance around revealed store signs that matched his earliest recollections. Logos spelled the way he'd originally remembered. A wave of relief mixed with confusion. So the Unify command might have locked in a certain timeline, but was it truly the original or a patchwork compromise? As he stumbled through the city, he spotted a billboard for a cereal brand spelled the way he'd first known it. The sense of victory soared in his chest. Perhaps it worked. Then again, were there still subtle differences he wasn't seeing? He rushed to a newsstand. The date on the newspaper matched the day he expected. Skimming the headlines, nothing seemed bizarre. No mention of timeline merges or meltdown. He breathed in shaky relief, so the meltdown had presumably stabilized. He was still an anchor, remembering the chaos that had led here. But no one else showed any sign of noticing. No mania in the streets, no men in black chasing him. He tried calling Dr. Hart's name under his breath, but only the city's bustle responded. Did she survive that final unification? Or had she merged into this timeline, sacrificing her own existence to anchor everyone else? A swirl of sorrow and gratitude welled inside him. She might have been the guiding mind behind the stabilization. That evening, Miles returned to his apartment, finding it precisely as he'd always known from his earliest recollection. Yet the boxes of half-remembered artifacts were gone. The receipt with the old serial spelling was absent. Even the redwood documents vanished. All physical evidence of the fiasco had dissolved in the unification wave. Days slipped by. The forum for anchor memories no longer existed. Searching Project Latis yielded nothing. No references to Dr. Eliza Hart in missing persons archives. It was as if reality had sealed the cracks, forging a consistent tapestry. But deep in his mind, Miles remembered the merges, the Redwood Lab, the meltdown. No one else did. He was alone in that knowledge, or so he believed. The final clue arrived in the mail a week later. A small padded envelope with no return address. Inside was a toy figurine from that serial brand, one that in the original timeline had never existed as a freebie. The toy was a miniature version of Miles himself, in the clothes he'd worn that day in the lab, complete with a tiny laptop bag. Painted on the underside was the cryptic text, "We made it, E.H." Tears pricked his eyes. Dr. Hart had found a way to send a final sign. She'd survived in some capacity, or left this message from within the newly stabilized reality. He set the figurine on his desk, letting it stand as a quiet sentinel. A testament that he wasn't mad, that the meltdown really happened. Still, questions lingered. Did Agent LR also remain in this unified timeline, possibly with no memory of the mergers? Could the mergers reignite under new circumstances? And was the stable timeline truly stable, or a temporary respite? He supposed only time would reveal the answers. For now, Miles continued his unremarkable daily life, feeling the faint hum of a cosmic secret beneath it all. He'd become the man who remembered too much, but that memory no longer threatened to unravel the world. If anything, it was the glue that kept it from fracturing anew. Occasionally he'd catch a subtle difference, a fleeting sign that the world was not absolutely locked. But these glimpses were small and ephemeral. Perhaps the meltdown had ended, but the potential for future displacements remained. And so each evening he'd gaze at that small figurine of himself, reminded that the anchor's burden was a lonely one, but crucial. Because the greatest conspiracy was to ensure no one realized reality itself had nearly shattered. And he, Miles Wren, was the quiet guardian of that truth, even as the world slept peacefully in the newly minted timeline. Tonight we're delving into a conspiracy thriller titled Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. It's set in the year 2025, yet it digs into events that occurred more than half a century ago, or so the official history says. Our protagonist, Elliot Graves, isn't the typical tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. He's a rational investigative journalist who's built his reputation on skepticism and fact-checking. But his life takes a sharp turn when he receives a mysterious reel of 16mm film, suggesting that one of humanity's greatest achievements, the 1969 moon landing, was staged on a secret set. As we progress through the story, you'll meet characters with their own moral compasses, locked in a deadly dance. There's Sam Reyes, a sharp-witted former NASA engineer who knows more about the organization's secrets than is probably safe. Dr. Bernard Calloway, an aging whistleblower haunted by regrets and memories so dangerous they could sign his death warrant. And lurking in the shadows is Agent Jonathan Kane, an operative who believes that national security demands certain truths remain buried, forever if need be. Expect twists at every corner. A single piece of film can become the spark that ignites an inferno of questions. If the moon landing was faked, what happened to the real astronauts? Could an entire government organisation keep such a massive secret under wraps for 5 decades? And how far will those in power go to ensure the lie never sees the light of day? In this narrative, trust is a fleeting commodity. Allies turn to enemies. Illusions of safety crumble under the relentless pursuit of those who believe the ends justify the means. Most of all, this is a story about the cost of truth. Is it worth risking one's safety, peace of mind, and very identity to challenge one of history's most iconic moments? Would you stand your ground if the price were everything you hold dear? So sit back, whether you're at home, in the office, or on a midnight train to somewhere distant. Let yourself be pulled into a reality where the lines between historical record and government-engineered fantasy blur, leaving only one certainty, that once you learn the truth, there is no going back. Ready? Then let's begin. In just a moment, we'll step into part 1, where a mysterious package arrives on Elliot Graves's doorstep, sending him hurtling into a hidden world of secrets and illusions. Keep your wits about you, and don't forget to keep the lights on. Welcome to Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. Elliot Graves had no reason to suspect the night would bring anything unusual. He sat in his small book-lined apartment in downtown Philadelphia, finishing an article on local corruption, a typical piece for his modest but dedicated readership. A coffee mug stood half empty beside him, thick smudges of ink marking the final edits on his notes. It was the kind of moment he usually relished, quiet, focused, and free of the outside world's chaos. Then came the knock, 3 sharp raps, unannounced and oddly urgent. Elliot glanced at the clock. 10:47 p.m. He wasn't expecting anyone. The hallway light flickered as he opened the door, finding nothing but a single battered cardboard box at his feet. No note, no name, just his address scrawled in black marker. It could have been a source dropping a tip, though most of his informants were digital ghosts, rarely venturing into the physical realm. Curiosity piqued. Elliot brought the box inside. It weighed more than he expected. Taped across the top, a plain sheet of paper read, "Watch immediately." The handwriting was jagged, as if penned in a hurry or under duress. Carefully he cut the tape, half expecting a bomb or a rig device. Instead, inside lay a vintage 16mm film reel in a metal canister, the label partially peeled off. He gently tilted it back and forth, hearing the soft shift of film spooled inside. Elliot felt a jolt of excitement. He'd handled old film reels before, but never one that found him in the dead of night. An archaic machine in his study closet, passed down by his grandfather, might be the only way to view it. He rarely used the projector, but he was determined to see what was on this reel, if only to figure out who had gone to so much trouble to send it. Setting up the projector took nearly half an hour. Dust motes swirled in the beam of a single lamp as he threaded the film carefully. As the flickering images began, Elliot's anticipation turned to pure disbelief. The footage was in black and white, shaky in places, but unmistakably capturing a large, elaborate set. A moon-like surface crafted on what looked to be a soundstage. Stage lights hung overhead, cables snaking across the floor. He squinted, recognizing the shape of a NASA lunar module prop, like something out of a historical documentary. But it wasn't a documentary. He saw men wearing astronaut suits, one of them bearing an uncanny resemblance to Neil Armstrong. Off to the side, a group of technicians hovered, adjusting cameras that weren't from 1969. They looked older, yes, but not quite from the era. A man stepped into view clapping a film slate. On it was scribbled, Apollo 11, Take 3. The adrenaline spiked through Elliot's veins. This reel showed the moon landing being filmed on a set. His rational mind scrambled for explanations. Could this be a Hollywood recreation or some kind of promotional footage? But the detail was too raw, too disorganized for a typical behind-the-scenes doc. There were sections where the astronauts removed their helmets, revealing sweaty faces. The lander and flag props looked hastily put together. One of the men off-screen shouted, "Watch the reflection, we can't show the lights," as if aware of how a real moon environment should look, no visible reflections of rigging in an astronaut's visor. By the time the reel ended, Elliot's hands trembled. He remembered hearing about the moon landing conspiracy theories, wild claims of stage sets and Kubrick involvement, but he'd always dismissed them. He prided himself on debunking such nonsense. Yet here was tangible evidence, or the best fake he'd ever seen. A single question throbbed in his mind. Who would send this to me, and why now? He reached for his phone, intending to call a trusted colleague, only to find the screen black. No power. He was sure it was charged. Strange. He tried to boot up his computer to search for any reference to lost Apollo footage, but the internet connection was dead. He felt his chest tighten in a wave of paranoia. Was he imagining things, or was this more than a coincidence? Deciding to do a quick external check, Elliot gathered the reel, locked up his apartment, and headed for the elevator. As he stepped out onto the street, a hint of movement caught his eye. A black SUV parked at the curb, lights off. Its windows were tinted, impossible to see in. The hair on his arms rose. Philadelphia had plenty of SUVs, but why did this one feel like it was there for him? He took a breath, telling himself not to jump to conclusions. Still, his heart hammered as he walked 2 blocks to an all-night coffee shop known for its reliable Wi-Fi. Inside, the smell of espresso and donuts steadied him a bit. He found a corner table connected to the cafe's network and tried searching for any references to moon landing staged film reel. Thousands of hits, mostly conspiracy websites. Nothing verifiable. Minutes later, he typed a cautious email to a colleague, attaching a single grainy screenshot from the reel. He pressed send. An error message blinked back. Message undeliverable. He tried again. Same result. He wondered if his phone or laptop had been compromised or if there was a bigger net around him. The idea of being watched in real time chilled him. Returning to his apartment would be a risk, but he had nowhere else to analyse this film. As he left the shop, the black SUV was gone. Instead, a grey sedan sat across the street, engine running. Elliot inhaled sharply and hailed a cab. If someone was tailing him, best to lose them in traffic. The entire ride he cradled the film canister on his lap, heart pounding. He found himself muttering under his breath, "It can't be real, it can't be real." Yet some buried part of him whispered that it might be. If so, everything he understood about American history was about to unravel, and he was holding the thread that could unspool it all. Little did he know that before sunrise he'd be a fugitive in his own city, hunted by forces who had protected this secret for over 50 years. And the package was only the beginning. Elliot's morning came too soon, and with far more chaos than he could handle. He hadn't slept. Fear and excitement drove him to sift through every frame of the film reel, making notes, snapping photos with a spare camera he'd found in an old drawer. Perhaps he could create a digital copy, but his attempts to digitize the reel via his laptop repeatedly failed. Some hidden glitch kept corrupting the files. He cursed under his breath. Was it sabotage or just outdated hardware? At first light, he ventured to his usual contact for obscure intel. A quiet archivist named Harriet, who worked at the local historical society. He hoped she might authenticate the film's physical materials. Harriet was meticulous with details, and if anyone could confirm the reel's age, it would be her. The society's building was a grand relic, all marble floors and dusty exhibits. Elliot found Harriet in a back office, squinting through a magnifying glass at a centuries-old map. She looked up, alarmed by his frantic posture. Without preamble, he passed her the film canister. "I need to know if this is genuinely from 1969, he whispered, glancing around as if the walls had ears. Harriet frowned at his secrecy but began her inspection. She murmured something about the film's brand markings, the chemical composition of older film stock, and how certain colour-coded edges could pin down the manufacturing date. Within half an hour she had her verdict. "This reel does appear to be from the late 1960s. "Where'd you get it?" Elliot let out a breath he hadn't realised he was holding. "Somebody sent it to me last night." He hesitated, debating how much to reveal. Before he could continue, Harriet's phone rang. She picked it up, and her expression clouded as she listened. Yes, he's here," she said, a tremor in her voice. He backed away, panic flaring. Was Harriet being told to stall him? He mouthed, "Hang up," but Harriet just stared at him wide-eyed. Elliot snatched the phone from her hand. "Hello," he said into the receiver. An unfamiliar voice. "Elliot Graves. Step outside, we just want to talk." He froze. A second later the line went dead. "Who was that?" Harriet whispered, her complexion pale. Elliot shook his head, realizing he'd dragged her into danger. "I have to go." He grabbed the film, thanked her in a rush, and bolted out a side entrance. Immediately he spotted two men in dark suits stepping out of a black sedan. They scanned the area, eyes sharp and purposeful. Elliot ducked behind a parked delivery truck. He rummaged for his phone. It still wouldn't connect to a network. He couldn't call for help. Glancing around, he saw a narrow alley. He sprinted for it, ignoring startled pedestrians. The men noticed and gave chase. Footsteps echoed behind him as he weaved through the maze of back streets. He didn't stop until he was sure he'd lost them. Leaning against a graffiti-stained wall, he gulped the cool morning air. The reality sank in. I'm being hunted. His mind raced. Who had the power to track him within hours? Some fraction of NASA, the FBI, or an even more clandestine outfit? He remembered Harriet's stunned face and felt a pang of guilt. Was she safe? With his phone compromised, Elliot needed a secure communication line. That's when he remembered Sam Reyes, a former NASA engineer turned freelance tech wizard. They'd crossed paths a year ago when Sam leaked documents exposing flawed satellite software. She'd proven resourceful and cautious, someone who operated in the grey areas of government secrecy. He rummaged through his wallet for her old business card, typed the number into a borrowed flip phone he'd bought for emergencies. 2 rings, then Sam answered with a wary, "Who is this?" "Elliot Graves," he said quietly, trying to steady his voice. "I need your help. It's urgent." Sam let out a short laugh. "You're the reporter who debunked that UFO fiasco. Are you calling to do another piece?" He glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "This is bigger than UFOs. I have an old NASA film that suggests the moon landing was not what we think." Silence on the line. Then Sam hissed, "Don't say another word. There are ears everywhere. Meet me at the Redwood Garage, level 3, in an hour." She hung up. He had no time to question her abruptness. He made his way to Redwood Garage, a concrete structure on the outskirts of the city. Ducking beneath security cameras, he took the stairs to level 3. Only a few cars were parked, the area echoing with the hum of overhead fluorescent lights. He found Sam leaning against a pillar, arms folded. She was petite, with sharp eyes and a laptop bag slung over her shoulder. "You look like hell," she said in lieu of a greeting. Elliot forced a grin. "Rough morning, thank you for coming." Sam nodded at the film canister tucked under his arm. "That it?" He handed it over, heart pounding. She opened the lid, peeking at the reel. "I'll need my gear to analyse this properly. But tell me, any chance this is a hoax?" Elliot explained Harriet's findings, the chase and the phone sabotage. Sam's eyes narrowed with concern. This kind of move typically points to a deep-pocketed agency. NASA has muscle, but not to this extent. We might be dealing with something else. She motioned for him to follow her to a beat-up SUV. Inside, the back seat was cluttered with laptops, cables, and specialized scanning equipment. Sam popped the reel into a portable film viewer. A small screen flickered with the black and white images. She skimmed through it, face grim. "If this is real, holy..." He gave a humorless chuckle. "I'm not sure I want it to be real, but it's looking that way." Sam started flipping through camera angles. "We'll cross-check the images with NASA archive logs, see if any set pieces match. Also, there's metadata in older film that might help pinpoint the exact date and location. But if whoever's hunting you has the resources to block your phone and track you so fast..." "Yeah," Elliot said, swallowing hard. "I'm in trouble, aren't I?" Sam gave him a look that said, "You have no idea. Look, I can set up a secure server to store digital copies once I manage to scan the reel. But it'll take me a day or two. In the meantime, you need to vanish. They'll come for both of us once they realise I'm involved." As if on cue, a bullet shattered the SUV's rear window. Elliot and Sam ducked, hearts hammering. Tyres screeched on the level below. "We have to move," Sam hissed, starting the engine. Elliot curled into the passenger seat, pressing the canister tight against his chest. Another shot rang out, pinging off the concrete pillar. The SUV lurched forward, screeching around corners, headlights glaring on dull grey walls. Behind them, at least 2 dark sedans roared up the ramp. The chase was on. Elliot felt the cold sweat on his brow. This was no longer about verifying a piece of film. This was survival. More bullets clanged against the SUV's metal frame. Sam cursed under her breath, twisting the wheel. The exit ramp loomed ahead, a single security arm blocking the exit. Sam ploughed right through it, leaving splinters behind. They burst into daylight, weaving into the city traffic. Horns blared. The sedans kept pace, engines revving. As Sam careened down a busy street, Elliot realised just how far he'd fallen into this conspiracy. He'd started the night as a skeptic receiving a curious package. Now he was on the run, uncertain if he'd live to see the next morning. The real question: was the truth worth this cost? He clenched the film canister as if it were his lifeline. Maybe it was. Once they lost their pursuers, thanks to Sam's clever shortcuts and the chaotic labyrinth of city streets, Elliot and Sam took refuge in a deserted warehouse by the river. It was a space Sam sometimes used as a safe house, its electricity powered by a makeshift generator. Old crates littered the corners. The air smelled of dust and stagnant water. They parked the SUV inside, headlights slicing through the gloom. Elliot exhaled shakily, stepping out and checking his jacket for bullet holes. Miraculously, neither of them was injured. Sam followed, film canister in hand. "We have to lie low," she said. "I'll do what I can with the reel. But first we need to figure out who can confirm or deny the authenticity. Some old NASA folks might still be around, or people from the Apollo era." That jogged a memory for Elliot. "I know someone, Dr. Bernard Calloway. He was part of the Apollo program. wrote a few obscure papers on lunar orbit complexities. I interviewed him years ago for a piece on NASA bureaucracy. He might know if any of this is real." "Let's hope he's still alive and willing to talk," Sam replied grimly, setting up her scanning equipment. "Meanwhile, I'll start digitizing. Go call your guy." She tossed Elliot a burner phone, a cheap flip phone with no internet capability, just voice and text. "Keep conversations short, we don't want to leave a trail." Elliot nodded, stepping away for some privacy. He dialed a number he hadn't used in years. The call rang on, and just when he thought it would go to voicemail, a gravelly voice answered. "Yes? Who is this?" "Dr. Calloway, it's Elliot Graves. Remember me?" A tense pause. "Graves? The journalist? Why are you calling me?" Elliot cut straight to the point. "I have a film reel suggesting the Apollo 11 landing was staged. I need your perspective." He expected outrage or disbelief, but Calloway only muttered a soft curse. "Damn it, you kids never learn. Where are you?" "Too dangerous to say over the phone," Elliot replied. "Can we meet?" Another heavy silence. "You must be insane. Do you have any idea who might be listening to our conversation right now?" Calloway let out a shuddering breath. "Look, there's a small diner off Route 47 near a truck stop. Tomorrow, noon. If I don't show up, assume I got spooked." Elliot thanked him and hung up, anxiety coiling in his stomach. The man's reaction was more dread than disbelief. That alone spoke volumes. He returned to Sam's makeshift workstation, where the reel was half fed through a specialized scanner. The process was laborious, each frame captured in high resolution. "How's it looking, Elliot?" Elliot asked. Sam frowned, studying the images on her laptop screen. Grains consistent with 1960s film stock. Some coding on the edges indicates a manufacturing batch from around 68. Also, I've spotted certain NASA emblems in the background that weren't publicly revealed until the mission ended. And see that console there? She zoomed in on a screenshot. That's an Apollo guidance computer, but an early prototype version. Only a handful existed. This is not your average hoax. It's either the most elaborate one in history or it's real, Elliot finished, his voice hollow. Sam gave a grim nod. I'm leaning towards real. Our next step is to confirm. If your Dr. Calloway can give us any leads, we might find definitive proof. They spent the rest of the day in anxious waiting. Sam pored over the scanned film frames, while Elliot paced, trying to piece everything together in his head. Every so often he'd remember the chase, the bullets, and the unwavering stares of those men in suits. Just how large was this conspiracy? Night fell, bringing a sticky heat that made the warehouse air oppressive. Sleep came fitfully, with Elliot dozing in a corner, propped against crates. He dreamed of astronauts drifting in a stage lit by fluorescent tubes, their voices echoing with lines fed by hidden earpieces. He woke with a start to find Sam tapping him on the shoulder. "Time to go," she said softly. "We have to meet your whistleblower." By noon they'd driven 2 hours south to a truck stop just off Route 47. The diner looked vintage, a chrome exterior, peeling neon sign and a handful of big rigs parked nearby. They left the SUV behind a closed service station, walking the rest of the way under the scorching sun. Inside, the diner was half empty. The waitress behind the counter gave them a bored glance. In a corner booth, an elderly man sat facing the window, wearing tinted glasses and a hat pulled low. Elliot recognized him. Dr. Bernard Calloway. He looked older and thinner than their last meeting, as though carrying a burden too large for his frail frame. "Dol Calloway, the Ian," Elliot said, quietly, sliding into the booth. Sam took a seat beside him. Calloway's gaze flicked to them, fear etched in the lines around his mouth. "You brought someone else. I told you to come alone." "This is Sam Reyes. She's helping me verify the film." "Film?" Calloway's voice trembled. He removed his tinted glasses, revealing tired eyes. "I hoped I'd go to my grave without seeing it again. Lord knows I was done with those days." Elliot swallowed. "You've seen it before?" Calloway exhaled a long, shaky breath. "I was part of Apollo 11's operations team, unofficially. My real job was ensuring the broadcast feed from the moon looked authentic. We had technicians in a secret studio capturing angles that would pass as lunar footage. It was a matter of national pride and also, ironically, fear. Needed to beat the Soviets. When the actual craft encountered catastrophic issues, NASA and the government decided it was safer to fake the landing for television. The real rocket never made it out of Earth's orbit safely. The astronauts eventually landed in the Pacific under the pretext of returning from the moon, but what the public saw was a carefully crafted illusion. Elliot's head spun. There it was, spelled out. The conspiracy in all its horrifying clarity. Sam leaned forward. "Why have you stayed silent all this time?" Calloway closed his eyes. "They threatened my family. I was briefed that revealing the truth would be an act of treason. Others who tried to speak up, well, they disappeared. I've lived under watch ever since, exchanging my silence for a quiet retirement. But I always knew this day might come." Elliot retrieved the film canister from his bag. "So the footage we have?" "It's partial," Calloway said, scanning the diner nervously. "There's more. Hours of outtakes, behind-the-scenes planning. Enough to destroy decades of NASA's legacy if it got out. That reel is probably what was stolen from the archives in the 70s. I thought it had been destroyed." A lump formed in Elliot's throat. "So it's authentic? And NASA? Or whoever's controlling this? They're hunting us to bury it again." Calloway nodded. "They'll kill you, no question. They've killed for less." He glanced around, lowering his voice. "I can direct you to someone else who was there. A colleague named Walter Pierce. He escaped overseas, but you might track him down. He has a copy of the mission logs." Sam and Elliot exchanged looks. Every new piece of evidence upped the stakes. If they could find Pierce and get those logs, they'd have undeniable proof. Suddenly the diner's door swung open. Agent Jonathan Kane stepped in, though Elliot didn't know his name yet. The man wore a crisp suit and surveyed the room calmly, his gaze lingering on each patron. Elliot's heart seized. Calloway's face turned ashen. "That's one of them," he whispered, voice trembling. "We have to go." They slipped out the back exit, hearts pounding. Behind them they heard the waitress greet the newcomer with a polite, "Welcome, sir." Elliot glanced over his shoulder to see Kane's cold eyes scanning the booths. Outside, the scorching afternoon felt claustrophobic. They hurried toward the dusty parking lot. "Here," Calloway said, pressing a small slip of paper into Elliot's hand. "Walter's last known location. Use it wisely." Elliot opened his mouth to thank him, but Calloway cut him off. "I'll slip away on my own. It's safer that way for all of us." Then, as if on cue, a black car squealed around the corner. Calloway pointed desperately. "Run!" Elliot and Sam sprinted across the lot, the slip of paper clenched in Elliot's fist. Behind them, tyres screeched. In the distance, Calloway vanished between parked trucks, a frail silhouette, stepping once more into a world of secrets and shadows he had hoped to leave behind. Elliot doubted he'd ever see the old man again. 3 days slipped by like a fever dream, with Elliot and Sam crisscrossing state lines, dodging digital footprints. Each safe house they chose felt more precarious than the last. A motel in one city, a cramped basement in another, always with one eye on the door and ears pricked for footsteps in the hall. Anxiety pressed against their chests like a constant weight. The film remained hidden in a secure locker they rented under an alias, and Sam carried digital backups on multiple encrypted drives, hoping at least one would survive if they were caught. Meanwhile, they tried to locate Walter Pierce, the elusive colleague de Calloway mentioned. The slip of paper had scrawled coordinates, presumably referencing an address in Europe. Elliot scoured contact lists, old NASA alumni directories, and obscure online forums in search of any mention of Pierce. Each path led to stale leads or contradictory data. The man seemed to have vanished off the face of the earth. On the fourth day, Sam had a breakthrough. She discovered an encrypted NASA server still hosting fragments of old Apollo logs. With some of her advanced hacking tools, she managed to glean references to a W. Pierce, assigned to a European research facility. "Seems he was in Switzerland for a time," she said, eyes glued to her laptop in a dingy motel room. "He might still be there, or somewhere on the continent, but tracking him from here would require a lot of resources." Elliot sank onto the bed. "Getting to Europe is a tall order when we're being hunted. Plus, I'm almost out of money. My accounts are frozen." He paused, rubbing his temples. "Is there any chance you can crack NASA's main archive for further leads?" Sam shot him a sideways look. "That's risky. The deeper I dig, the easier it is to trace me. But let me see what I can do." She tapped rapidly on her keyboard. While she worked, Elliot's phone buzzed. The burner phone. He answered carefully. "Yes?" A shaky voice on the other end. "Elliot, it's me." He recognized Dr. Calloway's voice immediately. Relief and dread mingled in Elliot's chest. "Doc, where are you?" Calloway exhaled, the sound crackling over the poor connection. "Somewhere remote. Listen, there's a private airfield near Hardwick County. I have an old acquaintance with a plane. He's flying me out of the country tonight. I can't stay here. They've already tried to corner me twice. I'm calling because I don't want to leave things unfinished." Elliot's pulse kicked up. "What do you mean?" "I have a file, a partial logbook detailing the faked segments of the Apollo broadcast. Coordinates of the set, code names of the staff, enough to corroborate the film. Meet me at the airfield before midnight. I'll hand it over." Elliot mouthed to Sam. "Dr. Calloway he wants to meet." She nodded and started packing up. "We'll be there," Elliot promised. "Don't be late," Calloway warned. Then the line went silent. They drove for hours along winding back roads, eventually arriving at Hardwick County's private airstrip around 11:30 p.m. The air was thick with the chirp of crickets. A single hangar stood near the runway lights, which glowed an eerie orange in the humid darkness. Spotting a lone figure by a small plane, Elliot recognized the stooped posture of Dr. Calloway. The old man waved them over, glancing nervously at the sky, as if expecting a helicopter to appear any second. "Over here! Quickly!" He pressed a worn leather-bound folder into Elliot's hands. Inside is the partial logbook, some memos from the old managers. They used code phrases like Project Selene to refer to the staged segments. Elliot flipped through the yellowed pages, heart racing at the official NASA letterheads, signatures that confirmed high-level involvement. This is it. The missing puzzle piece. Sam peered over his shoulder, eyes widening. A faint hum broke the stillness. Headlights appeared at the far edge of the airstrip. "We need to go," Calloway urged. "I'll be taking off in minutes." He nodded at the plane. "There's room for one more if you want out, but they'll likely track it. Better you remain hidden." Elliot hesitated. Part of him wanted to leave. fly away from the danger, but his journalist instinct screamed that he needed to stay to expose the truth. "Doc, are you sure you'll be safe?" Calloway's gaze dropped. "Safety is relative now. I just can't watch them bury the truth again. Promise me you'll find a way to make this public. People deserve to know." He shook Elliot's hand firmly. "And watch your back." With that, he turned to board the plane. Elliot and Sam stepped away, scanning the runway lights. The headlights from earlier grew brighter, revealing a black SUV. Elliot's stomach clenched. "We need to hide." They sprinted behind a cluster of fuel barrels, watching as the plane's engines roared to life. The black SUV screeched to a halt, doors flying open. Men in suits scrambled out, guns drawn. "Look," Sam whispered. Another figure emerged, Agent Jonathan Kane. He barked an order, and his men raised their weapons at the plane. Fear seized Elliot's gut. No! They wouldn't shoot down a plane, would they? Time seemed to slow. Calloway's plane began rolling down the runway. The men shouted into radios. A couple of them sprinted along the tarmac, weapons at the ready. Suddenly a muzzle flash lit the darkness. Elliot wasn't sure which side fired first, but a bullet tore through the plane's rear engine, trailing sparks. The plane lurched off course, its nose angled skyward, straining to lift. Another round of gunfire thundered, and the plane's landing gear buckled. In a horrific screech of metal, the plane careened off the runway, flipping onto its wing. Then came a blinding flash, followed by an explosion that rocked the airfield. Elliot felt the heat wave even from behind the barrels. Instinctively, he ducked, heart hammering. A column of fire consumed the wreck, the roar mingling with the anguished crackle of burning fuel. Sam had to clamp a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Agent Kane and his men stood at a distance, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. One of them spoke into a handheld radio. Then Kane turned to the SUV, slipping inside without a backward glance. Within moments they were gone, leaving behind a fiery wreckage and the smell of scorched metal. Shock paralyzed Elliot. Dr. Calloway was gone. Killed for trying to flee with the truth. A wave of guilt and nausea hit Elliot. He should have convinced the old man to let them all escape together. But it was too late. Sam tugged at his sleeve. "We have to leave now. They might come back." She was right. With adrenaline pumping, they skirted around the blaze, searching for any survivors in the dark. But the flames were too intense. No one could have made it out alive. As they drove away into the night, silent tears rolled down Elliot's cheeks. The folder of documents lay on his lap, Dr. Calloway's final bequest. In that moment, he realized the cost of chasing the truth was blood. And there'd be more spilled before the truth saw daylight. Inside the folder's pages were enough revelations to topple NASA's official history. Yet, seeing what had just happened, Elliot had no illusions. The forces protecting this secret were lethal, methodical, and possibly unstoppable. The best he could do was keep running, and hope the documents would become a weapon of truth powerful enough to shatter 50 years of lies. The next 48 hours blurred into a frenzied race against an invisible clock. Elliot and Sam knew they had to act fast. Once the shock of Calloway's death wore off, the same men who staged the plane crash would turn their focus back on hunting them. They holed up in an abandoned warehouse in a different state, courtesy of one of Sam's old acquaintances. It had a robust generator and a still functioning internet line that they jerry-rigged to keep off the official grid. While Sam continued scanning the folder's contents, Elliot penned an expose with trembling hands, a document that collated all the evidence they had, the reel, the NASA memos, and de Calloway's logbook. Word spilled onto the screen, forming a tapestry of government deceit dating back to 1969. Every paragraph made his heart pound. He knew once released these revelations would shock the world, if anyone believed them. But how to ensure the story remained live? They suspected mainstream media outlets were either compromised or too afraid. Elliot decided they had to go public directly, a massive data dump onto every social media platform and multiple anonymous websites. Even if their accounts got taken down, the leaked files might scatter across the internet faster than sensors could react. Their plan set, Sam double and triple checked the digital backups, layering encryption upon encryption, storing copies on servers overseas. "Once we hit upload, they'll come for us," she warned. "We can't be traced if we do this right, but they'll suspect it's us. Are you ready?" Elliot hesitated, recalling the bullet that shattered the plane's engine, the explosion, and de Calloway's last moments. Then he nodded. "We can't keep running forever. The only way to survive is to shine a light so bright they can't snuff it out." Sam tapped a few keys, launching their carefully orchestrated mass upload. Thousands of files began cascading into the digital ether. Elliot's expose triggered alongside, complete with images from the 16mm reel, still frames of the behind-the-scenes moon set, and NASA-coded logs referencing Project Selene. Within minutes, the hashtags Apollo Hoax and Project Selene started trending across lesser-known forums. Users demanded answers. The first wave of adrenaline gave way to anticipation. Elliot and Sam hovered over their screens, watching the data spread. It was working. Mirror links popped up everywhere. For a brief moment, triumph washed over them. Maybe they'd done it. Then the pushback began. Major social media sites flagged the content as misinformation. Accounts posting the files got suspended en masse. A swirl of news headlines labelled the footage a deepfake conspiracy. Rapidly, official NASA spokespeople took to major news outlets, denouncing the fabricated film and urging the public to ignore baseless rumours. Eerily polished articles appeared online, discrediting Elliot Graves personally, a fringe journalist with a history of sensational claims. Sam's name surfaced too, portrayed as a disgruntled ex-employee with an axe to grind against NASA. The disinformation machine roared into overdrive. Elliot's phone buzzed with hateful messages. Threats poured into the websites hosting the data, calls for them to remove the fake uploads. Some complied. Others got hacked or taken offline. It was a digital war zone. Still, thousands of people downloaded the files, discussing them in hushed corners of the internet. A portion believed, many more scoffed. The mainstream narrative ridiculed the so-called Apollo conspiracy, saturating the headlines with dismissals. Amid the chaos, a thought jolted Elliot. The original reel. They still had the physical film, the ultimate piece of evidence. If they could get it to a neutral scientific body, someone who could run chemical tests live on air, it might be indisputable. They realised there was one place that might agree to test it openly: the National Historical Archives. Under normal circumstances, the archives were government-run, but there were staff members who prided themselves on transparency. The question was whether they'd even allow Elliot past the front doors. Sam argued it was worth a final gamble. They might be forced to test it in front of witnesses. If the results match 1969 manufacturing, no one can claim it's a modern forgery. Elliot agreed. Time was running out. They had to try. They set off under cover of darkness, planning to slip into the city near dawn. If they could persuade an archivist to examine the reel, maybe the truth would gain unassailable ground. The roads were nearly empty. Nervous silence filled the SUV. Elliot sensed they were heading into the lion's den. but there was no alternative. When they arrived at the National Historical Archives building, an imposing limestone structure, Elliot's instincts screamed danger. The plaza felt too quiet. He parked a block away. They approached on foot, film canister in hand. The first sign of trouble was the locked main entrance. Normally, the lobby opened early. Now it was sealed, the lights dim. A faint crackle of static reached Elliot's ears. He motioned for Sam to get down, but it was too late. Armed figures stepped out from the shadows, men in tactical gear. At their centre stood Agent Jonathan Kane. Cold determination etched on his face. A single lamppost cast harsh light over the scene. "Elliot Graves," Kane said softly, voice echoing in the empty plaza. "And Samantha Reyes. I believe you have something that belongs to the United States government." Elliot clutched the canister, adrenaline surging. "This belongs to history, not your lies." Kane raised a hand in a mocking gesture. "Let's be reasonable. That footage is a national security issue. Hand it over." Sam stiffened. "National security? It's a decades-old deception. People deserve to know." A sneer curled Kane's lip. "Your children playing with matches in a powder keg. The global ramifications of revealing this lie, you have no idea. The entire space race, our Cold War diplomacy, NASA's credibility, everything unravels. America's standing in the world collapses. This is bigger than you." "Then maybe it needs to collapse," Elliot retorted, stepping back. Sam discreetly slid a small flash drive from her pocket, likely containing a digital copy of everything. She slipped it under her foot, hoping to crush it into the pavement if needed, anything to keep the evidence from being seized intact. Two men lunged forward. Elliot flung himself aside. Sam tried to break free, but strong arms pinned her. Kane calmly walked over, plucked the canister from Elliot's grip and shook his head. "It's over, Graves." As Elliot struggled, he spotted a series of dark SUVs rolling in with their headlights off. More armed operatives. Sam's eyes met his, fear and resignation mingling. They had played all their cards. Bile rose in Elliot's throat as he realized they were powerless here. A blow to the side of Elliot's head blurred his vision. He heard Sam screaming, then darkness. Elliot came to in a dimly lit room, strapped to a chair. A harsh fluorescent bulb buzzed overhead. Agent Kane stood by a metal table reviewing files. A small camera recorded from the corner. Elliot's mouth felt like cotton, a dull ache radiating from his temple. Kane sighed, setting a folder aside. "Your data is gone. The networks hosting your uploads have been systematically shut down or drowned in disinformation. As for you, well, let's just say the world will remember you as a troubled conspiracy theorist who vanished." Elliot's heart pounded, but he forced a shaky grin. "You can't erase the truth forever." Kane smirked. "We've done it for 50 years. Another 50 won't be hard." He turned away, leaving Elliot alone in the cold, silent room, a prisoner of the same hidden apparatus that had consumed a Calloway. Years passed. Officially, Elliot Graves remained missing, presumed dead. Samantha Reyes vanished from every public record, her life story buried under falsified documents. The film canister and the physical logs from Dr. Calloway were never mentioned again. Media coverage of the so-called Apollo hoax faded into rumour and ridicule. Government spokespeople labelled it the digital conspiracy of the decade, pointing to doctored footage and cyber scams. The narrative solidified in the public mind. The moon landing was real, and any claims otherwise were pure fantasy. But in the hidden corners of the internet, whispers persisted. Anonymous forums traded screenshots of frames from the original reel. Some claimed they possessed fragments of the logs, while others insisted they had personal accounts from NASA insiders. Most people dismissed these stories as hoaxes, but a small group of truth seekers dug deeper, their curiosity refusing to die. And somewhere in a locked private server under an array of pseudonyms, the data backup Sam Reyes had created still existed, protected by advanced encryptions that no government agency had yet cracked. Then one quiet afternoon, a new video surfaced online. It was low resolution, filmed in a stark room with a pale white wall as a backdrop. The speaker's face was gaunt, eyes hollow, but unmistakably Elliot Graves. He spoke in a subdued voice as though aware he had limited time. If you're watching this, it means I failed to stop them from suppressing the truth. But the truth can't be drowned forever. The footage is real, the documents are real, and the men who hid it still walk free, rewriting history as they see fit. I beg you, look deeper. Don't accept their narrative. The cost of ignorance is the freedom to shape our own reality. He paused, voice trembling with resolve. They'll deny this again. They'll call it a forgery. I expect nothing less. But ask yourself why they are so desperate to bury this story. Ask yourself who benefits from keeping the lie alive. Then follow the money, follow the fear, and you might find what Dr. Calloway died for. The video ended abruptly. Within hours, it was removed from major platforms, relabeled as a doctored clip. Yet it circulated among those who'd never stopped believing. They dissected every pixel, matching the contours of Elliot's face to older interviews, analysing background sounds for clues. Some insisted it was the real him, that he'd somehow managed to record a final message before captivity or worse. Others scoffed, claiming advanced AI deepfakes. But the seed of doubt was planted anew. In a suburban basement halfway across the country, a teenager named Marisol pored over these re-uploads. Fascinated by conspiracies, she set out to investigate further. She tracked the old forum posts, uncovered half-buried references to the digitized reel. Her nights blurred into early mornings as she pieced together the puzzle. Her heartbeat quickened each time she realized her IP address might be flagged by someone watching. But the idea of unveiling a 5-decade lie thrilled her more than it frightened her. Eventually, Marisol found an encrypted link that held partial keys to Sam Reyes' hidden server. She couldn't crack it, not yet, but she was persistent, learning new hacking techniques, fueled by the same unstoppable curiosity that once drove Elliot Graves, and so, in the quiet churn of digital frontiers, a new generation picked up the torch he'd been forced to drop. Behind locked doors in a facility that didn't officially exist, an aging agent Jonathan Kane kept watchful eyes on online chatter. He noted every rumour, every fleeting reappearance of the evidence. He reported to the same shadowy division that policed these secrets. For now, the official narrative remained intact, but he knew better than most how resilient truth could be. He read about Marisol's posts in a flagged report one day, and he felt a tremor of recognition, a familiar pattern. Another curiosity seeker on the horizon. He closed the file with a grim set of his jaw. The cycle continued. The best he could do was stave off the next wave for as long as possible. Somewhere out there, the battered 16mm reel remained in a locked vault. The ledger of NASA's staged footage waited in the hush of sealed archives, and the ghostly face of Elliot Graves lived on in clandestine recordings, whispering a warning to any who would listen that illusions become reality when no one is brave enough to question them. The moon still shone in the night sky, silent witness to humanity's ambitions. It carried our footprints, or didn't. No one could be absolutely sure anymore, but the question lingered, smouldering like an ember, that refuses to die? What if the biggest moment in modern history was just a staged performance on a dusty set? And in that question lay a truth still waiting to be revealed, or buried, depending on who told the story next. Over the next half hour, we'll introduce you to Agent Silas Rourke, Doctor, Liana Suresh, and Director Vance Halcor. A trio drawn into a web of secrets around a lethal pathogen called VX-73. As tensions mount and paranoia spreads, you'll witness how fear can become a powerful tool of control, and how a single whistleblower might spark either liberation or a deeper descent into conspiracy. Now close your eyes, or let them wander across these words, and follow me into the first moments of this dark, suspenseful odyssey. It started with a single headline: Mysterious respiratory illness detected in Port Maxwell. Within days, similar stories crept across the country, quiet at first, overshadowed by routine politics and everyday noise. Then, all at once, everything changed. The virus, designated VX-73, emerged as a swift-moving spectre, triggering coughing fits that escalated into respiratory failure for many. In a matter of weeks, schools were shut, businesses locked their doors, and entire metropolitan areas were quarantined under what officials described as temporary emergency protocols. For Agent Silas Rourke, a 42-year-old operative at the Bureau of Federal Integrity, BFI, life became an endless string of directives and dispatches. His daily uniform was a crisp suit layered beneath a bulletproof vest and a standard-issue respirator mask that itched at his face. He'd spent over a decade tackling threats deemed subversive to national security, from financial sabotage to espionage. Yet no training had ever prepared him for watching entire city blocks fall silent overnight. He walked the corridors of the BFY with practiced composure, scanning the myriad bulletins pinned on corkboards. The walls hummed with fluorescent lights that gave everything a stark, sterile glow. Digital screens listed the latest infection rates, projected mortalities, and newly declared red zones where infections raged unabated. Over the PA system, a recorded female voice repeated the same instructions every half hour. Stay indoors, maintain social distancing. All citizens must comply with the National Stabilization Bureau's guidelines. The National Stabilization Bureau, NSB, led by Director Vance Halcor, had been formed to centralise the government's emergency functions. Some called it necessary response, others whispered about the creation of an all-powerful agency with little oversight. Halcor himself was a tall, imposing figure who frequently appeared on screens throughout the BFI complex, delivering updates about mandatory daily biometric scans and the development of a new vaccine, Unity Serum. Silas had known Halcor only in passing, enough to catch glimpses of a man driven by unwavering conviction. He recognised in Halcor that sense of unstoppable momentum, as though the security of the entire nation hinged on following his blueprint. Silas tried to set aside his personal misgivings. He was a loyal agent, bound to uphold the Bureau's mission. If the vaccine provided the solution to stop VX-73, so be it. Then one morning, Silas was summoned to a high-clearance briefing. He expected a new assignment along the lines of standard public compliance checks. Instead, he found himself in a cramped conference room, facing a handful of BFI higher-ups who spoke in hushed, clipped tones. The gist was simple. Alleged disinformation campaigns were circulating, claiming that VX-73 was not naturally occurring but lab-engineered. These rumours, the brass said, were fueling panic, turning citizens against the government's measures. Silas's job was to investigate any potential insiders leaking such nonsense. At first, he believed the directive to be legitimate. Disinformation in a crisis could be lethal, prompting civil unrest and undermining official responses. Yet as Silas pored over digital logs and tapped into encrypted chat rooms, he stumbled across an unencrypted file labelled simply Project Paragon, Preliminary. The file wasn't supposed to be on the BFI's server at all. It appeared as though someone with high-level credentials had hidden it behind labyrinthine subdirectories. Intrigued, Silas pried open the document. Inside were sanitised references to VX 73 months prior to the earliest official detection date. The language read, "Field tests planned in controlled sectors, monitor subject compliance and social response." A chill rippled through Silas. The deeper he delved, the more he found that pointed to a private biotech lab with direct ties to the Department of Defense. Another set of documents discussed funding from major corporate donors, massive pharmaceutical conglomerates that had a vested interest in vaccines, testing kits, and biometric devices. Confusion turned to a subtle dread. If these partial records were real, then the official narrative was incomplete at best, or outright deceptive at worst. Silas secured the files on a flash drive. Over the next few days, he quietly cross-referenced the data, trying to confirm whether Project Paragon existed. He took caution, covering his digital tracks with proxy servers. Even so, he noticed the BFI's internal security channels seemed abuzz with mentions of an internal breach. Fear knotted in his stomach. Someone else was on this trail too. He found short references to a doctor, Liana Suresh, apparently a virologist who once worked at a biotech facility codenamed Cerulean Labs. Her name popped up in correlation with antigen research and compliance metrics. The wording was bizarre. Since when did a vaccine program revolve around compliance? Yet there it was. VX-73 antigen trials show 62% compliance rate. Additional modifications required. The date? Nearly a year before the current outbreak. By the time Silas realised how incriminating his findings were, the hair on his arm stood on end. His imagination conjured scenarios he'd previously deemed paranoid. A virus unleashed intentionally. A vaccine designed not just to inoculate, but to control. He forced himself to remain calm. Conjecture was easy. Proof was everything. So he resolved to gather more. That night he left the BFI building with the flash drive tucked in the lining of his jacket. He tried to banish the creeping sense that eyes were trailing him. Outside, the city's main avenues lay deserted. Army trucks patrolled at intervals. Overhead drones whirred, scanning for curfew violators. Digital billboards displayed a single message across a black background. Unity Serum, your key to tomorrow. From a payphone booth, one of the last still standing, Silas called in a favour from a fellow agent he trusted, someone adept at hacking behind the Bureau's firewall. The friend agreed to help, no questions asked, but Silas could sense tension in his voice. Everyone was on edge, unsure who was truly friend or foe. Silence had become a survival tactic. As he hung up the phone, the city's gloom pressed close, neon lights flickering across shuttered storefronts. In that moment, he wondered if the official explanation, VX-73 as a random mutation, was a purposeful lie from the start. If so, then the so-called Unity Serum might be more than just a vaccine. A wave of dread consumed him. The next steps would determine whether he stayed a loyal operative or became a traitor to the system he'd served for half his life. At the next corner, a spotlight from a drone settled on him, scanning his face. He forced a neutral expression. The device beeped and swiveled away. Good. No red flag. Yet. As Silas ducked into the underground metro, he realised with grim certainty that he had stumbled onto something monstrous. For years he'd believed in the Bureau's cause, trusting that each operation served the greater good. Now he faced the possibility that the greatest threat wasn't the virus itself, but the hidden intent behind it. City by city, the VX-73 infection soared. Once bustling centres of commerce turned into ghost towns, patrolled by uniformed enforcers under orders from the National Stabilisation Bureau. Curfews became absolute. Violators risked detention at newly established health containment camps. The mainstream media hammered a constant drumbeat of fear. The virus was unstoppable unless every citizen complied. For those still resistant, a single solution was presented day and night: Unity Serum. On every channel, Director Vance Halcor appeared in a crisp suit, arms folded behind his back, proclaiming the vaccine's near-miraculous efficacy. Over 90% effective, his report said, a shining beacon of hope. Yet the rollout came with conditions. For public safety, those who refused the jab lost access to banks, public transportation, and official documentation. Within a month, entire swathes of the unvaccinated population found themselves in a twilight zone, forced to scavenge or rely on black market services just to survive. Amid the chaos, Agent Silas Rourke continued his secret investigation. By day, he donned his BFI credentials, working on official compliance enforcement tasks. By night, he devoured every new sliver of intel he could glean from that hush-hush file, Project Paragon. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the puzzle became. Encrypted references hinted at something hidden within the vaccine, a nano-emitter that lodged in the brain's limbic system. One internal document read, "Neurological regulation markers confirm mild sedation of aggression, increased docility, potential for broader cognitive modulation pending further trials." Silas felt physically ill reading these words. Could the government have hijacked a public health crisis to deploy a mind-altering device at scale? He needed answers. Over a secure channel, he messaged the elusive doctor, Liana Suresh, the scientist named in the files. She responded in short, coded texts, reluctant to trust him. Finally, after days of careful back and forth, she agreed to meet at an abandoned warehouse near the old docks. Silas arrived half an hour early, scanning the shadows for signs of a tail. No drones overhead, no suspicious vehicles. He waited under a flickering street lamp, the smell of salt water and rust filling the air. When Liana Suresh emerged, she wore a hooded jacket, her face partly obscured by a mask. Only her eyes were visible, tired, guarded, yet undeniably brilliant. She gave Silas a once-over, keeping a hand near her coat pocket. Possibly she carried a stun gun or pepper spray. Without greeting, she said in a hushed tone, "Why should I believe you're not with them?" Silas replied with the only currency that mattered, truth. He produced the flash drive and recited data from the files, his voice laced with quiet desperation. Liana's expression shifted from suspicion to grim acknowledgement. "I was part of the early design team for VX-73, she confessed. "They told me it was to protect against a future pandemic, some advanced deterrent that would strengthen national security. We manipulated certain genetic markers to ensure the virus targeted specific alveolar receptors, but none of us realized the real plan, to unleash it upon the public." Her words ignited a spark of horror within Silas. He asked about the vaccine's rumoured mind control aspect. Liana hesitated, inhaling a shaky breath. "It's not mind control, at least not in the sense of puppet strings. It's, well, it lowers inhibitions, fosters compliance, makes people more susceptible to suggestions. Over time, it can dull critical thinking. They want a populace too numb to resist." Tremors ran through Silas. Even with his suspicions, hearing it plainly stated felt like a blow to the gut. They spoke in hushed tones for another hour, Liana finally handing him a battered thumb drive containing her original notes, the unredacted version that proved VX-73's artificial origin and the presence of a compliance mechanism in the vaccine. "If they find you with this, you won't get a trial. They'll vanish you," she warned. From the surrounding gloom, a rat scurried across the broken concrete. Silas realized how precarious everything was, the squeaking rodent in the dark, the quiet lapping of the tide behind them, his own racing heartbeat. Danger lurked behind every shadow. Sensing they could stay no longer, the pair parted ways, promising to regroup soon. Back at the BFI, Silas carefully compartmentalized his roles: obedient agent in the daylight, clandestine researcher after hours. Meanwhile, the nation's capital sank deeper into fear-driven militarization. Propaganda played ceaselessly on loudspeakers. Stay safe, stay indoors, trust the cure. Curfew drones soared over empty streets, shining bright beams to catch anyone outside after sundown. Social media platforms became inundated with pro-government messages, while dissenting posts vanished, labelled as threatening misinformation. Those who complied enjoyed a semblance of normalcy. Restaurants reopened for vaccinated patrons, businesses resumed for employees who presented a scannable immunity pass. Yet they all seemed more subdued, less likely to ask questions about privacy intrusions or the ever-increasing powers of the NSB. It was as though a hush had fallen over society, as if curiosity had been collectively tranquilized. Within government circles, Director Vance Halcor emerged as a national hero. Public polls, at least those broadcast on official channels, showed near universal support for his bold measures. He'd saved millions of lives, the anchors repeated. He'd stabilized the economy. He was proof that unwavering resolve could defeat chaos. Not a single mention of the billions in profits the corporate donors raked in, nor a hint about hidden modifications to the Unity serum. As the days passed, Silas found it harder to hide the turmoil in his gaze. He saw colleagues in the hallway, wearing forced smiles, praising Halcor's leadership. He noticed how many had begun to project a certain eerie calm, like their personal anxieties had evaporated. Could it be the effect of the serum? Silas tested a co-worker with a subtle question. Ever wonder why the lockdown measures ramped up so fast before the outbreak peaked? The man's eyes glazed momentarily, then he simply shrugged. Doesn't matter, O'Rourke. They keep us safe. He returned to his desk, more convinced than ever that Halcor's master plan was in full swing. The virus was the perfect storm to usher in sweeping surveillance and push a mind-numbing serum to the masses. And the BFI was part of it, or at least complicit in bearing the truth. He could keep quiet, or he could do the unthinkable and blow this wide open, risking everything in the process. One evening, Silas found a sealed envelope slipped beneath his apartment door. Inside, a single typed line. "This is bigger than you think. They see all." The bottom edge was marked with an obscure symbol, a circle with a diagonal slash, like a stylized zero. He'd seen it once in a classified file referencing an underground resistance network. If these rebels wanted to contact him, it meant they believed he might be an ally. The tension hammered in his chest. He was dancing on a razor's edge. His loyalty to the Bureau, his conscience the unfolding nightmare. Taking a shaky breath, he powered up his laptop. A series of pings indicated a new assignment in his BFI inbox. Track down a subversive known for smuggling contraband medical supplies. Silas realised with a jolt that the suspect's name had been flagged in Dr. Liana Suresh's notes. Another piece connecting the puzzle, and another reason the Bureau might soon brand him a traitor. He closed the laptop. Outside, the city lights glowed, reflecting off dark clouds pregnant with the threat of a new storm. If he hesitated much longer, it might be too late for everyone. The seeds of control had already sprouted, and every day they dug deeper roots into the world. Agent Silas Rourke watched from a distance as the unvaccinated families huddled together in the crumbling outskirts of Old Glendale. The press had labelled it a containment zone, but locals called it a human dumping ground. Living conditions were dire, sporadic power, limited sanitation, and roving squads of Unity enforcers scanning for anyone who might have hidden a child or avoided mandatory updates on vaccination status. The air crackled with dread. Days earlier, Silas had steeled himself to reach out to the symbol-bearing group implied by that cryptic envelope. If they were an underground resistance, maybe they could help him get the truth out. He had no illusions about personal safety. Once he exposed the deception behind VX-73 and Unity serum, the entire apparatus of the National Stabilization Bureau would come crashing down on him. But each time he pictured the slumped figures in these zones, cast aside for refusing a forced injection, his resolve hardened. Through a secure channel, he arranged a meeting with a contact who went by the codename Sparrow. The location, an old print shop with boarded-up windows, rumoured to have once published subversive newspapers. Silas made sure to lose any trailing drones or BFI watchers by weaving through side streets. He wore a hooded coat, his respirator mask pulled high to conceal half his face. Inside the print shop, the musty smell of ink and paper still lingered. Boxes of unused flyers leaned against dusty presses. A dim light revealed a short figure in a makeshift black scarf. Sparrow. Their voice was muffled but direct. "You're late." Silas exhaled, nerves crackling. "I had to shake a drone." Sparrow nodded, then led him to a small back room. It was here Silas found half a dozen other figures, all clad in dark, worn clothes. A battered laptop sat on a folding table. A tangle of cables connected it to a generator. One by one, they introduced themselves with code names: Rook, Nightshade, Sahara, a clandestine cell of journalists, medics, and rogue programmers dedicated to fighting the government's stranglehold. "I have proof," Silas said, placing Dr. Liana Suresh's files on the table. "The virus was engineered, and the vaccine is rigged to manipulate behaviour." Silence fell over the group. The gravity of his statement hung in the stale air. Finally Sparrow spoke. "We've suspected as much. Over the past month we've been collecting testimonies, people complaining of unusual mental fog, the inability to feel strong emotions after receiving the serum. We even have ex-military sources who claim the NSB is funneling billions into a new wave of surveillance tech, but we needed a smoking gun. This might be it." Each set of eyes fixated on Silas. He handed them a flash drive, explaining how it contained Liana's unaltered research logs plus the Project Paragon blueprint. The group quickly scanned the data, verifying its authenticity. The sense of tension and excitement in the room was palpable. "We'll need to broadcast this globally," said Rook, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses. "Not just post it. They have near total control over social media and mainstream outlets. We have to do something big, something they can't shut down in seconds." Nightshade tapped a map pinned to the wall, indicating a location in the Sierra Mountains. "This is an old radio tower with shortwave capabilities. We can piggyback on a communications satellite if we rig the hardware just right. It's off-grid, but the area's crawling with patrols. If we can get there, We can push the entire data set to thousands of independent radio operators around the globe. Within minutes, it'll be mirrored 100-fold. Sparrow turned to Silas. We'll need you, your credentials, your knowledge of infiltration routes. We can't pull this off alone. Are you in? Silas hesitated only a moment, the weight of countless nights of doubt pressing him forward. Yes, he breathed. I'm in. They set the plan in motion. Step 1. Connect with Dr. Liana Suresh. She alone could validate the data on air, lending credibility to the leak. Step 2. Slip past the increased security net. The BFI had ramped up its internal manhunt for domestic threats, with Silas among the top suspects. Step 3. Drive cross-country using an underground route, flipping vehicles and forging new IDs along the way. Step 4. Ascend to the tower, circumvent security drones, and broadcast the files before the NSB realised what was happening. It sounded near impossible. Then again, they had no alternative. If they failed, the public might never learn the truth. The entire world could sink deeper into a docile acceptance of government decrees, enslaved by illusions of safety. Before dawn the following day, Silas discreetly left the BFI headquarters for the last time. He burned the few personal belongings that might link him to known associates. He carried only a go-bag stuffed with his essentials, a sidearm, extra ammunition, false IDs, basic medical supplies, and a small encrypted drive. Meeting Sparrow's team in a secluded alley, they set off in a nondescript cargo van toward Dr. Liana Suresh's hidden location. When they found her, she was in a state of near panic. One of her old lab colleagues had just been found dead, officially from VX-73 complications, though Liana suspected a targeted assassination. She greeted Silas with trembling relief, and after a brief rundown of the plan, she agreed to come. The group moved swiftly, forging through back roads, switching to new vehicles at safe houses. They travelled by night, resting in abandoned barns or shuttered motels. Each day brought fresh headlines about subversive infiltration, plastering Silas's BFI photo on every digital screen with the label "Wanted for Treason." One by one, the safe houses fell under assault. Word reached them that many in the resistance network were disappearing. The official story had exposure incidents, but they knew the truth. The government was eliminating anyone who dared challenge the status quo. Then tragedy struck within Silas's own group. On a rainy evening, they were ambushed by a special ops squad while crossing through a ravine. 3 of their companions, Sahara, Nightshade and Rook, were gunned down amid the blackened mud and pouring rain. Silas, Sparrow and Liana barely escaped with their lives, forced to leave everything behind. The heartbreak of losing them nearly paralysed the survivors, but there was no time to grieve. The mission had to continue. Battered and exhausted, the trio found refuge in a remote cabin belonging to an off-grid doctor sympathetic to the cause. They tended each other's wounds and mourned in sombre silence. Liana said in a trembling voice, "They died believing in something real. We can't let their sacrifice be in vain." Outside, the wind howled across the dark pines, as though the forest itself lamented the world's descent into madness. Silas stared at the flickering lantern light on the cabin wall, a single question echoing through his mind. Was it even possible to succeed against such overwhelming power? Only one path remained: press forward or let tyranny reign unchallenged. When dawn came, grey and cold, Silas Rourke, Liana Suresh and Sparrow prepared for their final push. They had enough fuel and supplies to make it to the Sierra Mountains, the site of the old radio tower. The plan was desperate: break into the facility, override the station's analog systems, and beam the unredacted Project Paragon files across multiple frequencies. If they managed even a few minutes of broadcast, it could be enough to spark a chain reaction of revelations around the globe. But the National Stabilization Bureau and the BFI were done playing cat and mouse. The day Silas had fled, DIRSIN Director Vance Halcor had activated something called the Silence Protocol. a draconian directive that authorized lethal force against any suspected misinformation agents. The official pretext: they threatened public safety and national security. That morning, the NSB seized control of the entire state media apparatus. They declared a level 3 lockdown in all areas believed to harbour conspirators. Through a stolen feed, Silas watched Halcor's latest broadcast. The director stood at a podium flanked by stern-faced officers. "We are at war against a virus, both biological and ideological," he intoned. "We cannot allow a small band of anarchists to undermine our unified response. The new protocol is for the safety of us all." In the background, the NSB insignia shone ominously, a stylized eagle clutching a syringe in one talon and a shield in the other. Undeterred, Silas, Liana and Sparrow set out. They avoided main roads, weaving through Forest Service trails and dilapidated back routes. Sometimes they passed small clusters of houses with boarded windows, the silent inhabitants too frightened to emerge. Overhead, the skies held the threat of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for a final confrontation. Midway through their journey, they encountered an unmanned checkpoint with an automated turret. The device scanned for vehicle transponders that matched authorized vaccine IDs. Of course, their stolen car carried no such ID. The turret activated. Bullets shattered the windshield, forcing them to abandon the car. They scrambled for cover in the nearby woods. Although Sparrow took a grazing shot to the shoulder, they managed to disable the turret by hacking its circuit box from behind. Out of breath, pulse hammering, they continued on foot, forging a path through the thickening forest. By dusk, they reached the slopes leading to the old radio tower. The structure loomed on a ridge above the tree line, its silhouette like a jagged sentinel against the darkening sky. Silas knew from stolen schematics that the tower's broadcasting equipment still functioned, albeit on emergency power. The next challenge: the cluster of heavily armed drones swirling overhead. Huddled behind a large boulder, 3 conspirators surveyed the scene. The tower stood behind a chain-link fence lined with razor wire. A single guard post at the main gate bristled with sensors. Several black SUVs were parked by the facility's entrance. This was no ghost station. The BFI or NSB had anticipated their move. Lights glowed ominously in the windows. They'd walked into a trap. Sparrow's face, partially shadowed by a hood, was stoic. "We can't just walk away now. We'll never get another chance." Liana, her trembling hands betraying her fear, nodded. "I can handle the tower's interior systems. If you can keep them off my back, I'll get the broadcast live." Silas clenched his jaw. He could feel the weight of the fallen friends who had fought and died for this. "Let's do it," he said, chambering a round in his sidearm. They timed their approach to slip between drones, scaling a rocky outcrop behind the fence. Once in position, Sparrow used wire cutters to snip through the chain link. The alarm was immediate, a shrill fiend ripping through the air. Flashlights bobbed in the darkness, voices shouting. They sprinted for the tower's rear entrance. Gunfire echoed as the guard station unleashed a volley. Their hearts thundered. Slivers of bullet impact sparked off the metal scaffolding. Silas returned fire, not aiming to kill, but to suppress. A guard collapsed with a cry, while others dove behind cover. Liana, adrenaline coursing through her veins, ducked beneath a half-raised security shutter and slipped into the tower's main corridor. Inside, ancient wiring snaked along walls plastered with peeling paint. Flickering emergency lights revealed a central control room. Liana lunged at the control panel, typing frantically to override passcodes. She plugged in the flash drive, eyes scanning lines of code. Sparrow hovered by the doorway, pistol drawn, scanning for pursuers. Suddenly, a staccato burst of gunfire rattled the hall. Sparrow fired back, giving Silas time to slam a door shut and wedge a broken chair beneath the handle. Sweat poured down his temples. "Hurry, Liana," he gasped, holding his side from a grazing bullet wound. Her fingers danced across the console. "I'm uploading now, transferring everything to the shortwave frequency. We're pushing it to ham operators worldwide. They'll replicate it across data networks we can't even track. A swirl of static hissed from overhead speakers, punctuated by electric pops. Then it happened. A thunderous blow tore the door off its hinges. BFI soldiers in dark tactical gear poured into the control room. Sparrow fired once, twice, but was tackled to the ground. The muzzle flash illuminated Director Halcor himself, stepping through the smoke, flanked by heavily armed agents. His cold, piercing gaze found Silas, as if marking a final betrayal. Liana managed to press one last keystroke. "Transmission at 90%!" she shouted, triumphant desperation in her voice, but in a flash a bullet ripped through her chest. She staggered, gasping, blood staining her clothes. Silas, consumed by fury, raised his weapon. Before he could steer, a bullet tore into his shoulder, spinning him to the floor. Blood roaring in his ears, he saw Halcor approach. "You should have stayed loyal, Rourke," the director said softly, pistol aimed. "Look at the chaos you've caused. All for what? Lies. You think you're saving them from fear, but fear is what binds society together. Without it, we have anarchy." Across the console, a blinking message glowed. Transmission completed. Silas let out a ragged breath. It was done. The world would see. He glimpsed Liana's form crumpled on the floor, eyes fluttering closed. Soldiers pinned him down, muzzle pressed against his head. Darkness danced at the edges of his vision, cold seeping through every nerve. Yet he clung to a single thought. At least the truth was out there now. Whether or not it would matter, no one could say, but for a moment he felt a faint glimmer of hope, overshadowed by the sting of betrayal and the stench of blood. Then came the shot, and everything went black. Morning broke over a city in turmoil. Media outlets across the globe received a sudden influx of bizarre files labelled Project Paragon. Blueprints, memos, emails exposing the orchestrated nature of the VX-73 outbreak and the manipulative design of Unity Serum. For a few breathless hours, independent stations and citizen journalists shared the trove, appalled at the revelations. Social media feeds erupted with shock, anger and confusion, but the official response was swift and merciless. Government spokespeople denounced the leaked materials as AI-generated misinformation designed to sabotage public health efforts. Fact-checkers from major media networks, many owned by the same corporations complicit in the scheme, released scathing articles questioning the authenticity of the files. The NSB dismissed the entire broadcast as a last-ditch effort by domestic terrorists, claiming the real objective was to discredit life-saving measures and sow chaos. Director Vance Halcor made another nationwide address, insisting that the virus was real, which it was in a way, and that the vaccine remained humanity's only hope. He claimed that unscrupulous actors, like Silas Rourke, had exploited the crisis to promote anti-government hysteria. Screens across the nation showed Silas's face next to the words, "He lied to protect you." The tagline implied that Rourke's so-called evidence was not only fraudulent, but a dangerous attempt to undermine everything the people had sacrificed for. Within hours, mainstream platforms scrubbed all references to Project Paragon. Accounts that posted the files were suspended or banned. The media repeated a unified refrain. The single source of truth is the NSB. Large swathes of the public, already terrified and half sedated by the vaccine's compliance mechanism, swallowed the official line. Protests flared in a few cities, but they were quickly quelled by an emboldened security apparatus. Drones circled overhead, delivering gas canisters that dispersed any crowds. Some corners of the internet, especially fringe communities in the dark web, continued dissecting the files, finding them alarmingly consistent with known events. A handful of renegade journalists tried to publish stories or host live streams with doctors who'd seen the side effects firsthand, but each digital channel soon vanished, labelled a threat to national stability or hammered by bot armies that drowned the truth in spurious disclaimers. Meanwhile, in the hush of a suburban neighbourhood, a woman wearing a black armband stepped out of a government vehicle to deliver condolences to Silas's next of kin. The official story: he had died in a terrorist shootout while attempting to sabotage vital infrastructure. No mention of the bullet that ended him with Director Halcor standing overhead, or of the battered body of Dr. Liana Suresh found nearby. The Bureau of Federal Integrity updated its internal logs, listing Silas Rourke as deceased traitor to the state. And that was that. The world churned on, battered by more virus mutations. The vaccine was rebranded with updates, Unity Serum Plus, promising an even safer tomorrow. New mandates required that all children receive the serum upon turning 5 years old. Biometric scanners became ubiquitous. One needed only a palm scan or retina check to buy groceries, open bank accounts, or pass through transit gates. Privacy, it seemed, was a distant memory from a more innocent age. Yet pockets of doubt refused to be extinguished. Whispers spread in the hush of hidden gatherings, in hushed basement chats or encrypted group threads. Some had witnessed the brutal arrests of those who dared question the system. Others recalled loved ones who changed after taking the serum, becoming pliant, losing the spark of curiosity. They recounted flickering glimpses of the Project Paragon files before everything was shut down. The question lingered: had Silas Rourke and Dr. Liana Suresh exposed the greatest deception in modern history, only to be discredited by a well-oiled propaganda machine? In a small classroom on the outskirts of a major city, a teacher stood before rows of young students, all wearing mandated masks. Posters on the walls depicted a bright, sanitized-toned future, each featuring the NSB emblem and the phrase, "Order through unity, safety through silence." The teacher's gentle monotone instructed the children on the virtues of cooperation and the dangers of subversive thought. She tapped a touchscreen that displayed short videos praising Director Halcor's heroism against the dreaded VX-73. At the back of the classroom, a quiet child named Elias fiddled with the corner of his desk, glancing away from the screen. His gaze settled on a faded poster peeling off the far wall, an old public safety bulletin featuring Silas Rourke. The words "he lied to protect you" were stenciled across the man's stern face. For reasons Elias couldn't articulate, he felt a pang of curiosity. Who was Silas Rourke, really? Why did the man's eyes in the poster look so determined, even beneath the scrawled condemnation? The teacher never mentioned him except to parrot the official line, "He sowed confusion, he endangered our unity." Yet Elias felt an inexplicable sense that there was more to the story. The child blinked, shifting in his seat as the teacher droned on about national heroes. Outside the window, the sun shone on a row of silent drones passing overhead. The hush of compliance blanketed the world, broken only by faint echoes of those who once cried out for truth. Did Silas Rourke really lie, or was he telling a truth too dangerous to be heard? At recess, while the other children lined up for their biometric scanning, Elias lingered by a worn patch of grass, letting the sun warm his face. The wind whispered across the playground, carrying with it the ghost of a question. He closed his eyes, imagining for a moment a different world, one shaped by the knowledge rather than fear, connection rather than silence. The fleeting vision vanished as a safety officer called his name, scanning a code on his wristband. Then the moment was gone. Far away, in a government archive warehouse, the battered remains of Silas Rourke's personal effects lay sealed in a box. Among them, an encrypted data drive that no official had bothered to open. It held echoes of a man's last stand, his unwavering conviction that the public deserved to know the truth behind VX-73 and Unity Serum. And maybe somewhere, somehow, those echoes might still resonate in the hearts of the few brave souls who refused to let doubt die. Years later, in the quiet gloom of a shuttered radio station deep in the mountains, a teenage boy stumbled upon a dusty crate marked with faded letters. SR. Inside, he found an old laptop and a series of scribbled notes. When he booted the machine, surprisingly still functional thanks to an ancient generator, a final video file blinked onto the screen. Silas Rourke appeared, face drawn, eyes resolute. His recorded voice spoke like a message in a bottle from a lost era. "I'm not sure if you'll ever see this, but if you do, then you know the official story about VX-73 and Unity Serum was a lie. We tried to warn the world about the real agenda, not just to cure a pandemic, but to tighten a grip on every aspect of human life. And if you found this, you might be willing to stand up where we fell. Static crackled across the screen. Silas continued, quieter now. You were never supposed to know, but now that you do, what will you choose? The video ended abruptly, leaving the boy staring at the final frozen frame of Silas's determined face. Outside, the drone of wind echoed along the ridge. Clutching the notes, the team took a trembling breath, feeling the weight of a legacy that demanded courage. He glanced at the peeling label on the crate. Project Paragon Files. A spark of possibility flickered in his eyes, hope that maybe, just maybe, truth could yet break through the silence. And so another story began. In Bloodline, the boy who exposed the light, that someone is Elias Vance, a child of wealth, fated to challenge power so old it feels eternal. Now turn down the lights, keep your curiosity alive, and stay with me through the next 5 parts as we step onto a hidden stage where ancient secrets collide with modern ambition. And if your mind begins to drift into that liminal space between waking and sleeping, let the story gently guide you there. Because sometimes, the best truths are the ones we find in the quiet hours when the rest of the world is fast asleep. From an early age, Elias Vance learned that his world was not like other children's. While classmates talked about weekend movie outings and beach trips, Elias's weekends might involve stepping onto a private jet for a family retreat in a centuries-old chateau. The hush that enveloped these retreats was as thick as the old tapestries on the walls. Murals depicted robed figures offering cryptic symbols under moonlight. In corners, servants moved silently, their eyes lowered, as if afraid to meet his gaze. His father, Victor Vance, was a towering figure with a voice like cold steel. Victor exuded control. Even in casual conversation, he never truly relaxed. "We are Vances," he'd say during father-son talks in the study. "Our lineage stretches back to those who shaped history's greatest empires. We hold knowledge that few can imagine, but knowledge is worthless without discipline." He emphasized that last word with a cautionary edge, as though discipline was a shield between greatness and downfall. At age 8, Elias caught glimpses of gatherings in the mansion's hidden chambers. Figures in dark suits and formal gowns murmured in low voices, symbols carved onto the wooden floors. Once he saw his father conducting what looked like a candlelit ritual, men and women chanting in unison, swirling incense filling the air, and an ancient crest inscribed on the central stone tile. The crest bore an eye set within a pyramid-like shape, a design that seemed to watch from the gloom. Elias felt a mix of awe and unease. When he asked about it the next day, Victor's jaw tightened. "You saw nothing. Speak of it again, and there will be consequences," he warned. The boy swallowed his curiosity, frightened by his father's seldom-used sternness. School days brought their own peculiarities. Elias attended an elite academy where peers came from political dynasties, oil magnates or old money families. They formed cliques around shared nannies, family alliances, or whispered rumours of "our parents run the world." Yet Elias never felt fully at ease. There was always an invisible barrier, like he was an actor playing a role he didn't grasp. Teachers treated him with reverence tinged with fear, awarding him accolades with suspicious eagerness. He noticed how, whenever he faced a problem, administrators smoothed it over with a phone call to the Vance household. Around his 15th birthday, the illusions grew starker. A lavish masked ball took place in the mansion, full of guests wearing gold-trimmed masks shaped like falcons, owls, or serpents. Midnight struck, and Elias watched from a hidden balcony as the guests formed a circle around a raised platform. At its centre stood his father, arms outstretched, reciting words in Latin, words about tradition, continuity, and the balance of the bloodline. Then a vow was repeated in unison by the group. Servire ad perpetuam ordinem. Serve the perpetual order. That night, his father revealed just enough for Elias to guess at the truth. "We are part of a long lineage that ensures stability in a chaotic world," Victor said, brandy swirling in a crystal glass. "Our family invests in certain endeavours that shape the course of nations. One day, you'll stand in that circle." Elias's stomach churned with questions. But how? Why? Who are these people? His father's stiff posture never wavered. "You'll understand when you come of age." The more Elias listened, the more he recognised that this wasn't mere philanthropy or business networking. It was a system, centuries old, veiled in secrecy, and protected by vast wealth. Each time he tried to raise concerns, Victor dismissed them as youthful ignorance. "You must learn to see the world through the lens of power," he insisted. "The masses can't handle the real illusions. They need their illusions. Democracy, free markets, freedom. We provide it." Elias turned 18 with a swirl of contradictory emotions. A birthday party was staged in a lavish hall, replete with dignitaries, foreign ambassadors, corporate CEOs, almost none of them truly known to him as individuals. They called him Young Master, gave him gifts representing ancient lineages, a ring engraved with arcane symbols, a leather-bound book of codes, a scepter-like baton rumoured to be an artefact from some obscure realm. Instead of joy, Elias felt overshadowed by the legacy they projected onto him. Late that evening, as the last guest departed, Victor summoned him to the old library. Moonlight filtered through stained glass, painting the dusty bookshelves in shifting colours. On the table lay a thick handwritten tome titled Bloodline. Its pages recorded genealogies, secret treaties, references to cryptic events that shaped global politics. Elias thumbed through them, stumbling upon references to wars manipulated from behind the scenes, markets crashed or propped up with hidden funds, elections swayed by strategic leaks. The tome reeked of conspiracy come alive. Victor placed a hand on Elias's shoulder. "You're no longer a child. Today, you join the ranks of those who guard humanity from itself. This is the truth, Elias. The world is run by illusions. Our family is among the illusions' caretakers. It's a burden, but also a privilege." He paused, letting the gravity of the words settle. "Should you betray these secrets, you betray our entire lineage." Elias gazed at the swirling text, heartsick. The illusions he'd glimpsed as a child now crystallized. They were the illusions that shaped governments, economies, and technology itself. But how much suffering had these illusions wrought? The library walls pressed in, heavy with the hush of ancestral watchers, as if the paintings and old busts were silently judging him. He exhaled. nodding his acceptance outwardly, but a kernel of doubt took root. Could a single family, indeed a single global circle, truly claim the right to manipulate billions of lives? Even if they believed it was for stability, who decided how far was too far? That night, Elias tossed in bed, haunted by the vow he'd effectively taken. The sense of destiny weighed on him, yet so did an unspoken conflict. Would he be a caretaker of illusions, or a breaker of them? He drifted off to dreams of shadowy gatherings and puppet strings controlling entire nations. Somewhere in that swirling dreamscape he resolved, I have to learn more. I have to see how deep these roots go before I can decide my own path. Years passed in a blur of refined academia and stealth training. Under the watchful eye of his father, Victor Vance, Elias mastered the art of measured speech, network building, and clandestine negotiation. He studied finance at an exclusive university, though study was a loose term, given how the professors bent over backward to accommodate him. In parallel, private tutors introduced him to off-the-books lessons, infiltration, cryptography, crisis economics, and psychological manipulation. By age 25, Elias had become a rising star in the family's conglomerate, Vance Global Holdings. He was admired for his visionary approaches, but behind the scenes, he was fulfilling tasks orchestrated by the Circle, the Illuminati in a council. They assigned him missions, quietly cornering a foreign telecom market to ensure data control in a strategic region, or engineering public opinion through a chain of media acquisitions. Elias performed with efficiency, but each success left a bitter aftertaste. Then came an assignment that tipped the scales of his conscience. The Circle demanded the sabotage of a philanthropic foundation's energy project, which threatened to disrupt the established oil market. The technology offered a cheap, renewable source of power that could empower developing nations, cutting ties to the current global framework. The Circle viewed it as a risk to balance. Elias recognized it as beneficial to humanity. They insisted, stifle it, use lawsuits, smear campaigns, bribed inspections, shut it down. He carried out the sabotage with chilling precision, yet the guilt gnawed at him. Over weeks, the Foundation's labs were raided on spurious legal grounds, their funding dried up overnight, their lead scientist discredited. Watching bright-eyed innovators turned into pariahs twisted Elias's stomach. He saw how easily the Circle's weight could crush hope. One evening, Elias rummaged through a sealed archive in the Vance Mansion's depths, a place he'd been warned never to approach. There he found an old digital repository labelled with an innocuous name, Global Project Summaries. Once opened, it revealed hundreds of files referencing orchestrated wars, rigged elections, suppressed cures for diseases, and financial bubbles manufactured then burst at will. Some files dated back decades, others centuries. The earliest ones were accounts of secret alliances that shaped entire dynasties in Europe, coded references to Masonic subgroups, and diaries of men who believed themselves custodians of civilization's destiny. Elias felt as if the ground under him had cracked wide open. The foundation for so many tragedies, famines, conflicts, diseased economies, lay documented in these pages. Each heartbreak in the public sphere might have a hidden impetus traced back to these halls. It was bigger than just his father or one family. This was a multi-generational machine fueled by the arrogance of "we know best." Over the next months, Elias feigned loyalty while quietly copying data onto encrypted drives. He needed someone to confirm the authenticity. That led him to an investigative journalist named Ava Monroe. For years, she'd been delving into conspiracies about a hidden hand shaping global events. Elias reached out under a pseudonym, feeding her small tidbits, like how certain politicians reverse stances overnight after receiving calls from unnamed consultants. Ava was initially skeptical, but the evidence was compelling enough to make her keep listening. They established a clandestine communication line. using obscure cryptographic protocols. Elias would drop file snippets, Ava would pass them, cross-check them with her own leads. Soon, her doubts evaporated. "This is real," she whispered during a voice message. "I've never seen anything this damning." Simultaneously, the Circle assigned Elias to a new mission: help orchestrate a soft regime change in a resource-rich African nation by controlling its currency supply. The plan would topple a democratically elected leader, installing a puppet regime friendly to Western oil interests. Elias felt revulsion. He realized the Circle's illusions came at the cost of countless lives. People starved or lost freedoms so the Circle could keep order. A pivotal turning point arrived when an associate in the Circle casually boasted about orchestrating a minor coup decades prior. The man's arrogance, the callous disregard for human life, jarred Elias. "We do what's necessary," the associate said with a smug grin. "If we let naive do-gooders run amok, the world collapses. We're the watchers on the wall." That was the final straw. Elias decided to not just leak minor details, but to lay bare the entire truth. A complete reveal. He confided in Ava more directly. Though they never met in person, a mutual trust formed through their coded chats. "I'm going to blow the lid on everything," he told her. "I have the archives. Decades of conspiracies, proof of global manipulation. Once the world sees it, they can't unsee it." She warned him. "They'll come for you. They may kill you." Elias's jaw clenched. "I know, but it must be done." As his father's next big ceremony approached, a final step in grooming him for a seat on the Circle's inner council, Elias pretended compliance. Meanwhile, Ava quietly enlisted other journalists and whistleblowers, planning an online drop of data timed with Elias's personal video confession. The risk was monumental. The Circle's intelligence networks were vast, but Elias believed in the unstoppable power of truth once unleashed globally. During a private dinner, Victor Vance made a toast to Elias's upcoming induction. "Son, I've never been prouder. Soon you'll stand among the elders, shaping tomorrow." Elias raised his glass, forcing a smile. Beneath the table, his palms sweated. He pictured the thousands of families torn apart by manipulated wars, the innovators silenced, the great leaps in technology withheld for decades. He realized he was about to betray all he was raised to be, and yet it felt like a liberation. That night, alone in his suite, he recorded the first draft of a confession video. He spoke plainly. "My name is Elias Vance. My family leads part of a global network that has influenced history's darkest chapters, but I no longer believe in their cause. Here's the evidence." He carefully enumerated key documents, naming names, explaining how resources were controlled, how illusions of democracy were propped up. When he finished, he stared at the camera, heart pounding. This was his truth, laid bare. His phone pinged with a message from Ava. "We're ready. Once we get your final go, the entire world sees it." Elias typed back, "Tomorrow, after the Circle's gathering. I'll send the final file, then there's no turning back." He gazed out the window at the city lights. A hush fell on him, both fear and resolve. The illusions binding him since childhood would soon unravel. He thought of the countless secret ceremonies. The hush in the old corridors. Was the real hush about to begin, the hush that might follow his final breath? He forced the thought away, focusing on the mission. "Let them come," he whispered to the silent room. "I'll step into the light no matter the cost." The day of the Circle's grand gathering arrived, thick with pomp and tradition. Held in a remote estate rumoured to have once hosted the likes of Templar Knights, the event was a swirl of black tie formality and arcane rites. Elias travelled with his father in a sleek car convoy, every occupant under strict instruction to surrender phones or cameras upon arrival. The Circle's no technology rule ensured secrecy, but Elias had prepared a subtle workaround. He wore a watch embedded with a covert data transmitter. It looked like a high-end timepiece, but inside was a micro SD card loaded with the entire archive. He'd deliver the final upload command once he stepped away from watchful eyes. The tension pressed on him like a vice. They arrived at twilight. The estate, lit by torches, cast dancing shadows across manicured lawns. Inside, corridors led to a grand hall with a domed ceiling painted with allegorical figures. Gods, angels, demons, all swirling in cosmic battle. Elias's footsteps echoed as he followed his father, who was in an almost euphoric mood. "Tonight," Victor said in a low voice, "you prove your loyalty to the lineage. I trust no second thoughts plague you." Elias forced a measured nod. "I'm ready." But inwardly his heart thundered. He surveyed the hall, men in tailored suits, women in floor-length gowns, each exuding an air of unchallenged dominance. Whispers drifted through the air, plans for economic adjustments, policy alignments, and targeted asset acquisitions, the language of quiet dominion. At the centre, a circular dais, a handful of seats for the elders, Victor Vance among them. Once everyone settled, the ceremony began. Elias watched as the High Elder led a ritual invocation, chanting about guardianship of the grand design, referencing an archaic oath that signified their ancient lineage. Then came the moment for Elias's induction. He stepped forward, forcing composure as the High Elder placed a ring etched with the eye in a triangle onto his finger. Applause followed, polite, measured, and ever so final. He bowed. On the outside, a dutiful scion accepting his inherited role. Inside, a rebel who was about to push the nuclear button of truth. As the formalities concluded, the assembly transitioned to informal discussions, sipping rare wines and analysing current affairs. Elias excused himself to the library, feigning a desire for solitude to reflect. No one questioned it. In that quiet library, he activated his watch's hidden function. The micro SD card inside contained a script set to release the entire trove to global servers, along with a personal video statement. He tapped the watch's face, once, twice, thrice, entering a hidden code. A small LED blinked. A jolt of adrenaline ripped through him. It's happening. The data was beaming to multiple fail-safe servers. Meanwhile, a link was heading to Ava Munro, who'd be ready to disseminate it across decentralized networks, ensuring the world saw it. Within minutes, the illusions of the circle would be laid bare. He took a trembling breath. No turning back now. He pictured the stunned faces that would soon realize the unthinkable betrayal. Pictured also the countless innocents who might awaken to the manipulations overshadowing their lives. He prayed the revelations would spark a real shift, not just more confusion. Quiet footsteps behind. He whirled. Victor Vance stood in the doorway, arms folded. "Son," he said quietly, "you seem uneasy. Something you wish to share?" Elias's throat constricted. Did his father suspect? "I'm fine, father. Just overwhelmed by the ceremony." Victor approached, eyes piercing. "Your induction signals more than ceremony. It's about trust. I sense hesitation in you. Are you truly loyal to what we stand for?" The question felt loaded, as though a hidden test. Elias forced steadiness. "I am loyal to the legacy, as I must be," but Victor's gaze hardened. "You must be honest with me. The Council monitors every signal. We have watchers across the net. There was a disturbance in the data flow a moment ago." A chill ran down Elias's spine. He forced an even tone. "Probably just routine disruptions. The estate signal jammers are finicky." A tense silence. Then Victor gestured for Elias to follow him back to the main hall. "Come, we should rejoin the others. We'll see if any anomalies arise." The subtext was clear. If they do, we'll know it's you. Heart pounding, Elias complied. In the hall, guests engaged in hushed conversation. Everyone carried a sense of watchfulness. No overt sign of panic. Maybe the data drop was still in motion. He had to maintain his composure. Soon the circle's illusions would shatter worldwide, and he needed to act normal for as long as possible. 30 minutes into the gathering, a senior council member, a corporate titan, abruptly took a phone call. His expression soured. He conferred with another elder. Small ripples of concern flickered through the crowd. Elias recognized the moment. They discovered the leak. He braced for the storm. Indeed, a murmur spread. Phones beeped discreetly. Some of these powerful figures broke the no-device rule to track global developments. Whispers. Major data breach. Widespread conspiracies. References to the Vance family? Tension soared. The High Elder demanded calm. We must isolate the source. A hush fell as eyes flickered around, scanning for a traitor. Elias tried not to quake under the suspicion. He caught Victor's gaze, stern, searching. The father realized something was amiss. Then a shot of real fear in his eyes. He knows it's me, Elias thought. Victor lunged forward, quietly seizing Elias's wrist. What have you done? He growled, voice low so the others wouldn't hear. Elias stared back, voice trembling but unwavering. What had to be done? The world deserves the truth. Victor's face twisted with shock and fury. You fool! You'll destroy everything we built, our entire lineage. Elias jerked free. In the swirl of chaos, leaders stepping aside to place frantic calls, certain media outlets already responding with fake news disclaimers. He realized it was time to run. He turned on his heel and dashed out. A guard tried to block him, but he weaved past. The entire estate was a blur of alarmed staff, security men shouting, "Stop him!" Elias sprinted across the courtyard, heart hammering. At the gates, he spotted a staff car, engine still running. A stroke of fortune. He jumped behind the wheel and floored it, leaving a swirl of gravel. In the rearview mirror, he glimpsed silhouettes scrambling, uncertain how to respond. They'd never predicted an inside betrayal on this scale. As the estate vanished behind him, a new wave of adrenaline and terror flooded Elias. He was out, but not safe. The Circle's resources spanned nations. Still, if Ava managed to release the files widely enough, the truth was unstoppable. He pictured people across the world seeing the Vance files, reading the suppressed histories, the proof of orchestrated events. Could it spark real change, or would the Circle manage to spin it into a hoax? For the moment, he had to survive. Through a secure line, he tried contacting Ava. No response. Possibly jammed. He pressed on, winding through country roads with the headlights off, hoping to stay hidden until dawn. But even as he fled, the next phase of the Circle's plan likely commenced. They'd brand him a traitor, a fraudster. They might resort to the final solution, erasing him physically. Trembling behind the wheel, he whispered a silent plea to the night. Please, let the leak make a difference. Because if the Circle caught him, all that awaited was an unmarked grave, and the illusions would persist unchallenged. Elias spent the next week in frantic motion, ducking from safe house to safe house. Contacts he once trusted fell silent, presumably coerced or threatened by the Circle. Only Ava Monroe remained a faint lifeline, exchanging messages through dead-drop emails and burner phones. She confirmed the data was out, but mainstream media was calling it an elaborate hoax. Meanwhile, certain government figures were quietly investigating. The crack was there, but the Circle was patching it fast. A swirl of rumours erupted online. Some claimed to see the leaked files, grainy screenshots of documents linking the Vance name to covert war funding. Others declared the entire scandal was deep fake mania. Troll armies labelled Elias a disgruntled black sheep. The Circle's spin machine roared into full gear. The public sphere turned into a battleground of confusion. During a hushed phone call, Ava revealed an attempt on her life, a suspicious car accident she narrowly avoided. She believed it was no coincidence. They were cleaning up. Don't trust anything. Elias steeled himself, fully aware the Circle would hunt him next. He resolved to finalise an in-person meeting with Ava, away from prying digital eyes. to strategize the next wave of leaks. But the circle anticipated that. Late one night, a coded text arrived from an unknown number. Escape route secured, plane to Iceland, you'll be safe. Elias recognized a trick. Why would someone spontaneously offer him a flight? Nonetheless, an hour later, Ava confirmed she too arranged a plane to Iceland. Coincidence or infiltration? Time was too short to be sure. He had to risk it. Iceland was rumoured to be a stronghold for data activists, out of the circle's immediate reach. He arrived at the private airstrip under darkness, greeted by a lone pilot who addressed him by name. No sign of Ava, but she had indicated she'd join him. The plane, a sleek jet with minimal marking, seemed in order. Perhaps the plan was for her to meet him at the secure location. Warily, Elias boarded, scanning the cabin for any hidden threats. If this was a trap, he'd have limited recourse at 35,000 feet. The engines roared to life, the pilot offering clipped responses. The takeoff was smooth, the city lights receding below. Elias tried to calm his silverwolves, remembering that once he reached Iceland, he could coordinate a bigger push for the files. Freed from direct circle influence, maybe the story would catch global traction. He peered at his phone, no signal, as expected. He typed an offline note to Ava. If we're parted, keep fighting. I'll find you. A pit formed in his stomach, a sense of finality creeping over him. An hour into flight, turbulence rocked the plane. Elias strapped in. The pilot's voice came over the intercom. Mild weather front ahead. Shouldn't be an issue. But the shaking intensified. Then came a sharp beep from the cockpit. Elias stood, heading forward to see what was wrong. The pilot looked tense, fiddling with controls. We're losing instrumentation, he muttered. Systems glitch. Possibly sabotage. Elias's blood ran cold. A sabotage at 20,000 feet spelled doom. Outside the window, lightning flashed across swirling clouds. The plane rattled dangerously. We have to land, Elias said, panic rising. The pilot nodded, broadcasting a mayday. But the radio cuttered with static. No response. It's like our comms are jammed. Another quake shuddered the fuselage, and an alarm blared. The pilot tried adjusting altitude, but the plane veered starboard, losing stability. Elias's mind raced. Was this the circle's final solution? Crashing the plane under the guise of mechanical failure? He could almost see Victor Vance's stoic face, pronouncing, "No traitor shall live." The pilot cursed, fighting the controls, sweat pouring. We're going down, I can't regain flight systems. Elias seized the emergency radio, repeating the mayday on different frequencies. Silence. A flicker of hope came when a scratchy voice responded, some distant air traffic controller. Then it cut off abruptly, possibly jammed again. The plane pitched downward, engines whining in protest. Time slowed. Elias's heart hammered in his chest. He braced himself in a seat, fastening every belt he could. A series of jarring lurches, the lights flickering. The altimeter spun wildly. A horrifying thought. Even if I survive the crash, the circle might finish me anyway. But no time for that. The pilot shouted, "Brace! Brace! Brace!" Then everything dissolved into a cacophony of shrieking metal and sashing impact. A swirl of chaos overtook Elias, searing pain, the sense of tumbling, seatbelts constricting, an explosive noise. Darkness swallowed him, though he vaguely registered the plane tearing into what felt like open water. Water flooded the cabin, freezing cold. Bizarre hush followed. Am I alive? For a moment he drifted in watery oblivion, lungs burning. Something in him refused to surrender. He fumbled, found a breach in the fuselage, forcing himself out. The sharp edges cut into him. His vision blurred with salt water and the strobing light of a single emergency beacon. Then blackness again. Hours later, maybe minutes, maybe days, he woke on a scrap of drift material battered by ocean waves. The plane was nowhere to be seen. The pilot was gone. The night sky loomed overhead, stars swirling. Every nerve screamed in pain. A savage cough seized his chest. Alive? But how long? He clung to consciousness, an internal refrain repeating, "Don't let them win. Don't let them bury the truth." Then a faint noise, an approaching vessel. The lines between dream and reality blurred. He remembered Ava's words about a decoy plan, how sometimes flight manifests were altered. Could she have orchestrated something? But memory flickered out. Next time he stirred, morning light glinted on rolling waves, and no sign of rescue. This is it. With what little strength remained, he mentally recited the conspiracies he'd exposed. Even if he died now, the data was out. Someone might keep it alive. The final thought that flickered. Ava, she must live. She must carry on. Then darkness overcame him again. In the official news cycle, reports surfaced. Private jet crash, business air, Elias Vance presumed dead. Coverage was fleeting. Mechanical failure was blamed. Investigations concluded swiftly. Meanwhile, some corners of the internet seethed with speculation. Was it sabotage? The Vance family offered sorrowful statements, but made no mention of any conspiracy. Another tragic accident, overshadowed by bigger headlines a day later. Time ebbed forward, the public's attention shifting. People obsessed over new celebrity scandals, fresh political bickering, financial flux. The tragedy of Elias Vance receded to a faint memory in the mainstream. Officially, no remains were recovered, though a funeral was held, a solemn affair. The global elite paid stiff-lipped respects. Victor Vance stood stoic, offering no sign of paternal grief to the cameras, only a short statement about honouring my son's memory. But in shadowy corners of the digital realm, rumours festered. Bits and pieces of the Vance files still circulated, though the circle poured resources into discrediting them. Websites hosting the data vanished overnight, domain ownership revoked. Social media flagged the leaks as fabricated. A wave of so-called experts insisted the documents were AI-generated illusions, fueling an ironically conspiratorial explanation. People debated fervently, never certain of the truth. Ava Monroe lived in a precarious twilight. She had survived because she never boarded that private jet, suspecting a trap. Instead, she'd orchestrated a fallback plan with Elias. If he vanished, she'd become the guardian of the remaining files. She harboured a flicker of hope that Elias might still be alive. But as weeks turned to months, that hope dimmed. She hammered at her keyboard day and night, refining new ways to leak the data. She published carefully on obscure platforms, encouraging smaller investigative reporters to pick up threads. But each time a thread gained traction, the Circle's countermeasures snuffed it out. One day she received an unmarked package at her secret hideout. Inside lay a battered watch, Elias's watch, the same device that had transmitted the entire trove. A note accompanied it. "He tried, now it's your turn." No sender details. Had some fisherman found it? Did Elias toss it into the sea? Ava's heart clenched. She slid the watch onto her wrist, vowing to never let the story fade. In the broader world, the immediate reaction to the leak gave way to cynicism. People were bombarded with so many conspiracies, so many digital illusions, that truth felt intangible. Some believed wholeheartedly, forming small protest movements that scrawled Elias lives on walls. Others shrugged it off as yet another internet hoax. Many felt powerless, concluding that even if the Illuminati existed, what could they do? Behind closed doors, the Circle continued its centuries-old rituals and manipulations. Their media arms downplayed the scandal with cunning skill. Politicians under their sway introduced new laws to combat disinformation, ironically, making it easier to silence genuine whistleblowers. Victor the Vance kept a silent grip on his empire, the only external sign of personal turmoil being the occasional mention of family tragedy. In private, he raged at the memory of his son's treachery, yet also mourned the loss of his heir. Contradictions churned in him, the father who valued control over love. But Elias's memory didn't die. Beneath the illusions, pockets of believers formed. They traded the Vance files in offline meetups, analysing them page by page. Some cross-checked references to old events, coups, assassinations, suppressed technologies, and found them aligned too well with recorded history to be random. The seeds of doubt in the official narrative sprouted, watered by the memory of Elias Vance. Months later, in a distant city's graffiti-laced alley, an artist painted a mural. Elias's face with an outstretched hand holding a candle flame captioned, "He exposed the light." Social media posts about the mural popped up, promptly overshadowed by cat videos or trending hashtags. Yet some paused to admire it. They'd heard the conspiracies swirling about him, the boy born into power who dared to blow the whistle. Even if they remained uncertain, the mural reminded them that sometimes power is indeed challenged from within. Ava Munro quietly made contact with a growing circle of independent journos. She slipped them curated subsets of the data, forging alliances with cryptographers, historians, and ex-intelligence folks. Little by little, a mosaic formed that was too compelling to ignore, too persistent to bury. In certain academic circles, these revelations sparked cautious debate on how global events might have been manipulated by an elite. A few dared to reference the Vance phenomenon, linking it with centuries of rumoured secret societies. In the end, the world didn't erupt in immediate revolution. But fissures in the facade deepened. Governments found themselves under pressure, forced to deny or deflect. The circle pushed back with heavier propaganda. People felt the tension, but couldn't quite name the puppet masters. The hush around Elias's story ironically gave it a spectral power. He became an almost mythical figure who might have been the only scion to risk everything for the truth. Some called him misguided, others deemed him a hero. And in an unremarkable house hidden on a quiet coastline, Ava stashed a final hard drive labelled Eve Legacy, containing the unedited transcripts of Elias's confession. She penned a note. "If you find this, you hold the future. He died so people could see what hides in the dark. Don't waste it." Occasionally she flipped through old messages from Elias. His sense of humour, his sincerity, and the heartbreak in his voice when describing the circle's manipulations. She'd wonder if, in another timeline, he survived and they triumphed together. But real life seldom grants neat endings. The fight continued, messy and uncertain. Still, she pressed on, because once you peer behind the curtain of illusions, you can't pretend ignorance. Elias Vance had gazed upon centuries of orchestrated power and decided to break the chain. They silenced his body, but not the echoes of his truth. And though the Illuminati might remain formidable, a small but determined fraction of humanity now carried the spark he lit. The hush in the corridors of power might never vanish fully, but it quivered under the growing weight of knowledge that refused to be caged. That is the story of the boy who exposed the light. He inherited a destiny meant to keep the world in a hush, yet he chose to speak. And in that choice, gave the world a glimpse of the grand illusions shaping their lives. His memory lingers in coded forums, whispered meetings, rebellious art, and midnight reflections, and perhaps in time the illusions will crumble. Until then, the name Elias Vance stands as a candle in the darkness, a testament to the price of truth and the resilience of those who dare to speak it. Jack Calloway was never one to stay up late. His farm in rural Nebraska demanded an early rise, so he typically shut off the lights by 10, drifting to the lullaby of distant crickets. But on this particular night, the restlessness wouldn't leave him. A strange heaviness pressed against the humid summer air, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Shortly after midnight, Jack found himself on the back porch, sipping lukewarm coffee and staring at the star-studded sky. Clouds drifted over the moon, turning the farmland into a patchwork of shifting shadows. He almost retreated inside, deciding he was imagining the tension in the atmosphere, when a sudden glow flickered above the distant treetops. At first, Jack assumed it was an airplane. He lived near no major airports, yet small planes occasionally passed overhead. But the glow brightened too quickly, blossoming into a searing white flash that tore across the sky. Within seconds the light streaked overhead, trailing wisps of fire, lurid reds and oranges crackling with sparks. A shockwave rattled the windows strong enough to make the porch rails tremble. Jack's heart pounded. That can't be normal. Grabbing his phone, he sprinted off the porch and into the cornfields. Fear coursed through him. Fear of what might be falling from the heavens, and fear for the crops he'd nurtured all season. The farmland's rows felt endless as he ran, phone light dancing across towering cornstalks. Above, the once starry sky was obscured by swirling smoke. Just when it felt like his lungs would burst, Jack reached the far edge of the field. Beyond it was a wide clearing he used for storage, tyres, rusted equipment. Something had crash-landed there, slicing a ragged trench through the earth. Sparks popped and fizzled along twisted shards of a silvery metal half buried in the ground. The craft was about the size of a large truck, shaped in a way that defied immediate description. It wasn't a plane, helicopter, or any design Jack recognized. Part of it glowed with an eerie internal light, bright enough to illuminate the orchard in flickering pulses. Jack's first instinct was to film. He raised his phone, pressing record. The footage captured the craft's warped hull, the shimmering heat waves pouring off it. He tried to speak, narrating that something had crashed, that it wasn't an airplane, but his voice shook so badly the words jumbled. Then, from within the shattered metal, a sliver of movement caught his eye. He inched closer, phone at arm's length. Steam hissed. An acrid smell like scorched wires choked the air. Something was definitely inside, a shape contorting behind the half-melted panels. Jack's heart hammered so loud he thought his chest might explode. Still, he crept forward, bracing himself for any sign of life. A sudden jolt of electricity arced across the debris, snapping him to a halt. He didn't want to risk stepping into a live current. Instead, he circled around, capturing angles of the crash from every side. The phone screen displayed a perfect shot of the wreck. Chunks of metal that glowed white-hot, unearthly symbols etched along the edges. In the distance, a twisted piece of plating flared with colour, like a neon hue that shimmered between purples and blues. Jack whispered to himself, "No one's going to believe this." But he had the footage, and that alone sparked hope that the truth might come to light. Suddenly the craft's lights dimmed. The field fell silent, except for crackling flames. The shape inside retreated deeper into the wreckage. Unsure what else to do, Jack took a few steps forward, balancing caution with curiosity. Then an unexpected surge of static flared from his phone, the screen going haywire. He cursed, stepping back as the phone beeped in protest. He managed to steady the device just as the screen returned to normal. Thank God, he thought. He hit stop on the recording, preparing to call 911, but the phone read, "No service." Jack wasn't surprised. His farmland sometimes struggled for signals. He jogged back through the corn rows, returning to the house. Once inside, he used the landline. It rang once, then cut off. He tried again. Same thing, a dead line. Tapping at his smartphone, he noticed the Wi-Fi icon flicker, then vanish. Confusion twisted in his gut. The night was calm, no storms. Was the crash interfering with signals? Possibly. He rummaged for his laptop, fired it up and attempted to connect. Nothing. Even the router's usual blinking lights were locked in a static glow. A pit of dread sank in his stomach. If he couldn't call out or upload the video, how would he get help? He decided to drive into town. Maybe from there he could call authorities. But as he stepped onto the front porch, headlights appeared at the far end of his dirt driveway. 2 black SUVs rolling up with their beams off. They advanced silently, an ominous presence cutting through the dark. Jack's pulse raced. Normally, unannounced visitors after midnight might be drunks or lost travellers, but these vehicles looked official. Tinted windows, standard government plates. He took a step back, adrenaline spiking. The feeling of being trapped rose in his chest. The SUVs stopped, engines humming. Doors opened and figures in dark suits spilled out. They carried flashlights that cut across the yard. One man, tall with a military-like bearing, stepped forward. "Mr. Calloway," he called, voice calm but unnervingly authoritative. Jack didn't answer. He realized they might want his phone, the precious footage. Even if they were from the government, something about their arrival felt sinister. He slipped inside, locked the door and sprinted to the kitchen. Peeking through the window, he saw the men fan out across his property. Another SUV arrived from the other direction, sealing any easy escape. The man in charge barked orders in a low tone. Despite the distance, Jack caught snippets. Secure the perimeter, search the barn, find the subject. Subject. As if he were some kind of criminal. A surge of defiance lit inside him. They're here for the crash. The pieces clicked. They must know about the fallen object. They wanted to contain it, hide it from public knowledge. Jack clutched his phone tight, sinking into a corner. Think, Jack. Don't let them seize that video. The file was his only proof that something extraordinary had landed in his fields. If these agents got it, the truth might vanish forever. He peered out again, noticing more men stepping around the side of the house. In that moment, Jack made a choice. He would not surrender the footage. Summoning courage he never knew he had, he pocketed the phone, grabbed a flashlight and hurried toward the back door. They hadn't reached the house's rear yet. Maybe he could slip away. The world beyond was ablaze with tension. He sensed it wasn't just about a crashed craft. It was about a revelation bigger than anything he'd ever imagined. Now, forced to stand alone against these black-suited strangers, Jack felt a spark of determination. He was a simple farmer, but he'd stumbled upon something that defied reason, and come what may, he would not let it be buried. Jack Calloway's heart hammered as he ducked out the back door, creeping into the shadows behind his farmhouse. The night air clung to him, heavy with the echo of distant engines idling. He had no illusions about outrunning a team of trained agents, but desperation fueled him. Keeping low, he skirted along the fence. The farmland behind him was vast, miles of cornfields broken by a scattering of outbuildings. If he could disappear into the rows, maybe he'd have a chance to slip past these intruders. He peered back at the house. 2 men in suits hammered on the front door, demanding Jack open up. Another pair circled around, shining flashlights across windows. Anxiety churned in his gut. They'll figure out soon enough he's not inside. With shaking hands, he pulled out his phone. He swiped to open the video he'd recorded earlier in the field. For a moment, relief. The video thumbnail appeared, showing the glowing metal debris. He tapped play. The screen flickered, a swirl of static. Then an error message. File corrupted. No, Jack muttered, panic rising. He tried again, but the same glitch repeated. Next, he attempted to upload it to a social media site, forgetting that his signal was gone. The upload bar stuck at 0. Offline. He closed his eyes, fighting the wave of helplessness. The only thing that gave him hope in this impossible situation was the video, now apparently worthless. But maybe the file could still be salvaged. He retreated deeper into the farmland, aiming for the rickety old barn he used for storing equipment. Inside the barn, dust motes drifted in the faint glow of his flashlight. Jack rummaged for an old laptop he sometimes used for tractor diagnostics. It was battered, but it had a functioning USB port. If he could move the footage off his phone, maybe he could fix it. The laptop booted up with a grinding whir, making Jack cringe at how loud it seemed. Every second counted. In the barn's gloom, the beams overhead creaked, and outside he caught the faint silhouettes of flashlights sweeping across the property. The agents were close. At last, the laptop loaded. He plugged the phone in, frantically clicking to access the video file. The software recognized the phone, but the video thumbnail displayed a warning icon. Corrupt file. Even the laptop spat out an error. Jack cursed. Trying a half-dozen times, the footage refused to open. He sat back, trembling. So that's why they're so confident. Something about the crash or the craft's energy had garbled the data. For all he knew, it might be salvageable, but he didn't have the technical know-how. I need an expert. Remembering the commotion outside, Jack eased a peek through a gap in the barn wall. The black SUVs sat near the farmhouse, headlights illuminating part of the yard. Agents combed the area, scanning with thermal gear. Fear pinched his chest. If they had advanced tech, he'd be as visible as a heat signature behind these wooden walls. Quietly, he powered down the laptop and stuffed it into a battered tool bag. He had to get out of here. He grabbed an old hunting rifle from a rack just in case and made for a side exit. The moment he stepped outside, he heard footsteps crunching on gravel. Instinct kicked in. He darted behind the barn. A voice, low and commanding, called out, "Hold! Show yourself!" Jack froze, pressing himself to the barn's rough wooden planks. He recognized that voice from the man who had called his name earlier. Footsteps drew closer. Jack's mind raced. If he surrendered, they'd likely confiscate everything. He'd be black-bagged or simply vanish. No one would ever see that footage. Not that it was playable right now. He forced himself to move, slipping between the barn and an old tractor with rusted wheels. The flashlight beams swept over the ground. One agent hissed, "He was here." Thermal picked him up. Another responded, "He can't be far, spread out." Jack waited for a break in their pattern, then bolted into the cornfield. The tall stalks enveloped him, rustling as he stumbled between rows. He cursed each time his shoes snapped a twig or crunched dried leaves. Any sound could give him away. The overhead clouds parted, letting a faint moonlight highlight his path. Behind him, the agents' voices grew more distant. They were branching out, but the field was vast, and Jack knew its layout intimately. He used that knowledge to navigate a diagonal path, eventually emerging by a narrow dirt road at the far edge of his property. Breathing in ragged gasps, he paused behind a tree. The phone in his pocket remained lifeless. No signal. The laptop in his bag was all but useless if he couldn't fix the corrupted video. He needed someone with hacking or data recovery skills, someone who understood digital forensics. But who? A memory surfaced. During a county fair last year, Jack overheard a rumour about a reclusive tech wizard who lived 2 towns over, a woman named Olivia Carter, though folks called her Liv. She had once worked for the government in cybersecurity, then left under murky circumstances. Maybe she could salvage the footage. Deciding that was his only shot, Jack took the dirt road leading away from the farm. He hopped into his old pickup truck, which he'd parked out near the tree line for hauling feed earlier. The keys were still in the ignition. Country living had made him lax about locks. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. As he drove, he risked a glance back at his property. The headlights from the agent's SUVs glowed, and faint figures moved across the farmland. A pang of loss hit him. This farm was his home, his life. Now, it was seized by faceless men in black suits, but he refused to let them bury the truth. Hunched over the steering wheel, he pressed the gas, determined. If Liv Carter existed, if she truly had a gift for hacking, maybe she could fix the file. Jack allowed himself the faintest glimmer of hope. He had no illusions about outrunning the government forever, but he'd at least put up a fight. The truck rattled along the back roads, dust kicking up behind. He spotted no immediate pursuit, which unsettled him more than comforted him. The entire fiasco felt unreal. Aliens in his field, men in black SUVs. His phone's footage turned useless, yet the memory of that smouldering, unearthly craft lingered. As he turned onto the highway, Jack thought about the object's occupant. Something inside that craft had moved. Was it alive, injured, already contained by those agents? The questions multiplied in his mind. He clenched the steering wheel, jaw set. One thing at a time, he told himself. If the video was truly salvageable, it might blow open everything, if they didn't get to him first. Dawn broke over a lonely gas station on the outskirts of a neighbouring county, where Jack Calloway huddled by a payphone. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed, half of them flickering. A battered vending machine spat out stale snacks. Exhaustion weighed on Jack's eyes, but he forced himself to remain alert. He used the payphone's directory to find a listing for Olivia Carter. The number rang endlessly until a groggy voice answered. "Who is this?" it demanded. Clearing his throat, Jack identified himself, explaining that he got her name through local rumour, that he needed urgent help with a corrupted video. A pause followed, then the voice turned suspicious. "You got the wrong line, buddy," it said, starting to hang up. Jack insisted. "I have proof. Something that crashed. I caught it on camera. The government's after me. I was told you used to do NSA-level security or something." Another stretch of silence, then a half-laugh. "So you're the kind of paranoid who calls a random woman with a UFO story. I'm not that gullible." Desperation clawed at Jack. He quickly described the craft, the men in black suits, how his phone's file was corrupted after the crash. He added details about the signal jamming around his farm. The voice on the other end grew quiet. Finally it said, "Meet me at the old train depot outside Rockville, near mile marker 114. Be there in 2 hours, alone." Then it clicked off. Jack exhaled relief, though a kernel of doubt lingered. What if this is a trap? But with no other leads, he had no choice. He drove an hour on dusty roads until he found the abandoned train depot, a dilapidated brick building lost among weeds and rusted tracks. The place felt deserted, except for a single battered motorcycle leaning against the wall. He parked the truck and stepped out, scanning the area. A figure emerged from the depot's shadow. A woman in her 30s, lean and sharp-eyed, wearing a hoodie and clutching a backpack. "You're Jack?" she asked warily. "Yes. You Liv Carter?" She gave a tight nod. "We don't have much time, show me the phone." Jack handed it over, anxiously summarising the night's events. Crash in the cornfield, black SUVs, corrupted footage. She offered no immediate reaction beyond a raised eyebrow. Settling on a crumbling bench, she booted up a compact laptop from her backpack, hooking Jack's phone to it via cable. "Your data's scrambled," she muttered, eyes flicking across lines of code. "Could be electromagnetic damage or some advanced jamming tech." Jack paced, scanning for signs of watchers. The old train tracks vanished into the horizon, no other vehicles in sight. Liv typed furiously, occasionally murmuring about header corruption or audio anomalies. After a tense half-hour, she said, "I can see partial frames, indistinct shapes, bright lights. This is definitely not a normal glitch." A flicker of hope ignited in Jack. "Can you fix it?" Liv sighed. "I might restore enough to see something, but I can't promise clarity. The real kicker is these weird signals embedded in the data, like some kind of layered frequency. I've never encountered anything like this in normal phone footage." Jack's stomach tightened. Something about the crash evidently messed with the electronics. Before he could respond, the roar of engines drew their attention. Down the deserted highway, a convoy of black SUVs approached, just like the ones at his farm. Liv snapped her laptop shut, eyes widening. "Who the hell are they?" Jack's pulse surged. "FBI, CIA, I don't know," he said. "But they're after Moore." Liv snatched her gear. "We have to move." The two sprinted to their vehicles. Jack scrambled into his pickup. Liv revved her motorcycle. As the SUVs closed in, they sped off from opposite sides of the depot. The agents split, some pursuing Liv, others tailing Jack. Gravel sprayed beneath Jack's tyres as he lurched onto the highway. He glimpsed Liv in his mirror, weaving her motorcycle off-road in a cloud of dust, outmanoeuvring the black SUVs behind her. Jack's own pursuers kept tight, lights flashing. Suddenly a siren whooped, and a different set of lights flared in the distance, local county sheriff vehicles. They blocked the road, forcing Jack to swerve. He recognised the lead patrol car's driver, Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The older man stepped out, arms raised in a calm down gesture. One of the black-suited agents hopped from his SUV, flashing a badge at Mitchell. Though Jack couldn't hear their exchange, it was clear the agent demanded Mitchell to stand aside. Mitchell frowned, glancing at Jack's truck. He motioned for Jack to pull over. Faced with no immediate path to escape, Jack braked, wheels skidding on cracked asphalt. The agent approached, dark sunglasses masking any expression. "Jack Calloway, we'd like you to come with us. There's been an incident on your property. Official business." Mitchell cast a confused look at Jack. The sheriff had known Jack for years. "Jack, what's going on? Why are these men chasing you?" Jack, chest heaving, answered, "They raided my farm. They want my phone. They're covering up something that fell from the sky." The agent tensed. "That's nonsense, Sheriff. We're investigating a possible meteor strike, no threat to the public. Mr. Calloway is interfering with our operation. Please, step aside." Mitchell's gaze flicked to Jack. He saw the fear, the sincerity in the farmer's eyes. Something about the agent's calm, clipped tone felt off. "I'd like to hear more from Jack," the sheriff said, folding his arms. The agent's jaw tightened. "This is a federal matter. You're out of your jurisdiction." Jack took the moment's distraction to speak quickly, explaining the crash, the craft, the suits. He insisted he had footage, though corrupted. Mitchell's face paled, but he stood firm, telling the agent, "Federally or not, in my county, I want to see a proper warrant." The agent stared coldly, then motioned to the SUVs. Two more men joined, brandishing official documents. "Here's your warrant, Sheriff. Satisfy your procedures." He smirked, as if expecting compliance. Mitchell studied the pages, then gave Jack a grave look. "Let me see your phone," he murmured. "I trust you, Jack, but I gotta see something." Jack hesitated, but he fished out the phone. Mitchell scrolled the corrupted file, gleaning only flickers of static and partial frames of a bright object. Even that snippet was enough to rattle him. He glared at the agent. "I want an explanation for this. Doesn't look like a meteor to me." The agent stepped forward, face stony. "Sheriff, you're obstructing an active federal operation. If you continue, we will have to place you under arrest as well." Mitchell stiffened, mind clearly torn. He faced Jack, voice hushed. "I can't protect you if you fight them here." Then more audibly he said, "I won't let you arrest my citizen without just cause. But if Jack chooses to leave, I won't stop him." Silence stretched. The agent's eyes narrowed behind tinted lenses. In that heartbeat, Jack understood the sheriff was giving him a window, a fleeting chance to flee. Not wanting to waste it, he gunned the truck's engine. The agent barked an order, but Mitchell positioned himself in the agent's path, forcing him to sidestep. Jack roared past the police cruiser, rubber squealing. The black SUVs swarmed, but Mitchell's deputies manoeuvred to block them, even if just for a few seconds. Those precious moments let Jack speed onto the open road. In his rearview mirror, he saw the convoy eventually break free, resuming pursuit. His chest pounded with gratitude toward the sheriff. Though uncertain how long that little defiance would protect him, he pressed on, scanning for any sign of Liv. She'd vanished on her motorcycle, presumably escaping the other cluster of agents. He prayed she'd regroup with him soon. The battered phone on his passenger seat was his lifeline, and also his greatest curse. If the FBI or whoever these suits truly were got their hands on it, the crash evidence might be erased forever. Jack gritted his teeth. "I won't let them bury it." Pressing the pedal harder, he raced into the horizon, unsure where he was going, only that stopping meant capture. The morning sun climbed higher, lighting fields that had once seemed peaceful. Now they were a battleground of secrets and unstoppable pursuers. Jack had become a fugitive, all because he had witnessed the impossible. Dust trailed behind Jack's pickup as he careened down a rural highway, adrenaline surging with every mile. The black SUVs were relentless, their distant headlights a grim reminder that he was hunted. His mind spun with possibilities. Find Liv, fix the footage, and broadcast it somehow. But how could they outrun a government that seemingly controlled everything? He tried calling Liv's number again, still no service. The phone's reception flickered in and out as if jammed. Approaching a fork in the road, he decided on a route that led toward deserted farmland, hoping the pursuers might lose track. Half an hour later, he spotted a single motorcycle parked off to the side near an abandoned diner. Jack pulled up, heart lifting at the sight. Sure enough, Liv Carter emerged from behind the crumbling building, scanning the horizon. She raised a hand in a signal. Jack hopped out, forcing a smile. "You okay?" Liv brushed dirt from her jacket. "Ellie, they nearly boxed me in, but I took a side route through a field, dumped my phone's SIM card, hopefully it slowed their tracking." She eyed Jack's truck. "And you?" Jack exhaled. "Sheriff Mitchell gave me a chance to escape. Now I'm out here." Liv nodded, a flicker of regret crossing her face. "The government doesn't mess around. If they want to bury this, they will." She gestured to her laptop bag. "Let me see your phone again quickly. I made some progress at the depot but had to bail." They ducked behind the diner's weathered walls. Liv opened her laptop and typed commands with practiced speed. Jack hovered anxiously, trying to keep watch for approaching vehicles. Liv's expression grew focused. eyes flicking between lines of code. "I've recovered partial frames," she murmured. "If I can reconstruct them. There. This is definitely not a normal aircraft. Maybe a chunk of the footage is salvageable." Jack saw glimpses on her screen. A bright metallic curve, swirling smoke, and a distortion that might be an alien symbol etched in hull plating. Even half-broken images were enough to confirm it was no meteor. His pulse quickened. Proof. Liv frowned. "There's an embedded data pattern. Could be encryption or some weird frequency. If we had better equipment, I might decode it." Before Jack could respond, a roar of engines made them jump. 2 black SUVs roared into view on the diner's main road, dust clouds rising. Liv slammed her laptop shut. "We need to move. Like now." Jack sprinted to his truck, Liv to her motorcycle, but as they revved engines, another SUV blocked the diner's exit. Doors flew open, men in suits rushing out with firearms drawn. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. They were pinned. Then unexpectedly, a brown pickup truck barreled in from the side, smashing into the blocking SUV. Metal crunched, sending the black vehicle spinning. Jack recognized the driver. Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The sheriff yelled, "Go! Get out of here!" Seizing the moment, Jack floored his truck. Liv roared off on her motorcycle. The sheriff's daring intervention had scattered the agents, giving them enough of a gap. They didn't waste it. Within seconds, they were back on the highway, engines screaming. Jack's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Somehow he had a signal. He put it on speaker. "Hello?" Mitchell's voice crackled. The line faint. "Jack, I can't hold them off for long. Look, I don't trust them. They've got federal muscle behind them, but you can't keep running forever." Jack's throat tightened. "Sheriff, I'm sorry I dragged you into this." The sheriff snorted. "You didn't drag me. Listen, I saw enough on that phone to know you're not crazy. If this is real, the public deserves to know. Keep that footage safe. I'll do what I can, but they might come after me next." Suddenly gunshots rang out over the phone, followed by a crash. Mitchell cursed. "There." The line cut abruptly. Jack's gut twisted with guilt and fear. The sheriff might pay dearly for helping him. Beside him, dust parted as Liv's motorcycle matched speed. She waved him down, indicating a turn-off. He followed her to a narrow road that cut through a wooded area. They rumbled along until they reached a concealed path leading down into a ravine. There, half hidden by vegetation, lay an old hunting cabin. Liv parked, gesturing for Jack to do the same. "A friend of mine used to use this place. Should be off-grid enough to avoid trackers." Inside the cabin, the air was stale, but the walls were sturdy. Jack slammed the door behind them, adrenaline surging. Liv pulled out her laptop and a portable router from her bag. "I can try to connect here, maybe upload what we have, but the speeds might be abysmal." As she set up, Jack's nerves kept him pacing. Every shadow outside felt like an approaching agent. "We have to get the truth out somehow, publicly," he said. "If we just run, they'll catch us eventually. But if the entire world sees the crash footage..." Liv nodded. "That's the idea, but we need a robust channel or a known platform, and the moment they sense us uploading, they might jam it." She typed away, establishing a signal. The portable router's lights blinked green. Surprisingly, they had a minimal data connection. A hush fell as Liv attempted to upload the partially repaired video. The progress bar crawled painfully. Then the entire window froze. A wave of curses spilled from Liv's mouth. She hammered keys, only to find the connection forcibly dropped. "They're jamming it," she hissed. "They have insane coverage." Jack glowered. "We can't do this pieceways. Maybe we physically bring the data to a big news station." Liv considered that, scanning the glitching laptop. Possibly, but who can we trust? The men chasing us might have infiltration in major networks. They'll kill the story. Before Jack could reply, the door rattled. Both froze. Jack snatched up an old shotgun that hung on the cabin wall. Liv pulled a small sidearm from her bag, eyes wide. Another knock, louder. Jack crept to a window. He saw a single figure outside wearing the uniform of local law enforcement. "Sheriff Mitchell," he whispered, relief flooding him. He unlatched the door. Mitchell staggered in, face pale, uniform torn. "They're not just FBI, Jack. Something else is going on. They nearly ran me off the road. My deputies. Some are cooperating with them." Jack helped him to a chair. "You're hurt?" Mitchell shook his head. "Just bruised. Listen, you have to leave the state. They'll roadblock every main highway. Word is, they labelled you a domestic threat, claims about anti-government extremism. Ridiculous. But that means official forces are converging." Liv frowned. "We have evidence. Footage of an extraterrestrial craft. They're burying it." Mitchell let out a heavy breath. "I've spent my whole career in small-town policing. I never expected to see this." He pinned them with a determined look. "Jack, I won't chase you, but this is bigger than me. Get out of Nebraska. Find a safe place to blow the lid on this." Jack nodded, throat tight. "I'm sorry they came after you." The sheriff forced a grim smile. "Just promise me, if you succeed, you'll let the world know I tried to do right." Then he rose, stumbling. "I'll try to throw them off your trail as best I can. Now go. They'll track me here soon." With little time to talk, Jack and Liv quickly gathered their gear. Before stepping out, Jack clasped the sheriff's hand, gratitude etched in his face. "Thank you." Mitchell nodded, stepping away into the night, presumably to lead the hunters astray. Jack and Liv hopped into their vehicles, forging a plan. They'd head for the nearest big city, Omaha maybe, where they could attempt contacting national news outlets or even go public on the internet from a secure location. As they pulled out from the ravine, the distant rumble of engines sounded once more. But this time the pair had a head start. The farmland roads branched like a maze, and the rising moon cast faint light across their path. They might yet outrun the suits for a time. Still, an uneasy question gnawed at Jack. Even if they made it to Omaha, even if they found a major platform, would the men in black let that broadcast happen, or would an even deadlier force intercept them? He clung to a single hope, the possibility that the partially restored footage would be enough to spark a global outcry, that it would be unstoppable once it hit the public domain. In the glare of his truck's headlights, an enormous harvest moon loomed overhead. Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something else hung in the sky, something that had come crashing down on his farm, and unless he exposed it, those dark secrets would remain hidden, overshadowing the farmland for good. Under the pale glow of street lamps, Jack Calloway and Olivia Liv Carter found themselves in the industrial outskirts of Omaha. Factories and warehouses lined the roads, giant structures looming in the dark. They had evaded immediate pursuit thanks to Sheriff Mitchell's heroic diversion, but neither believed the chase was truly over. They parked behind a deserted loading dock. The stale odour of oil and rust drifted in the night air. Liv led Jack to a side entrance of an old distribution centre. She claimed to know a hidden corner inside where they could set up for a final attempt to broadcast the footage. Inside, the place was cavernous, echoing with each footstep. Corridors branched off, some leading to dusty offices. Eventually they found a small utility room near the back. Liv tested an electrical panel, lighting the overhead fluorescent tubes that flickered with a dull hum. "This might work," she said, dropping her gear. She set up her laptop, connecting it to a portable battery. The phone was placed on a makeshift stand. the recovered footage file displayed on her screen. "I'll try to route through a secure network. My old NSA backdoor might still exist." Jack crouched by the door, shotgun resting at his side, warily scanning the empty halls. The tension in his chest felt suffocating. "If they track us here," Liv shrugged, "we have no choice. This is our last shot. If we can't get the footage out, they'll keep hunting you down, and the world won't learn the truth about that crash." She typed a flurry of commands. The laptop's fans whirred. Minutes stretched. Jack's nerves thrummed. He recalled the horrifying sense of powerlessness as men in black suits commandeered his property, the intangible occupant inside that crashed craft, the glimmers of alien symbols in the twisted metal. All that weighed on his mind, fueling his resolve. We can't let them hide this. Suddenly Liv hissed in triumph. "Yes, I've bypassed some of their net blocks. The upload is starting." The progress bar inched forward. "I'm sending it to multiple mirror sites simultaneously. Video sharing platforms, news tip lines, every corner of the web. They can't kill it all at once." Jack allowed a hopeful smile. "So people will see it?" Liv nodded. "Unless they physically cut the power. But we have a backup battery, so even that might not be immediate." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a metallic clang echoed from somewhere in the building. Jack stiffened, finger sliding to the shotgun's trigger guard. Liv's eyes darted up from the screen. "We're not alone." Sure enough, footsteps resonated from the corridor, a measured, almost ominously calm stride. Liv frantically tapped at her keyboard, urging the upload to finalize. 4 minutes left, she muttered. The footsteps stopped outside the door, then a single knock. Thud, thud, thud. Rourke's heart nearly stopped. He raised the shotgun, voice shaking. "Stay back!" The door handle jiggled. Then, as if from nowhere, the knob turned and the door swung open. Standing there was Agent Daniel Briggs, the same figure who had led the raid on Jack's farm. Behind him hovered 2 more men in black suits, their faces eerily blank. Briggs's gaze swept the room, landing on the laptop. "Mr. Calloway, Ms. Carter," he said smoothly, ignoring the shotgun aimed at his chest. "This ends now. Step away from that computer." Jack gritted his teeth. "We're uploading the truth. Everyone will see what crashed on my farm. You can't silence this." Briggs sighed, his tone almost regretful. "You're misguided. The world isn't ready for what you've stumbled upon. Think of the panic, the chaos. We're protecting society." He nodded at the men behind him. They advanced, but Jack pumped the shotgun, halting them momentarily. Liv glanced at the screen. 2 minutes left, she whispered to Jack. Briggs's eyes narrowed. "Can't allow that file to spread. Stand down or we will be forced to..." A sudden boom reverberated through the facility, making everyone jerk in surprise. Something heavy crashed in a far corridor. The men in suits turned, momentarily distracted. Liv seized the opportunity, leaping forward to slam the door shut. She bolted it from inside, pressing her weight against it. From the hall, Briggs's muffled voice barked, "Breach it!" A heavy thud smashed against the door. Jack knew they had seconds. He joined Liv, pushing a nearby crate to barricade. "How long?" She checked the laptop. 1 minute. But they'll smash through any second. Already the door's metal buckled under repeated blows. Desperately, Jack rummaged for anything else to stall them, discarded shelves, debris. They piled it against the door, hearing the men outside coordinate. Another blow rattled the frame. "We're nearly there," Liv muttered, knuckles white on her keyboard. Then a final crash. The door burst open, flinging the makeshift barricade aside. Briggs and 2 men advanced, guns drawn. Jack raised the shotgun, but the men in black suits moved unnervingly quickly, disarming him with a blow that knocked him to the ground. Pain flared in his shoulder. Liv tried to shield the laptop. One suit forcibly yanked it away, slamming it to the concrete floor. Sparks flew as the screen cracked. With an impassive stare, the man crushed the device underfoot. Liv cried out, horror-stricken. Briggs approached the battered computer, verifying it was destroyed. Then he turned to Jack, who lay gasping on the ground. "You can't fight the entire apparatus, Mr. Calloway." A flicker of pity, or was it scorn, crossed his features. "You were never supposed to see that crash." Jack coughed, agony shooting through his ribs. The upload, it might have finished. Briggs knelt, retrieving Jack's phone. He tapped it. Somehow it was still connected, though a fractal of static danced on the screen. "We'll see." With a swift motion, he pressed something on the device. The phone screen went black. "Get them out of here," Briggs ordered. The men in black suits dragged Jack upright. Another grabbed Liv, forcing her arms behind her back. She spat curses, tears of frustration in her eyes. The upload might have been seconds from completion, but had it finished or not? Neither could be certain. As they were led away, stepping through the corridor, Jack glimpsed open warehouse doors. Rows of black SUVs were parked outside, red and blue lights flickering. A helicopter circled overhead. Any thought of escaping again felt impossible. Once outside, the men in black parted to let Briggs pass. He gestured for them to deposit Jack and Liv into separate vehicles. Jack fought weakly, shoulders screaming in pain, but there was no breaking free from these silent, relentless operatives. In the hush of the SUV's interior, the door slammed shut. Jack was alone, the windows tinted so dark he couldn't see out. A cold dread enveloped him. He realized they'd likely vanish him, just as they might do with Liv. The knowledge weighed heavily, but a flicker of uncertain hope remained. What if the upload had reached the internet in time? Could the truth slip out somewhere, unstoppable? But deep down, he feared the men in black might still find a way to erase everything. The SUV's engine rumbled to life. Jack sat pinned between two stiff-suited men, neither speaking. The vehicle sped off, disappearing into the night. Days later, the farmland of Jack Calloway lay silent, owned by a newly arrived family who claimed no knowledge of any Jack. The local records listed the property transfer as routine, with no mention of seized assets. Neighbours who once greeted Jack at the feed store shrugged, uncertain if they even recalled his face. Sheriff Wade Mitchell was suspended following allegations of misconduct. He refused to discuss the events publicly, haunted by glimpses of the footage that flickered on Jack's phone. Rumours circulated that Mitchell faced an internal investigation by federal authorities. Some claimed he was forced into early retirement. And Olivia Liv Carter vanished without a trace, her last known address found empty. Official statements offered no explanation. Some rumoured she fled the country. Others swore they saw her in a black car with tinted windows flanked by men in suits. Her online presence vanished, as if wiped clean. Yet in distant corners of the internet, obscure forums buzzed with rumours. Some users claimed to have seen a video snippet, a blur of silver wreckage, a swirling haze, and strange markings. The clip was incomplete, riddled with corruption. Each time it surfaced, it disappeared again. Accounts banned, threads deleted. But occasionally a screenshot survived, fueling endless speculation. One day, a user named FarmTruth4 posted, "I am Jack Calloway. I'm alive. Keep digging. Look to the sky." The post vanished within an hour, replaced by an error page. No one could verify its authenticity. Still, a handful believed. They whispered among themselves that somewhere, the truth about that fallen craft was out there, possibly slumbering on a server in some forgotten corner of the web, waiting to be rediscovered. And so the question lingered. Did the final transmission slip through the net of secrecy? Or did the watchers quietly crush every trace? For those who glimpsed the evidence, the answer was obvious. The sky had indeed fallen that night in Nebraska. But for the rest of the world, life carried on in blissful ignorance, never suspecting that on one quiet farm, the biggest secret in history had touched down and then been swept away. Nathan Cole had never considered himself a whistleblower. At 36, he was a meticulous scientist with a passion for analysing cloud formations and weather systems, working for a government-funded climate agency in a mid-sized city. He spent his days among swirling datasets and satellite imagery, focusing on how storms evolve and how the atmosphere changes across the globe. He believed wholeheartedly in the agency's mission, understanding climate shifts to protect communities from environmental disasters. It was Tuesday morning like any other when the first crack in his reality appeared. Nathan was poring over satellite data from the North Atlantic, a swirling mass of clouds that was intensifying into what meteorologists expected to be a mild tropical storm. Yet, in an older, theoretical predictive model, stored on an internal server, Nathan saw something odd, an exact projection of the storm's path that deviated significantly from the official forecast. More bizarrely, the model was labelled Cirrus Class Tier 4, a classification he'd never encountered, and it showed the storm making a sharp, unnatural turn, intensifying into a Category 3 hurricane. Curiosity piqued. Nathan cross-referenced live data. The real-time satellite feed indeed showed a suspicious shift in the storm's trajectory that aligned perfectly with the model's predictions that no one was publicly citing. If the storm turned out to be as strong as the Tier 4 model suggested, entire coastal regions would be unprepared. He tried to mention it to a senior colleague that afternoon, a data specialist named Ingrid. She gave him a polite smile, then stiffened when she saw the model's label. "Where did you get that file?" she asked quietly, her tone suddenly guarded. "It was in the archived server folders," Nathan replied. "But I've never seen references to Cirrus class in our usual forecasting. We should alert the hazard management department if this is accurate." Her face grew pale. "Nathan, I suggest you delete that file and forget about it. Sometimes old simulations are just mislabeled or inaccurate. If you talk about it publicly, you'll cause a panic." Something in her eyes told him she was terrified. He nodded numbly, though the numbers in that model were too precise to be accidental. As Ingrid walked away, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Later that evening, still uneasy, Nathan delved into the server again. He found an entire folder labelled Project Cirrus, restricted behind multiple passwords. He managed to bypass some security protocols, partly out of curiosity, partly out of mounting concern. Inside were numerous references to stratospheric aerosol injections, ionospheric heating, and artificial precipitation triggers. The documentation included scheduling for weather events in regions that, according to official narrative, had been hit by natural disasters. These logs dated back years, some referencing wildfires, others referencing drought patterns in farmland-rich nations. All of it implied a deliberate hand in steering or intensifying these phenomena. His heart pounded. This couldn't be real, could it? The possibility that the government or some clandestine branch was actively engineering weather events for undisclosed purposes defied everything he believed in. The sense of moral betrayal was overwhelming. He scanned more files, discovering reference after reference to manipulations that matched major storms of the past decade. Could it be a hoax or a conspiracy hidden inside official channels? But the data was too consistent, the language too methodical. Each major unpredictable storm, each bizarre drought anomaly, correlated with logs describing successful atmospheric seeding. He realised with dawning horror that he might be looking at evidence of the government's capacity to weaponize the weather. Struggling with the magnitude of it all, he decided to approach his immediate superior the next morning. That was Dr. Malcolm Ashcroft, the director of the Climate Research Division. Ashcroft was a disciplined, no-nonsense official with top-tier security clearance. If anyone could confirm or deny these findings, it would be him. Nathan scheduled a private meeting in Ashcroft's corner office, heart in his throat. The next day, upon entering the office, he felt the tension. The blinds were closed, giving the space a claustrophobic feel. Ashcroft listened to Nathan's account, flipping through the printed examples of the data, his face expressionless. When Nathan finished, Ashcroft leaned back, eyes cold. Coal? We're a climate agency, not a secret weather manipulation outfit, Ashcroft said with practiced calm. Those files must be mislabeled or part of some out-of-date project that never got off the ground. I'll have them archived properly. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on your assigned tasks. The words were benign, but a subtle threat underlined them. Nathan insisted, but these references to aerosol injections match the storms from the last year. This can't just be a leftover project. Ashcroft's gaze hardened. You're reading too much into it. Let it go. Dismissed from the office, Nathan left with a sinking feeling that he'd stepped into a hornet's nest. That evening, he returned to his desk only to find all references to Cirrus class or Tier 4 models wiped from the server. Ingrid avoided his gaze, looking frantic and pale. He attempted to log in with his clearance, only to find it revoked. A terse email labelled him for administrative leave pending a departmental audit. The message's subtext was clear. Keep quiet. As the day ended, Nathan exited the building under a darkening sky. A storm front loomed on the horizon, thunder rumbling ominously. It felt symbolic. His world was about to shift, perhaps irreversibly. Searching the online world from home that night, he discovered countless conspiracy theories about weather control, but none that matched the systematic detail of Project Cirrus. Some articles mentioned HAARP or cloud seeding, but all were dismissive. Yet Nathan knew the truth might be hidden in plain sight. The real question was, how far would the perpetrators go to keep it hidden? And could he, an ordinary scientist, find the courage to expose it? 2 days of enforced idleness left Nathan Cole in an anxious whirl. Officially on leave, he was barred from the Climate Agency's premises. He spent his time combing through personal backups, notes, old research proposals, weather anomaly charts. Tucked among them, he found earlier versions of the Cirrus-class references, not labelled as such, but hinting at advanced geoengineering. The idea weighed heavily on him. Maybe Project Cirrus had roots in the agency's past under different names. Huddled in his small apartment with a mug of coffee gone cold, he typed weather manipulation into countless search engines. The results were mostly sensationalist. Wild claims of chemtrails, HAARP conspiracies, or microwave weapons used by shadowy groups. He had always dismissed such theories as fringe paranoia. Now he suspected they might contain grains of truth. He opened a new email with an attached data set, wrote a short message, and addressed it to Jade Ramirez, an underground investigative journalist he'd read about. Jade was known for exposing corporate cover-ups, mainly big pharma or environmental disasters. She had a reputation for chasing suppressed stories, ignoring official denials. But contacting her carried risks. If she proved untrustworthy, he'd be handing explosive info to the wrong hands. If she was legit, she might become his only lifeline. An hour later, to his surprise, Jade replied with a terse, "Meet me. District 7 coffee shop. 3 p.m, bring your evidence." The directness made his pulse quicken. It was happening. Someone was taking him seriously, or maybe it was a trap. Fear gnawed at him. He arrived at the coffee shop, a nondescript spot with battered wooden tables and flickering lights. Jade was waiting, arms folded, scanning the crowd warily. She was in her early 30s, short hair dyed a streak of blue, wearing a leather jacket that had seen better days. The second Nathan approached, her gaze locked onto him. "Cole?" she asked. He nodded, sliding into the seat across from her. "You said you have proof of government weather manipulation. That's a big claim." He took a deep breath, passing a flash drive across the table. "On this, you'll find partial logs referencing Project Cirrus, including time-stamped documents that correspond to real-world storms. I also have correlation data that suggests these events weren't natural." She raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Could be doctored. People fake documents all the time." "I'm not a forger. Check the metadata. It's from official servers. I just stumbled upon it." Jade hesitated, took the drive. "If you're messing with me, I'll know. But if this is real, it's huge." She paused. "Why come to me? Why not mainstream media?" Nathan grimaced. "They'll bury it or brand me a crank. My own office tried to muzzle me. You have a history of exposing cover-ups." She leaned back. "Look, I'll investigate, but I can't guarantee an immediate story. If it's genuine, we'll need proof stronger than a flash drive. We'll need interviews, logs, an angle the public can't dismiss." He nodded, heart pounding. "I'll help in any way I can." They parted with an unspoken understanding. If Jade verified the data, they'd blow the lid off Project Cirrus. He felt simultaneously relieved and terrified. He walked home in the drizzle, scanning for suspicious onlookers. Every silhouette on the sidewalk or parked car seemed menacing. That evening his phone buzzed, an unknown number. He hesitated but answered. A clipped voice said, "Nathan Cole, we advise you to withdraw your claims or face consequences." The line went dead. His blood ran cold. The watchers were on him. Days blurred into nights. Jade remained silent, presumably verifying the files. In that time, Nathan tried to unravel more threads. He recalled references to hot air pattern injections that preceded certain wildfires. Searching wildfire data, he saw a suspicious pattern of intense dryness in spots soon ravaged by flames. Cirrus logs described target dryness increment by 0.5%. He found that a 0.5% shift might be trivial except in the critical moment of spark ignition, enough to tip a region from safe to tinderbox. He also remembered seeing mention of economy disruption tests. Scouring open source shipping data, he noticed how a large hurricane had ravaged ports in underdeveloped nations right when they were poised to export vital resources. Could Project Cirrus be a covert economic weapon? The notion was horrifying yet logically consistent with a conspiracy to manipulate global markets. Finally, Jade called, "Meet me, same place, 2 p.m, we have a problem." That phrase hammered his anxiety. He arrived earlier than planned. She showed up, expression grim. "I cross-checked your files. They match official formats. I also found references to offshore cloud seeding stations owned by shell companies. I tried contacting a few meteorologists who might confirm. Within hours they retracted statements, claiming they never said anything about manufactured storms. They were spooked. Some phone lines went dead. This is bigger than I imagined." They sat in tense silence for a moment. Jade went on. "It's reminiscent of old Cold War projects rumoured to manipulate the weather for strategic advantage. But the scale here is monstrous, modernised, global. Could the government be orchestrating storms to destabilise nations? That's bigger than a one-article scoop. We might be dealing with a militarised operation at the highest level." Nathan's face paled. "What do we do?" "Expose it, carefully. We'll gather unassailable proof, on-site photos, whistleblowers inside the operation. I can't publish half-baked data because they'll label it conspiracy nonsense. We need more, but once we have it, we'll go big. Make it impossible for them to bury." He inhaled slowly, bracing himself. "That means infiltration, or a direct link to the agency. They locked me out. Any attempt to re-enter is dangerous." She clenched her jaw. "We find another lead, someone inside, or we break in somewhere else. This story, if true, changes everything about how we see natural disasters." Before they parted, Jay confided in him a personal note. "My brother died in a supposed freak hurricane a few years back. I always felt something was off. This might explain it. I want the truth as much as you do." Her resolve mirrored his. They left the cafe more determined, less alone. Still, doubt lingered. The forces behind weather manipulation likely had near limitless resources. Could two individuals, a disgraced scientist and an underground journalist, truly unmask it? And if they did, would the public accept such a monstrous possibility? Another beep from his phone cut through the gloom. A new text from an untraceable number. "You've been warned. Stop now." The intimidation was intensifying, yet it only fueled his conviction. They were on a collision course with a hidden power capable of rewriting the planet's skies. Surrender wasn't an option, not after glimpsing the scale of harm inflicted upon innocent lives. That night, thunder rolled again outside Nathan's window. He wondered if it was a naturally occurring storm or another artificially steered system. In either case, the storm brewing inside his own life was about to get fiercer, driving him deeper into the shadows of a conspiracy that threatened the entire globe. Nathan Cole's days turned into a blur of covert meetings and frantic internet searches, each new revelation pulling him deeper into a labyrinth of conspiracies. Jade Ramirez, juggling her own investigations, collaborated with him on a plan to gather incontrovertible evidence. The stakes escalated when Jade stumbled upon references to Project Stormgate, a decades-old initiative rumoured to be the predecessor of Cirrus. Her findings: Stormgate started in the Cold War era, an attempt to use weather as a silent weapon, spawning floods, droughts, or storms in target regions without direct warfare. It was tested in small-scale scenarios, but never publicly acknowledged. Now it seemed Project Cirrus had modernised Stormgate's mission with advanced technologies like ionospheric heating and aerosol deployment. As Jade pieced together old FOIA, Freedom of Information Act documents, Nathan found corporate ties, shell companies that owned private cloud seeding stations in remote oceans. The trail led to a nondescript facility near the coast. Eyewitness accounts from local fishermen described unmarked planes releasing chemicals into the sky at night. Jade's eyes glinted. That might be our key vantage point to capture them in the act. Their plan was risky. Slip onto the restricted coastline, photograph or record the planes, and cross-reference flight data. Jade had the gear: a high-zoom camera, a drone for overhead shots. If they caught a plane in action, it could corroborate the logs describing ChemLab 7 deploying aerosol injections. But infiltration carried the risk of immediate arrest or worse, especially if armed guards patrolled. Yet neither Nathan nor Jade hesitated. The storm battered the region, ironically providing them with a cover of gloom and thunder. One drizzly night, they navigated the coastline by a battered off-road vehicle, headlights off. Each minute that passed felt like an eternity. Rain battered the windshield. Jade skillfully drove, guided by the GPS coordinates from local rumours. Eventually they reached a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond it lay a row of hangars and a short runway. Faint lights glowed from within. Jade parked behind a natural dune, pulling out a pair of binoculars. We see if anything moves. If a plane takes off, we record. This is the only runway for miles. If they're launching secret ops, it's gotta be here. Nathan's nerves were raw. Hours ticked by in the humid darkness, hearts pounding with each new lightning flash. At around 2 a.m, they spotted activity. Hangar doors slid open, revealing a cargo plane with no visible markings. Workers wearing hooded raincoats hustled about. Through the binoculars, Jade glimpsed canisters being loaded into the plane's cargo hold. She snapped pictures, leaning forward with hushed excitement. As the plane taxied out, Jade launched a small drone. The drone soared up, capturing thermal signatures. A live feed on her laptop showed the canisters inside the hold. The plane took flight, slicing through storm clouds overhead. Jade followed with the drone as best she could, capturing aerial footage of suspicious aerosol jets spraying from the plane's underside. The night vision feed revealed a chemical trail dispersing into the storm. They had proof that matched the Cirrus documentation referencing mid-storm aerosol seeding. Suddenly, warning lights blared on the drone's interface, some kind of jamming signal. The drone feed cut out, the device spiralling. Jade cursed as the laptop screen flickered to static, but they'd already recorded a few minutes of incriminating footage. Gritting her teeth, she saved the partial data to multiple drives. Then came the wail of sirens. Spotlights erupted across the runway, scanning the perimeter. "Time to go," Jade muttered. Nathan nodded, adrenaline surging. They retreated, hearts pounding, water splashing underfoot. They reached the off-road vehicle and sped away. The swirling storm overhead a testament to the operation they'd just witnessed. In the rearview mirror, flashing lights and distant shouts indicated the facility was on high alert. But for now, they were free, with precious evidence in hand. Hours later, they reconvened in Jade's makeshift safe house, a dingy apartment she used for sensitive investigations. She meticulously backed up the footage on encrypted servers. "We have them in the act," she said, breath trembling with excitement. No official markings, but definitely a plane deploying chemicals into a storm system. The question is, how do we tie it to a government directive? Nathan rummaged in his bag, pulling out a snippet of log referencing a night ops flight from Hangar 15. The date matched that night. We link it to that schedule. We still need a direct chain to Director Ashcroft or whomever is behind Project Cirrus. Otherwise they'll claim it's rogue actors or deny the authenticity. A sudden beep from Jade's laptop drew their attention. An intrusion warning popped up. A hacking attempt. Jade hastily scrambled to cut internet access. "They're trying to track us down," she hissed. "We have to move. This place isn't safe anymore." Frantic tension spurred them to pack their gear. Jade stuffed the drives into a sealed bag. They left under the pre-dawn sky, the city's neon glow a silent witness. By sunrise, they'd relocated to an abandoned storage unit on the outskirts. Nerves rattled but resolve firm. From there, Jade made contact with a fellow journalist known for secure data handling. They arranged a possible large-scale leak to multiple independent outlets. Meanwhile, Nathan discovered deeper references in the logs. Storm weapon test, drought expansions, wildfire expansions, hurricane targeting. The text explicitly mentioned impacting global commodity markets, resource control and political leverage. The scope of it was monstrous, pitting entire nations into chaos under the guise of natural disasters. A final piece of the puzzle emerged when Jade hacked into an older database containing Stormgate archives. The archived documents described how initially it was about sabotage, flooding enemy farmland or parching rival economies. Over decades, it evolved. Now, under Project Cirrus, it extended to forging or intensifying storms for strategic advantage across the globe. The authors rationalised it as maintaining global equilibrium, a twisted justification, but the powers behind this operation had no intention of letting them reveal everything. That day, Jade's phone lit up with an unknown text. "We see you. Enough." Then the lights in the storage unit flickered. Nathan's phone rang, the same menacing voice from before. "Hand over your data or face the consequences. We maintain Earth's balance, not you." Shaken, Jade clutched her phone. They are calling it balance? More like playing gods with innocent lives. Nathan's face hardened. "We leak it now, or we lose the chance, but we must go big, or they'll just bury it again." Yet they also sensed that a direct leak might provoke a catastrophic distraction. More than once, Nathan had read references to false flag storms. If cornered, Project Cirrus might create a massive weather event to overshadow the news or discredit their revelations. Could it be done? All the data suggested yes. That realization weighed heavily on them as they prepared to risk everything for the truth. The decision was made. Nathan and Jade would hold a live-stream press conference revealing the existence of Project Cirrus, accompanied by a data dump across multiple independent platforms. The plan: go public at a set time so that even if their feed was cut, many mirrored sites would have the files. Over the next days, they arranged a safe location for the broadcast. A concealed studio belonging to one of Jade's contacts in the alternative media scene. Every hour that passed felt like waiting for an explosion. They received more threats. Online harassment escalated, with trolls labelling Nathan a climate kook, attacking his credibility. Jade's background was smeared with rumours of criminal activity, the typical discrediting tactics. Meanwhile, they fine-tuned the evidence. The Redwood documents, flight footage, satellite patterns, internal logs referencing spiked wildfires, even personal testimonies from two ex-technicians who refused to appear on camera but provided voice-distorted statements. During a tense planning session, Jade's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then shared a sobering look with Nathan. A new storm was forming in the Atlantic, unexpectedly. Meteorologists were baffled by its rapid intensification. Forecast agencies predicted it might reach Category 5 within mere days. Jade's eyes darkened. This is it. They're launching a major event to overshadow our story. Or to threaten the entire region if we proceed. Nathan's throat constricted. The storm's projected path included a major city on the east coast. If they are steering it, they might time it to strike exactly when we go live, he said bleakly. They'll claim all resources must focus on evacuation, making our data release look irresponsible or overshadowing it completely. Jade exhaled slowly. We can't let them turn this into a black hole. We move forward but expedite. The public needs to see the link between the storm's unnatural path and these documents. Maybe we can turn the storm into proof rather than a distraction. A day before the planned broadcast, trouble arrived. Jade's contact at the alternative studio called, voice trembling. Men had shown up asking about her, threatening staff. The studio was compromised. They'd need a new location. Tension soared. Time was running out. The monstrous hurricane, now named Bronte, was intensifying. Official announcements labelled it unprecedented warming anomalies fueling a freak acceleration. But Nathan suspected advanced ionospheric pulses were funneling energy into the system. Desperate, Jade found a last-minute solution. A small basement in a friendly journalist's home with a decent internet link and a backup generator. They'd rig up a camera, a laptop and start streaming. They just needed the final hours to hold together. If the broadcast reached enough eyes, maybe the settled scandal would be too big to ignore. The chosen night arrived. Thunder rumbled outside ironically. Hurricane Bronte churned ominously off the coast, barreling toward landfall. In that cramped basement, Jade tested the camera feed, ensuring encryption. Nathan paced restlessly, triple-checking the data. Both were drenched in anxiety, hearts pounding with each lightning flash. Midnight neared. The broadcast was set for 12:30 a.m., a prime time for online watchers worldwide. 12:29 a.m., countdown. Jade's contact signalled readiness. The live feed commenced. Jade introduced herself, welcomed viewers, then turned the camera to Nathan. He swallowed hard, launching into an explanation. Who he was, his credentials, how he discovered the hidden files. He presented the evidence, documents from Redwood, the suspicious flight footage, references to decades-long weather warfare operations. Jade then interjected with cross-checks, verifying the logs, and describing the shell companies and infiltration attempts. They explained that this very moment, a massive hurricane was being manipulated off the coast. We have reason to believe Hurricane Bronte's path is not just a result of random climate variables, Jade said. It aligns with newly uncovered data from Project Cirrus, indicating a strategic intensification. This is weather warfare happening in real time. Viewers began flooding the chat with shock, skepticism, outrage. Some called them heroes, others called them frauds. But the numbers soared, thousands, then tens of thousands. They posted the data links, telling watchers to mirror it, share it on every platform. The momentum built until the feed abruptly cut to static. Panic seized them. Jade's laptop beeped a flurry of network error messages. "We're under a major DDoS attack," she hissed. "They're flooding our connection." She scrambled to switch to a backup server, but that too faltered. Meanwhile, pounding footsteps echoed upstairs. The door above them rattled. In a burst of fear, Nathan realized their location had been compromised. "We have to get out now," Jade nodded, grabbing the drives. The feed was partially restored for a moment, just enough for Jade to shout, "Share the data! Spread the word!" Then static again. The basement door smashed open, men in dark tactical gear rushing in. Gunshots cracked. Jade cried out as a bullet grazed her arm. Nathan dove behind a table, terror flooding him. The men advanced, ignoring the computers, Focusing on them, one demanded, "Stop resisting, surrender the data," and a sudden swirl of wind buffeted the small basement window, a sign the hurricane's outer bands might be hitting the coast sooner than predicted. The timing was no coincidence. Jade, bleeding and gasping, managed to throw a flash drive into a small backpack, then shoved it at Nathan. She whispered, "Go. Expose them. Don't let it die here." Heart thudding, he nodded. Through the confusion, he spotted a back window leading into an alley. He pried it open, crawling out. Shouts followed him. He ran through torrential rain, the city's streets nearly deserted. Sirens blared in the distance as emergency services braced for the monstrous storm. In a reflection across a puddle, he glimpsed the swirling clouds overhead, lightning flickering. Nature or manipulated chaos? Frantic, he found temporary shelter in a battered shed behind a closed shop, mind spinning. Jade was likely captured or severely wounded. The broadcast was cut, but if even a fraction of viewers saw it, the data might have spread. He clung to that hope. Yet powerful forces would do everything to discredit or bury it. Exhausted and soaked, he sat with the backpack, cradling the last surviving copy of raw data. The hurricane roared closer. He saw news alerts on his phone, describing Bronte's escalation to a Category 5 hitting land in record time. Government statements said, no one could have predicted such an abrupt intensification. He realised with heartbreak that if Jade was right, this was a deliberate cataclysm to overshadow the story or punish a rebellious coastal region. Innocent lives treated as collateral damage. He had one option left. Get out of the city, find a stable internet connection, and upload everything again. The question, would he manage before the storm or the men in black found him? Time was short, and the storm surge unstoppable. He staggered to his feet, adrenaline fueling him. If he gave up now, it was over. Jade's sacrifice would be for nothing. Lightning tore across the sky, thunder shaking the streets. He braced himself. The final confrontation with this hidden power approached. The storm was here, and the truth might be drowned unless he found a way to break through. Summoning his last reserves of courage, Nathan Cole stepped back into the raging night. Hurricane Bronte made landfall at dawn, battering the coastline with ferocious winds and torrential rain. Nathan Cole, clutching the precious flash drive, navigated deserted streets as chaos swirled around him. Fallen power lines crackled, storefronts lay shattered, and floodwaters rose with terrifying speed. Emergency sirens wailed, overshadowed by the storm's fury. He had to reach higher ground, find a vantage point to broadcast the data again. Every corner reminded him that thousands of citizens were in harm's way, while the orchestrators of this disaster likely watched from safe bunkers. The frustration burned within him. He was a single voice against an operation spanning decades. Yet he pressed on, heart pounding. Eventually, he found an abandoned internet cafe near the city's central hill. Power was out, but the building had a backup generator and a battered satellite uplink, possibly left by the owner or used for emergency communications. Breaking in, he discovered partial power to the router. He rigged up a laptop from behind the counter, hooking it to the generator. The signal was weak but present. As wind rattled the building, water seeping under doors, he typed feverishly. He connected to multiple activist forums, dropping the raw Cirrus data, the flight footage, the redwood logs, everything. He posted disclaimers. I am Nathan Cole, climate goal scientist. Hurricane Bronte is not fully natural. This data proves orchestrated intensification. Share widely. He prayed someone somewhere would read it. Midway through uploading, an external crash jarred him. Someone was forcing entry, no time to hide. The door splintered, revealing two black-clad figures, guns raised. They must have tracked his phone or spotted him. He dove behind the desk. Bullets ripped through monitors. Sparks flew. He glimpsed the upload progress. Still at 60%. He needed to buy time. One soldier advanced. Nathan grabbed a loose metal bar, swung it in desperation. The soldier dodged, pinned him against the wall. A blow to Nathan's stomach left him gasping. The other soldier aimed at the laptop, likely to destroy it. Summoning courage, Nathan twisted free, shouldering the soldier away from the device. Another scuffle ensued. In the chaos, the desk toppled, smashing the soldier's knee. A muffled scream. The second soldier steadied his gun again, finger tightening on the trigger. A flash of lightning illuminated the cafe. In that split second, an echoing gunshot rang out. But it wasn't from the soldier's weapon. It came from behind him. The soldier crumpled, shot from behind by a new arrival. Jade Ramirez, pale and injured but alive, stood at the doorway, pistol shaking in her grip. Her jacket was tattered, her face drawn with pain. "Couldn't let them kill you," she rasped. She'd somehow escaped captivity or fought her way free. The first soldier crawled away, cursing, but Jade's aim pinned him. The second soldier lay still. Outside, hurricane winds howled, rattling shattered windows. Nathan coughed, stumbling to check the upload. 95%. He gulped relief. Jade limped forward, eyes flicking to the screen. "We can't let them stop that upload. That's the world's best chance." He nodded. She collapsed into a chair, wincing from her wound. He rummaged for a medical kit, found only basic supplies. The battered generator sputtered. They both froze, watching the flickering light. If the generator died beforehand, it was all for nothing. 99%. Another surge of wind battered the structure. A portion of the ceiling collapsed near the entrance. Water gushed in. The soldier pinned by Jade struggled, but Jade glared. "Don't!" The soldier froze, cursing under his breath. Ding! 100%. "Upload complete," the grid read. The data was out, mirrored across activist sites, cloud storage platforms, social media. Possibly unstoppable now. A wave of exhausted triumph pulsed in Nathan's chest. They'd done it! Jade gave a weak smile. The soldier scowled, presumably knowing their secret was laid bare. "You fools," he spat. "Doesn't matter. The media will discredit it. Our people are everywhere." Suddenly, the cafe's front collapsed inward with a crash. The swirling storm poured in. The soldier used the distraction to lunge at Jade. She fired, but her aim wavered. He knocked the gun aside, grappling her to the floor. Nathan, ignoring the chaos, tackled the soldier off her. They tumbled across broken glass. Another gust tore through the building. Water rushed around them, threatening to submerge the entire lower floor. In the final struggle, Jade seized the pistol again, pressing it to the soldier's helmet. This time he froze, eyes wide with genuine fear. "Enough!" Jade wheezed, tears in her eyes. Nathan saw how close she was to crossing a moral line, but the soldier slumped, raising his hands in surrender. She exhaled, dropping the gun, letting him live. They turned to see the laptop battered by debris. The generator stuttered, finally shutting down. Darkness enveloped them, except for flickers of lightning from the raging hurricane. But the data was out, their mission accomplished. Now survival was the question. The soldier muttered something about an extraction team. Jade and Nathan realised no extraction was coming for them. They had to flee. They forced the soldier to remain behind, pinned under debris. Or they might let him go, but time was short, the building was collapsing. Gathering their last bits of energy, Jade and Nathan waded through swirling floodwaters, forging a path outside into the watery streets. The soldiers' curses echoed behind them, lost in the wind. Outside, the city was battered. Debris flew. They trudged to higher ground, half carrying each other. Eventually, they reached a partially intact overpass. Jade collapsed, her wound and blood loss taking their toll. Nathan tried to keep her conscious, shouting her name over the gale. Distant sirens wailed. Overhead, the swirling eye of the hurricane approached with eerie calm, lightning illuminating the sky in strobe-like flashes. In the morning's bleak light, rescue teams might find them or might not. But by then, the story would be global. The data would spread. Some outlets would dismiss it as a hoax or AI fabricated. Others might investigate deeper. The public might question why storms are intensifying in strange patterns, why entire weather fronts shift unpredictably. Maybe more whistleblowers would step forward, or maybe the mainstream would bury it. Nathan could only hope their evidence was strong enough. In the final hour before exhaustion took him, Nathan gazed at the watery horizon. He felt no triumph, only a grim sense of duty fulfilled. He'd never see the world the same again, and even if he vanished beneath the waves of official denial, the seeds of truth were planted. Somewhere far away, director Malcolm Ashcroft or men like him would watch the outcome. Perhaps they'd blame nature for the city's ruin, denouncing the so-called storm protocol leaks as conspiratorial nonsense. But the next storms, the next droughts, some might begin to suspect. A crack had formed in the carefully maintained facade. As Nathan's eyelids grew heavy, the wind's roar dulled in his ears. Jade lay beside him, battered but alive. He whispered to her, "We did it. The storm might pass." Her faint nod was the last thing he saw before darkness claimed him. Whether he'd wake to a city ravaged by a manipulated hurricane or a new dawn of truth, no one could say. But for that moment, the only certainty was that the secret was out, and storms would never again be seen as purely natural phenomena, not after the revelations of the storm protocol. tonight's narrative is titled Deep Silence, the Titanic Deception. Imagine the year is modern day, and we have all grown up hearing one definitive story about the Titanic's tragic end. A collision with an iceberg, an unsinkable ship that proved otherwise, the sorrowful loss of life. But in this retelling, a new voice steps forward. Doctor. Nolan Reeve, a dedicated marine biologist who stumbles upon a startling discovery on the Titanic's wreck that contradicts the official version of events. There's evidence of an explosion, or sabotage, hidden among the rusted metal and barnacle-clung beams, suggesting that the tragedy of 1912 might have been orchestrated to eliminate certain powerful individuals. As Dr. Reeve digs deeper, searching old shipping records and deciphering coded telegrams, he finds himself up against forces that have spent over a century ensuring no one ever questions the iceberg narrative. Tension rises as strange warnings appear, suspicious accidents claim the lives of those close to him, and the unstoppable juggernaut of a conspiracy that crosses generations threatens to silence him forever. In the 5 parts that follow, we'll dive into Dr. Reeve's step-by-step investigation, from the first glimpses of abnormal structural damage on the Titanic's hull to the frantic final hours, where he attempts to broadcast the truth before shadowy agents can destroy both him and the evidence. If you're ready to uncover a hidden piece of maritime history, at least in this fictional reimagining, read on and let the swirl of ocean currents and midnight conspiracies guide you deeper into the hush of night. Please, make yourself comfortable. Allow your mind to wander into the possibilities that maybe, just maybe, everything we've been told about that fateful April night is not the whole story. And remember, in times of darkness, knowledge can be as blinding as a flare, or as comforting as a dim lantern. May you find the perfect balance tonight as we embark on this mysterious tale. The frigid waters of the North Atlantic loomed above Dr. Nolan Reeve like an endless dark plain, and beneath them, almost 2.5 miles down, lay the shattered remains of what was once the grandest ship afloat, RMS Titanic. The year was present day, and Reeve found himself aboard the research vessel Aegis, leading a deep-sea expedition to study microbial decay on century-old wrecks. It was all in the name of science, or so he believed. The Aegis was no luxurious craft, but it boasted a sturdy submersible named Deep Seeker that could navigate the tremendous pressure at such depths. Reeve's focus was to gather data on the rusticles, those icicle-like formations of iron-oxidizing bacteria slowly consuming the Titanic's hull. Alongside him was a small crew of marine scientists, including Isla Grant, a skilled submersible pilot and camera operator with a knack for zeroing in on small details. The funding for this expedition came from a wealthy institute run by Andrew Calder, a rather enigmatic financier who seldom gave interviews but had a keen interest in the maritime heritage. As the Aegis hovered in the general area, Reeve and Grant prepared for their first descent. Their mission's outward goals were straightforward: collect microbe samples from various compartments, photograph structural integrity, and produce a documentary charting the wreck's gradual dissolution. But Reeve felt an odd stirring in the back of his mind. Something about Calder's deep pockets, and the near-obsessive interest he showed in the Titanic, unsettled him. Calder insisted on daily updates, demanded high-resolution close-ups of specific hull sections, as though searching for something more than just rust. On a crisp morning, the submersible deck rumbled with mechanical clanks as Deep Seeker was lowered into the ocean. Reeve and Grant strapped into the tiny sphere that formed the sub's cockpit, oxygen humming through portable lines. Once submerged, the watery gloom swallowed them. Dials glowed green, and the hull's thick glass offered a restricted but haunting view. Grant navigated them slowly downward, the hull lights cutting a pale cone through dark water. After about 2 hours of descent, the sub's external beams finally caught sight of the Titanic's bow. Even after a century submerged, the shape was unmistakable. The ghostly hulk loomed from the gloom, broken in half, the once proud prow half buried in silt. Reeve felt his heart clench with awe and sorrow. It was a tomb and a monument, a silent testament to a night that changed history. They inched along the starboard side. Coral, fish and anemones colonised the iron plating. Grant guided the sub's manipulator arm to gather small fragments of rusticles. Reeve carefully stored them in sample tubes. They progressed deeper, filming rooms that once bustled with first-class passengers and cherubs and grand staircases, now lying collapsed or entombed in sediment. These swirling detritus gave everything a dreamlike haze. Midway through the session, while scanning the lower hull near the stern, Grant noticed something peculiar on her camera feed. A portion of the metal showed not smooth tearing or typical impact damage, but an odd concavity ringed with a faint scorch pattern. Reeve pressed in for a closer view. The plating there was bent outward, as though from an internal explosion. This was bizarre. The official record insisted the Titanic's damage came from an external tear by an iceberg. If that was so, why did this metal appear warped from the inside out? Reeve's heartbeat quickened. He asked Grant to pivot the sub's lights for better clarity. Sure enough, the contortion pattern strongly suggested that some internal force had bulged the hull outward. The jagged edges showed hints of blackening, a dark residue that might be scorched metal. Reeve snapped multiple high-resolution stills. This flew in the face of the standard iceberg collision damage narrative. He radioed the Aegis with mild excitement, describing a strange hull anomaly. The ship's comm operator acknowledged him, but in a clipped tone, urging them to stick to the planned route. Reeve found that suspicious. Usually the team back on deck was enthralled by discoveries. Why dismiss this so quickly? Pushing further, Reeve and Grant discovered more irregularities. Sealed cargo compartments not listed in the ship's known manifests. Metal beams that looked warped in ways you wouldn't expect from an iceberg tear. Then they saw something even more bizarre. A small chunk of what seemed like embedded steel that didn't match the rest of Titanic's composition. Could it be a fragment from a device or an outside structure? They collected a sample with the sub's manipulator arm. As their time slot undersea neared its end, Reeve's mind whirled with questions. When they returned to the surface, Calder was on the deck to greet them, a faint smile on his lips. "Any interesting finds?" he asked casually. Reeve hesitated, glancing at Grant. "We saw some unexpected hull damage patterns. Might deviate from the standard historical account." Calder's expression flickered, then resumed neutrality. "I see," he said softly. "Well, keep me informed of any further anomalies." Then he pivoted away, leaving Reeve unsettled by his reaction. That evening Reeve spent hours reviewing the footage. The scorch marks, the outward bent steel. It pointed to an internal explosion or sabotage. But how? This was the Titanic, the world's biggest ship at the time, lost in 1912 to an iceberg. The official narrative had been accepted for over a century. No major historian ever seriously advanced a sabotage theory. He found it all improbable. But then, so was the photographic evidence in front of him. Isla joined him in the ship's small lab. She too looked uneasy. If the Titanic was scuttled or bombed from within, that means... what? Some grand conspiracy. She paused, leaning over the images. That's nearly unimaginable, and yet these images speak for themselves. Reeve nodded, chewing his lip. "We need more context. Old shipping logs, survivor accounts, something that might confirm the possibility." He emailed a few colleagues, maritime historians, archive specialists, seeking discreet help. Unbeknownst to Reeve, others had their eyes on the expedition's data. Hours later, while the crew slept, a silent figure wearing a staff uniform accessed the main lab console, scanning the raw footage, then left behind a small device that quietly started encrypting all data. By morning, Reeve discovered that his recordings had been locked, needing a passcode. A glitch? Possibly, but it felt too coincidental. In the next days, Reeve would realise he'd stirred a hornet's nest with that single discovery. The evidence of sabotage on the Titanic's wreck threatened to unravel a century-old deception, and those who guarded that secret were not about to let one curious marine biologist rewrite history. In the cramped lab aboard the Aegis, Dr. Nolan Reeve wrestled with the encrypted files. Every time he tried to open them, an error message demanded an unknown passcode. He suspected sabotage, but who would want to bury the data? The expedition's sponsor, Andrew Calder, insisted it must be a technical glitch, urging Reeve to keep the incident quiet and rely on fresh recordings. But Reeve felt the tension in Calder's voice. It was too pointed, too insistent. Frustrated, Reeve and Isla Grant turned to the partial images and notes they'd saved offline. A few snapshots still remained on Isla's personal camera, showing that suspicious scorch pattern on the Titanic's hull. Reeve cross-referenced the Titanic's original construction blueprints, which the Historical Society had in their public archive. That region of the hull was never intended to have anything more than standard plating. No known modifications or cargo compartments were recorded in that area. So how did an explosion or something akin to it mar the interior? Seeking clarity, Reeve reached out to maritime historians he knew back on the mainland. One responded quickly, an old friend named Francis Hobbs, who specialised in transatlantic liner accidents. Hobbs expressed utter shock at the hull damage suggestion. No major source ever mentioned burn marks or outward bent steel. The entire official inquiry pinned it on an iceberg gash. Reeve pressed further, mentioning the possibility that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had sustained damage weeks prior to Titanic's maiden voyage. Some fringe conspiracy circles argued the White Star Line might have swapped ships to salvage insurance money. But that didn't fully explain sabotage or bombs. As the days went on, Reeve discovered more digital meddling. A chunk of audio data from the sub's recordings vanished. The expedition's official logs were being updated to downplay the hull anomalies as corrosion patterns. Meanwhile, Calder announced an abrupt shift in the research plan. They were to focus on the ship's upper decks, ignoring the stern or deeper compartments. Reeve confronted Calder in the corridor, voice tight with anger. "We came for a thorough study of microbial decay, remember? We're not done with the lower hull." Calder just patted Reeve's shoulder. "This expedition is under my sponsorship, Doctor. We have all we need. Let's not waste resources on rabbit holes." Suspicion soared. Yella quietly confided in Reeve that she'd seen an unknown staffer rummaging through the lab's computers late at night. Something bigger was at play. They hatched a plan. On the next dive, they'd pretend to follow orders but actually gather clandestine footage of the suspicious hull region again, storing it on a separate device. They hoped to smuggle that out. The next day, they executed the plan. Isla took an alternate camera hidden in the sub's toolkit, capturing fresh angles of the scorch marks. But near the end of the dive, the sub's thrusters failed, plunging them into darkness momentarily. A near-fatal scenario if Isla's backup system hadn't restarted the motors. The official post-dive report pegged it as a mechanical glitch, but Reeve and Isla suspected sabotage, an attempt to end them mid-ocean. Back on the surface, they realised they needed more historical context. They discovered, from old survivor memoirs, mention of loud booms below deck some hours before the iceberg collision. In official statements, these were dismissed as boiler explosions due to flooding. Another survivor wrote that wealthy industrialist John Astor had confided to a friend about shadowy deals for or against a central banking system. Then one cryptic line from a steward's note surfaced. "We were told not to speak of the cargo in hold number 3, told it was hush-hush for the men with suits." Reeve's blood chilled. It sounded like sensitive cargo beyond just mail or supplies. The more Reeve read, the more an unsettling pattern emerged. Certain powerful men who opposed the formation of a global central banking authority died on the Titanic. Surviving members who wanted that bank system ironically missed the voyage last minute. Could the sinking have been orchestrated to remove key opposition? Reeves' logic reeled. It was wild, reminiscent of conspiratorial talk. Yet the sabotage evidence from the wreck gave these claims unexpected weight. Meanwhile, the expedition approached an official end date. Calder seemed eager to wrap up. The mood on the Aegis turned tense, with some staff openly complaining about weird instructions from Calder's office. Reeve realised that once they returned to shore, Calder might quietly seize all official findings, labelling anything about sabotage as a hoax. Reeve confided in Ayla that they needed to break free from Calder's control. "We have to publish or release these anomalies ourselves," he insisted. She agreed, though fear glimmered in her eyes. "They're watching everything we do." Days before the final docking, an unnerving event confirmed their fears. One of Reeves' close colleagues, a diver who had glimpsed the scorch marks as well, died in a suspicious boat explosion near the Aegis. The official statement labelled it a tragic fuel accident, but Reeves saw no sense in the story. The diver had been careful, not the type to mishandle fuel lines. The message was clear: keep your mouth shut or pay the price. Now Reeve recognised the bigger threat. Some covert group, possibly with Calder's backing or beyond him, was determined to bury any mention of sabotage. Perhaps a direct lineage of those old bankers or industrialists from 1912 still wielded enough influence to ensure the Titanic's alternative story remained hidden. The fear in Reeves' gut was overshadowed by moral resolve. People deserved the truth. The tragedy that claimed 1/500 lives might have been a coldly calculated mass murder. Nights turned sleepless. Reeve hammered out a partial draft of his revelation, an academic paper explaining the structural anomalies, listing historical coincidences, and linking them to potential sabotage. He also prepared a short documentary with images and voiceover, planning to upload it online the moment they were near stable internet. Ayla assisted, editing in hush hours. They stored backups on hidden flash drives, but unbeknownst to them, an unknown figure in the staff was already alerting superiors about their secret activities. The black-suited watchers who answered to a shadowy black archive were preparing a final move. Reeve received a cryptic email from an unnamed address. "Stop, we see you. Let the Titanic rest, or you'll join its fate in deep silence." Sickness clenched Reeve's stomach. This was no empty threat, but he pressed on, determined. The Titanic's dead deserved no less than the truth. As the expedition's final day dawned, the Aegis began returning to port. Calder circled the decks, ensuring all official data was locked. Reeve and Ayla, with their clandestine files, awaited the perfect moment to slip away or go public. Tension crackled through the sea air. Both felt that soon the conspirators would strike. Reeve thought of the thousands who died that night in 1912, possibly sacrificed for a hidden agenda. He vowed not to let them remain pawns in some century-old cover-up. He could only hope that in the hours ahead, he'd find a way to broadcast the shocking truth before the Watchers enforced their deep silence, just as they had, apparently, for the diver who died, and for countless others who might have glimpsed the Titanic's real story over the decades. On the morning the Aegis neared the harbour, Dr. Nolan Reeve stood on the stern deck, scanning the shoreline for any sign of abnormal presence. The coastal city's skyline shimmered under the rising sun. People going about their daily routine had no idea that a conspiracy over 100 years old was about to surface. If Reeve and Ayla Grant could manage to reveal it, the tension inside Reeve coiled tighter with each minute. The Watchers might be waiting at port, planning to intercept him or destroy the evidence. At breakfast, Andrew Calder made an announcement. Once they docked, all expedition materials, logs, footage, collected data were to be handed over to the sponsoring institute for analysis and archiving. He claimed it was standard procedure, but Reeve caught the triumphant glint in Calder's eyes. This was clearly the final step in burying the sabotage findings. Reeve pretended compliance, casually finishing his toast while his pulse hammered. Ayla, seated nearby, gave him a subtle nod. They understood each other. They had to act quickly. Below decks, Reeve and Isla retrieved their hidden flash drives from a safe compartment in the sub's tool storage. On these drives lay the photographic proof of the Titanic's hull damage, the partial interviews with experts who'd uncovered old shipping conspiracies, plus the half-finished documentary. They sealed them inside a watertight case small enough to slip into Isla's personal bag. Their plan was to slip away from the Aegis the moment they landed, find an off-site location with stable internet, and upload everything. They also had a contact in the press, a freelance investigative journalist who had expressed interest in unconventional Titanic revelations. If they could get in touch, the journalist could go public with the story, but their watchers were a step ahead. As the Aegis came into port, Reeve noticed a black SUV parked near the dock, 2 men in suits standing by. They exuded the same menacing aura as the staffer who had prowled the lab at night. Reeve recognised their type, ex-intelligence or corporate security, probably the Black Archive or some affiliate. If Reeve and Isla marched out the front gangplank, they'd be easy prey. Thinking fast, Reeve told Isla, "We can't disembark with everyone else. We need a back route." She recalled there was a smaller cargo ramp on the starboard side used for unloading sub-equipment. If the watchers were fixated on the main exit, maybe they could slip out unnoticed. They bided their time until docking was complete, the bustle of the harbour overshadowing the usual procedures. Then, with anxious hearts, they made their move. Slipping on plain jackets and carrying minimal gear, they snuck to the starboard cargo area. The usual guard was absent, likely assisting with the main disembark. They lowered a small ramp onto the dock. Heart pounding, they hurried down. Reeve's eyes darted to the black SUV. The suited men were still scanning the main exit. Good. They made it halfway across the dock when a shout broke out behind them. "Hey, stop! Stop!" Another staffer from the Aegis, wearing an earpiece, sprinted forward. Reeve and Isla broke into a run, weaving among crates and dock workers. Over their shoulders they saw the black suits rush into action. The watchers realised their target was escaping. Isla pointed to a cluster of cabs by the gates. "We can get one of those," she gasped. But as they neared, they found a man stepping from a second black SUV to block the path. The watchers were closing in from both sides. In a desperate manoeuvre, Reeve dashed behind a forklift. The driver, startled, nearly dropped his cargo. Isla jumped aboard, urging the forklift driver to swing around. The watchers hesitated, not wanting to cause a scene with bystanders. The forklift jerked forward, awkwardly separating them from at least 2 pursuers. Reeve spotted a side alley leading away from the harbour. "That way!" he yelled. They tumbled off the forklift and sprinted into the alley, footsteps echoing on wet concrete. The watchers gave chase. Adrenaline pounded in Reeve's veins. He clutched the bag containing the flash drives, desperate not to lose it. They twisted down side streets in a labyrinth near the harbour's industrial zone, the watchers cursing behind them. Once they found a small metal door leading into an old warehouse. They slipped inside, the watchers' footfalls receding briefly. In the dim interior, crates of fish meal or old maritime supplies reeked of stale salt. Isla quickly typed a text on her phone to the journalist contact. "Need immediate pickup. Coordinates near old warehouse. Being chased." She pressed send, praying the signal went through. They heard footsteps outside, no time to hide further. Moments later, the watchers kicked in the door. A short scuffle ensued. Isla brandished a wrench from a table, swinging it as a deterrent. Reeve ducked behind a crate, but one watcher advanced, gun drawn, muzzle fixed on Reeve. "Drop the bag," the watcher growled. Reeve's mind whirled. If they took the evidence, everything was lost. Then headlights sliced through a window. A van screeched up, brake lights glowing. Another door was forced open from the building's backside. The journalist contact, a wiry man named Carl Dawson, burst in, brandishing a camera flash that momentarily blinded the watchers. In that flash, Reeve and Isla dove behind crates. Shots rang out, hitting metal and wood. Carl roared, "This way!" They fled through the hole in the back wall. The watchers tried to close in, but the trio scrambled into Carl's van. Tyres squealed as the van sped off. Another bullet shattered the rear windshield, but by then they were rounding the corner. Breath heaving, Reeve clung to the precious bag. "How did you find us so fast?" he gasped. Carl, weaving the van through narrow roads, barked. "Your text was urgent. I was close, investigating a lead. Now mind telling me what's so important that men with guns want you dead?" Isla quickly explained. Sabotage evidence from the Titanic wreck. A cover-up that had spanned a century. The Watchers belonged to some shadow group that wants it suppressed. Carl's eyes widened in the rearview mirror. "All right, let's get somewhere safe. Then we blow this wide open." They ended up at a battered warehouse outside city limits. Ironically, another hideout, but with better vantage points. There, behind locked doors, they rummaged for an old generator and a battered laptop Carl used for field research. Reeve and Isla plugged in the flash drives, relieved to find the data intact. Crisp photos of the scorch marks, the best frames from the sub, transcripts referencing suspicious hull compartments, enough to at least raise the question of sabotage, if not prove it conclusively to the world. Carl started uploading to a secure server, intending to publish an exposé on the dark side of Titanic sinking. But the progress bar crawled at a snail's pace, the warehouse's Wi-Fi connection weak. Reeve paced nervously. They had no illusions that the Watchers might be scanning for digital footprints. Time was short. Sure enough, minutes later, a dreaded beep. The connection severed, the screen flickering. Isla cursed. Someone was actively jamming them or messing with the local network. They tried a backup phone hotspot, only to find it locked out. The Watchers, or their affiliates, had massive influence. Carl realised they had no choice but to do a more direct approach. They'd broadcast the proof as a live stream if possible, directly linking to multiple mirror sites so that once it started, it would replicate too quickly for the Watchers to block. Reeve grimly agreed. "Bet we need a stable vantage to do it from. Maybe out at sea again, or somewhere they can't jam us as easily." As the day turned to dusk, the plan formed. They'd charter a small boat, head out beyond close-range jammers, and run a live video feed revealing the sabotage evidence. It was a huge risk. But at least on open water, the Watchers couldn't corner them so easily. They'd attempted at dawn. Unbeknownst to them, another black SUV had found the old warehouse, men stepping out with lethal calm. In hours, a final showdown would unfold, whether or not the Titanic's true story would see the light of day. Pre-dawn light tinted the sky a steely grey as Dr. Nolan Reeve, Isla Grant and Carl Dawson crept onto a rickety dock. They'd spent the night evading Watchers, switching cars twice and bribing a half-awake fisherman for use of his battered old boat named Sea Pearl. The Watchers' net was tightening, but the trio's resolve stood firm. They would attempt a live broadcast from beyond the nearshore jamming radius, unveiling the Titanic sabotage theory once and for all. Winds whipped across the water, salt stinging their faces. They crammed the gear aboard. The battered laptop, a portable satellite uplink borrowed from a friend of Carl's who specialised in storm chasing, and the precious flash drives. The fisherman, a wiry man with a greying beard, gave them a final sceptical glance but said nothing. He'd been paid in crisp cash. That was enough. The Sea Pearl's engine sputtered to life, and they motored out into deeper waters. As the coastline shrank behind them, Isla set up the satellite uplink, calibrating it to connect with a global streaming platform. The plan was to push the feed to multiple mirror sites, letting Watchers or sensors remove one but not kill the story entirely. Carl tested a backup camera. Reeve fidgeted in the boat's seat, the bag containing the evidence resting on his knees. Adrenaline pulsed. He remembered he was a mere marine biologist, not some heroic whistleblower. Yet fate had cast him in this role. He recalled the Titanic's wreck, the silent testament to a tragedy that was more than an iceberg collision. He had to see this through. When they reached roughly 15 miles offshore, the boat stilled. The waves rolled gently, the horizon a delicate band of pink as sunrise neared. Perfect, no sign of immediate pursuit. Isla gave a thumbs up. The signal was strong enough here. They booted the laptop, connected the satellite link, and launched a simple streaming interface. Carl counted down quietly. 3, 2, 1. We're live. Reeves' face filled the small camera's frame, the wind ruffling his hair. He swallowed, heart pounding. Then he began to speak. Good morning. My name is Dr. Nolan Reeve, marine biologist. A pause. I'm broadcasting under urgent circumstances. This message is about the RMS Titanic, a tragedy you might believe you know. But after investigating the wreck personally, I discovered anomalies in the hull that strongly suggest sabotage, not a simple iceberg collision. He paused, exhaling shakily. I have evidence, footage, structural analyses, historical records that point to a conspiracy, one spanning over a century. He clicked on a slideshow showing the scorch marks, the outward bent steel, the suspicious cargo compartments. We see scorch patterns consistent with explosive charges, not external tears. We see shipping logs manipulated, passenger rosters that omitted certain influential men who died that night. There is reason to believe they were targeted by powerful interests opposing them. This is in part about a global banking conspiracy. These men opposed the creation of a central financial system. The feed displayed scans of century-old telegrams referencing Project White Star, an ominous code name that lined up with the shipping line's name but implied something more sinister. Carl whispered encouragement behind the camera, adjusting angles as Reeve continued. Isla flipped through the next sets of images, including the hush-hush memos from White Star officials. We believe an organisation, which we can only call a precursor to a modern black archive, orchestrated this. They ensured the Titanic was doomed from within, then fed the iceberg narrative to the press. As Reeve spoke, hundreds of viewers joined the stream in real time, some random watchers, some maritime buffs, some who stumbled on the link. The chat scrolled with shock, disbelief, demands for more proof. Halfway through, Isila's eyes went wide as she spotted a black dot on the horizon. Another boat, speeding toward them. "We have company," she hissed. Reeve kept talking, adrenaline surging. "This is urgent. We might be cut off at any moment. I beg you all. Mirror this broadcast, record it, spread it." The Titanic story was never just about an iceberg. It was about removing obstacles to a new global financial order. In the distance, the incoming craft grew larger, a sleek speedboat, black hull, figures on board. They brandished something, possibly firearms. Carl typed frantically, embedding the feed's link on multiple forums. The watchers, it seemed, were near. "Time is short," Reeve said, voice trembling. "We can't let them bury the truth. The evidence is here." He tried uploading the raw files. The progress bar inched forward. 30%, 40%. Then the watcher's boat closed within a few hundred yards, and muzzle flashes lit the air. Gunfire spat across the waves, bullets pinging off the Sea Pearl's metal surfaces. The fishermen yelled in terror, ducking. Carl continued filming even as the camera shook. Reeve, heart in his throat, forced out the last lines. "We have photographic proof, historical documentation. Another bullet struck the laptop, sparks flying. The screen flickered. 70% uploaded. Isla lunged to shield it with her body, shrieking for Reeve to take cover. A final thunderous crack. A rocket or explosive device soared from the watcher's boat, arcing in slow motion. It slammed into the Sea Pearl's hull, erupting in a deafening blast that tore the boat's side open. Water flooded in instantly. The feed soared to 90% before the laptop died in a shower of sparks. Reeve was hurled backwards, smashing into the railing. He glimpsed Isla dropping into the water, the camera sinking. Carl vanished in a swirl of smoke. Darkness closed around Reeve's awareness, though he distantly heard more gunfire, shouts. The watcher's craft circled like sharks. The Sea Pearl sank rapidly, listing. Reeve coughed salt water, fighting unconsciousness. With flickering vision, he spotted Isla clinging to a life vest. "Nolan!" she screamed. Then a wave of blackness overcame him. In the mayhem that followed, fragments of the watchers' voices surfaced. "Grab the drives! Find the bodies!" Then Reeves sank into watery stillness, ironically near the same ocean that held the Titanic's secrets. Days later, the official news outlets reported a tragic accident at sea. A research vessel's small craft was destroyed in an unexplained explosion, leaving multiple missing. Among the presumed dead is Dr. Nolan Reeve, marine biologist of the Titanic expedition. The coverage was minimal. The main expedition lead, Andrew Calder, expressed sorrow at the unfortunate accident, praising Reeves' passion but disclaiming any knowledge of foul play. Online, conspiracies ran wild. Some rumoured Reeve discovered something about the Titanic sinking and was silenced. Others ridiculed such talk, pointing to the centuries of iceberg and impact evidence. Official statements from the Sponsor Institute labelled Reeves' anomalies as misread structural damage. They said his final subdive data was lost in a system crash. Everything about sabotage on the Titanic was quietly rerouted or brushed aside. The mainstream media moved on, but not everyone forgot. The partial broadcast from that boat had gone live for a few fateful minutes, enough for a handful of watchers to capture and re-upload it. True to Reeves' plan, mirror sites sprang up across obscure corners of the internet, featuring the clip of him showing scorch patterns, referencing conspiracies with shipping lines and old money. Though quickly taken down on major platforms, it lingered on smaller servers, fueling debates among maritime buffs and conspiracy theorists. Isla Grant, battered and grieving, had survived. She'd been pulled from the water by a passing fishing trawler, her memory hazy from the explosion. Once on shore, she found that the watchers were hunting survivors. She glimpsed men in suits combing the coastline, seeking any sign of Reeve or the data. Fearing for her life, she fled, changing clothes and ditching her phone. She carried a single hidden microdrive Reeve had given her, stashed in a waterproof pouch. This drive contained partial duplicates of the sabotage images and some text logs, enough perhaps to continue the fight. In a safe house hundreds of miles away, Isla found refuge with a friend of Carl's, a retired reporter who believed in the story's importance. She poured out the entire ordeal, the hidden hull damage, the old bankers orchestrating Titanic's sinking, the immediate suppression efforts. The reporter listened gravely, promising to help. Over time, they established contact with a small circle of truth seekers, attempting to compile a robust dossier from Isla's microdrive. Yet this was no easy path. The Watcher's infiltration spanned intelligence agencies, corporate realms, and hush-hush government offices. Each time an attempt was made to post new evidence or interview a major outlet, the feed vanished or the journalist recanted. Even so, fragments of the sabotage theory kept surfacing, a slow, unstoppable drip across niche conspiracy boards, international maritime forums, and talk radio call-ins. The Watchers might quell one source, but the story had taken on a life of its own, unstoppable as the ocean tide. As for Nolan Reeve, the official record declared him drowned at sea. Some believed he truly died, body claimed by the Atlantic. Others whispered that watchers captured him alive, dragging him into a black site. A few sightings popped up. A fisherman in another port claimed to see a battered man who matched Reeves' description slip aboard a cargo vessel under an alias. No confirmed evidence pinned down the truth. He became a ghost in rumour, akin to how the Titanic's sabotage had been rumoured for decades. Perhaps it was better that way. If Reeves survived in hiding, he might yet resurface to champion the truth. If he perished, his memory still fueled a movement determined to unravel the century-old deception. Meanwhile, Andrew Calder continued his philanthropic facade, sponsoring new oceanic projects, but quietly distancing himself from the Titanic fiasco. The Institute's official line was that Reeve was a valued colleague who tragically lost his life in an accident. Calder refused all further comment, citing respect for the dead. In the quiet corners of maritime history, a shift began. Certain younger researchers, inspired by Reeves' partially leaked footage, re-examined the Titanic's official damage reports. They found suspicious discrepancies in the thickness of steel plating, the location of the largest hull breach, the timeline of floods across compartments. More independent expeditions popped up, each facing suspicious funding withdrawals or sudden legal blockages. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. Over time, these seeds might crack the monolithic story that an iceberg alone sealed Titanic's fate. On an unassuming day, a worn envelope arrived at the home of a retired maritime historian, bearing no return address. Inside lay a single Polaroid snapshot, the scorch pattern from Reeves' subdive, plus a note scrawled in plain text. They lied. Titanic was murdered. Keep digging, signed with an N. The historian exhaled, heart pounding. Perhaps Reeve lived, continuing his crusade from the shadows. Or maybe Isla or some other ally used the signature as a symbol. The historian quietly added this note to the secret Titanic sabotage file he'd been compiling, fueling his resolve to keep the question alive. In the hush of the Atlantic depths, the Titanic's wreck remained motionless. Barnacles and fish roamed the silent corridors where tragedy struck 100 years before. The scorch marks that Reeve discovered, covered now by creeping rusticles, would soon be further eroded by time. But the intangible truths, the evidence captured in fleeting photos, the witness of survivors, the financial documents pointing to a chilling motive, had found new keepers. Through them, the Titanic's deeper secret would not remain entombed forever. Epilogue. In a small anonymous archive in an unnamed city, an older caretaker dusted off boxes of historical items. Among them was a battered black notebook labelled Titanic, corrupted hull. Within lay transcripts from Reeves' partial broadcast. A few photos of that suspicious hull breach. A timeline of 1912's financial expansions, and a scrawled sentence. Truth is deeper than you think, and it always surfaces. The caretaker smiled grimly. The watchers might bury a man, they might bury data, but as with the unstoppable ocean currents, the truth found ways to flow. And so, the final word in the caretaker's notes read simply, "Someday someone will finish what Reeve began." Dr. Adrian Voss was not a man who sought the limelight. His most illuminating conversations took place in the hush of musty archives or beneath the fluorescent glow of a subterranean lab. Standing outside the Great Pyramid of Giza, he pressed his palm to the warm limestone, feeling the hum of millennia. The Egyptian sun blazed overhead, and a swirl of desert wind dusted his boots. For years he'd followed the faintest hints, obscure treatises on resonance, strange electromagnetic readings hidden in the corners of archaeological reports, myths of a power that predated known civilizations. He'd arrived here through an unconventional path. Once a brilliant physicist researching high-energy phenomena, he found himself increasingly drawn to ancient sites whose architectural precision challenged mainstream history. The Great Pyramid was the zenith of his fascination, a monolith rumoured to encode mathematical constants, star alignments, and cryptic inscriptions no one could fully decode. Adrian believed the structure wasn't merely a tomb. He harboured theories that it served as a sophisticated device, possibly for energy generation. On day one of the dig, his small team set up an array of instruments around the pyramid's perimeter. Layla Mansour, an Egyptian historian and cultural preservationist, stood by, arms crossed. She had reason to be wary. Too many times foreign researchers had arrived with grand ideas, disturbing sacred ground and leaving only disruptions behind. Yet Adrian had earned a fraction of her trust by collaborating with local experts and promising respect for the site's integrity. Lowering delicate sensors into a narrow shaft, Adrian's excitement grew. Early data hinted at acoustic resonances that defied expectation. When signals were pulsed into the pyramid stone, readings echoed back with patterns suggesting internal chambers beyond the known rooms. There was a quiet hush in the makeshift control tent, a hush that signalled awe. "This is no ordinary cavity," Adrian whispered, analysing the waveforms. "The amplitude is—" He paused, recalculating. "It's as if the stone channels energy along certain frequencies. If so, the pyramid may act like a resonator." Layla adjusted her scarf, half impressed, half uneasy. "Adrian, I appreciate your thoroughness, but you're treading on dangerous ground, historically, and, perhaps, spiritually." Meanwhile, rumours swirled among local workers too. Some whispered that the pyramid had always guarded a cosmic secret. Others rolled their eyes at the notion of science unravelling age-old mysteries. Nonetheless, no one could deny that even the air around the Great Pyramid felt charged, as though something was waiting. Within days, Adrian's team, equipped with advanced ground-penetrating radar, identified an unmapped corridor descending deep beneath the granite. The corridor's existence was, in itself, sensational. Layla stood at the entrance, breath caught in her throat, as if crossing into forbidden territory. "We must proceed carefully," she murmured. Under flickering floodlights, they ventured into the hidden passage. It stretched for nearly half a kilometre before opening into a chamber shaped like a hexagon, lined with polished stone in which flickered faint crystal deposits. Adrian's heart pounded. The slightest footstep echoed in impossibly layered reverberations. He knelt, shining a beam across the walls. Etched symbols spanned the surfaces, not purely hieroglyphic. Some looked older, more archaic, with geometric motifs reminiscent of advanced mathematics. Others evoked star charts. "This is something beyond standard dynastic Egyptian designs," Layla said, voice trembling. "Could it be older? Something that they built upon?" Adrian nodded, eyes tracing lines that seemed to converge at a central dais, a rectangular slab. He found his gaze drawn to a cluster of crystals embedded within the dais, arranged in a radial pattern. He recognized them as a type of quartz-like mineral with potential piezoelectric properties. This, he breathed, could function as a power node if the entire chamber resonates. Possibly the ancients harnessed natural vibrations from the earth or cosmic sources. The next weeks blurred in a flurry of meticulous documentation. Mineral samples were tested, electromagnetic scans performed. The data left Adrian's team baffled. The crystals, sealed away for thousands of years, appeared to be artificially grown, each resonating at a precise frequency. Even more astonishing, the date estimates from trace organic materials suggested an age well before the recognized timeline of Egyptian civilization, predating dynastic Egypt by millennia, perhaps even more than 12,000 years. As the findings piled up, Adrian faced a growing sense of dread. If these results were confirmed, they would shatter conventional history. The pyramid, far from being a mere tomb, might be the remains of a technological apparatus from an unknown era. His own scientific curiosity ignited, but he felt the weight of a monumental revelation. He began discrete lab tests to replicate the chamber's resonance on a smaller scale, uncertain if it was wise to do so, but too compelled not to. Layla grew increasingly concerned. She advocated for caution, urging him to share data responsibly with heritage authorities. But Adrian, enthralled by the puzzle, pressed on. He had a portable setup in a hidden corner of the expedition tent, a scaled-down replica of the Deus crystals. If he could trigger the same frequencies, maybe he'd glean how the ancients generated energy. Then came the fateful evening, just after midnight, with the desert sky spangled by brilliant stars. Adrian carefully aligned the miniature crystal array. He transmitted a low-frequency pulse, something akin to the Earth's natural resonance. At first, nothing. Then, a subtle hum. The crystals began to glow faintly, as if awakened. Adrian, breath quickening, adjusted the amplitude. Unbeknownst to him, the frequencies found resonance with the real dais below the pyramid, bridging them in ways he had not anticipated. At precisely 2:13 a.m, an unseen synergy took hold. Adrian's miniature array glowed brilliantly. In the distance, the Great Pyramid shimmered under moonlight. For a moment, silence. Then, like a flash, a wave of electromagnetic energy surged outward. The entire base camp's lights fizzled. Computers and communication devices blinked off. Further afield, in Cairo, electrical grids briefly flickered, satellites overhead stumbled, and for a terrifying instant global networks convulsed. A beam of shimmering radiance shot into the star-laden sky from the pyramid's apex, visible for miles, then vanished. Panting, Adrian fell back, heart hammering. He realized, too late, the magnitude of his error. The desert night felt thick with foreboding. Hasty footsteps approached, and Layla burst into the tent, breath ragged. "Adrian, what? Have you done?" His voice trembled. I've awakened something," he said, the truth searing him. "I didn't mean to cause a global event." In that moment, the Great Pyramid's silent guardianship was shattered. Whatever secret it held was no longer quiet. A message had been sent to the world, and perhaps beyond. By dawn, the world was buzzing. Hasty rumours of a pyramid beam spread through social media. Government agencies scrambled to clamp down on the story. Official statements denied anything abnormal, attributing disruptions to a routine power glitch. But footage had been captured from distant vantage points, showing a mysterious glow rising into the Egyptian sky. Conspiracy forums exploded with theories, each wilder than the next. Alien contact, covert weapons tests, ancient prophecy fulfilled. Inside the now heavily guarded base camp, Dr. Adrian Voss found himself at the centre of a storm. Egyptian authorities demanded explanations. Press teams hovered outside the checkpoint, blocked by newly erected barricades. Meanwhile, Layla Mansour tried desperately to keep the Cultural Ministry informed. She questioned whether the site should be sealed entirely, but word from on high indicated that an unnamed international partner had stepped in, someone with the power to hush or spin events. That someone revealed himself as General Reed Colton of the US intelligence apparatus. Grey-haired, imposing, and exuding controlled authority, Colton arrived in a black SUV flanked by armed escorts. He wasted no time calling Adrian and Layla into a tense conference. "You are about to see a security level you never imagined," Colton began, voice cold. "A global electromagnetic disruption took place, traced to your so-called miniature energy test. We now have international unrest, civilian flights grounded in multiple cities, satellites jolted offline, communication lines are partially compromised. The world's leaders demand answers." Adrian swallowed hard, guilt drumming in his veins. He recounted the resonant crystal chamber, the newly discovered corridor, and how he had inadvertently triggered a discharge. Layla listened, lips tight, arms folded. She refused to hide her disapproval. "General, the pyramid is a revered monument. We had no intention to exploit—" Colton silenced her with a glare. "The question is not about your intention. It's about the effect. I am here to ensure the US and its allies get a handle on this energy system. If there's potential for a new power source, we want it. If it's a threat, we neutralize it. Dr. Voss, you will continue your research under our oversight, and you will sign a confidentiality directive. Understood?" Adrian nodded numbly. He recognized the pragmatic might of governments. The secrets he had uncovered transcended private ownership. Fear of misuse gnawed at him. He recalled the bombings of Hiroshima, Oppenheimer's regret. Ancient knowledge harnessed as a modern weapon. Was that the path they now trod? Outside the camp, the event catalyzed a stark divide. Group A, consisting of scientists, open-minded scholars, spiritual seekers and curious civilians, believed wholeheartedly that the pyramid beam was genuine. They argued it proved advanced technology from an antediluvian civilization or even alien origin. Online, hashtags like Pyramid Truth and Had Ancient Tech soared to top trends. Citizens demanded transparency. Some travelled to Giza, praying or meditating near the cordons, convinced of a cosmic awakening. Conversely, Group B, encompassing many governments, conservative religious organisations and mainstream media mouthpieces, labelled the beam a hoax or propaganda stunt. They cited lack of credible evidence and insisted the phenomenon was a fluke power surge. By rolling out official denials, some sought to quell panic and maintain the status quo. After all, if the public believed that relics from an unknown era could overshadow modern science, entire power structures might quake. Caught between these factions, Adrian wrestled with conflicting instincts. He believed the data unequivocally. The Great Pyramid's hidden mechanism was real. Yet the more he cooperated with General Colton, the more he feared that knowledge would be militarized. One late evening, Layla cornered him in the expedition tent, her eyes flashing with concern. "This is no longer purely academic, Adrian. If your accidental test caused a global EMP, imagine what a deliberate, fully harnessed version could do. The ancients sealed it away for a reason. We must be extremely cautious." Adrian nodded. "You're right, but we must also understand it. If we let the military or opportunistic powers study it alone, we risk devastation. I can't just walk away now." Reluctantly, Layla agreed, but her expression was grim. She began poring over new glyph translations, searching for hints about the ancient civilization's intentions. Her reading indicated references to a gateway of fire and resonance to the stars, but the context was cryptic. She worried they implied some catastrophic outcome if reactivated incorrectly. Meanwhile, the media frenzy escalated. Document dumps, presumably leaked from well-placed insiders, revealed partial translations describing advanced crystalline technology within the pyramid. This triggered a global wave of conspiracies and fervour. Some believers championed the event as a sign humanity was on the cusp of a new era. Others predicted apocalypse. In certain cities, small riots broke out as protesters clashed with police, shouting for the truth about the pyramid beam. Under increasing pressure, the Egyptian government tightened its hold around Giza, but even they seemed overshadowed by the presence of General Colton and his allied forces. Tensions rose by the hour. One day, an Egyptian official arrived, demanding a full lockdown, but was rebuffed politely yet firmly by Colton's men. Adrian, overhearing the standoff, felt the noose tightening. The historical guardianship of the pyramids was overshadowed by global power plays. In a temporary lab within the site, Adrian demonstrated the new data for Colton, scans showing deeper resonance channels within the pyramid. General, the pulses run throughout the structure. If we attempt further activation, it could reignite the effect on a larger scale. Colton rubbed his chin, eyes betraying keen interest. So, you're saying it can produce energy on command? Potentially we could refine it, control it? Adrian hesitated. Yes, but the system's complexity is enormous. We must figure out how to stabilize it. One slip could trigger another global outage. Or worse. I'm urging caution. The General offered a thin smile. As am I, Dr. Voss. But progress sometimes requires risk. We want you to replicate a larger version of your earlier experiment under our safe protocols, of course. Imagine the implications. Clean energy for the world, or at least for those who earn it. Adrian caught Layla's distressed look. He recalled how Oppenheimer must have felt at Los Alamos. An unstoppable momentum behind a discovery that could change the world for good or ill. Already rumours whispered of other world powers sending covert teams to glean whatever intelligence they could. A dread settled in Adrian's heart. The knowledge gleaned from the pyramid might catapult humanity into an era of unstoppable power, or it might tear civilization apart. As night fell, Adrian found no solace in the desert's quiet. The pyramid loomed against the starry sky, once a stoic monument, now a loaded gun. He wondered if the beam had been a mere flicker of the system's potential, and he worried about the unknown advanced civilization who had built it. If they destroyed themselves, was that tragedy about to repeat? Despite every caution, events marched forward. The tension would only deepen. Adrian felt certain a bigger storm was coming, one that would shake humanity to its core, pitting beliefs against facts, ancient heritage against modern greed, and caution against ambition. In the days that followed, Giza became a flashpoint of global intrigue. Journalists, investigators, and spiritual pilgrims crowded Cairo hotels, vying for proximity. Rumours that the Great Pyramid's interior chambers were awake surged online. The media, starved for tangible updates, latched onto any scraps of inside information, fueling a near-hysterical environment. Nightly talk shows buzzed with speculation, pitting scientists who believed in an unknown advanced civilization against official spokespersons who dismissed it all as sensationalism. Meanwhile, Dr. Adrian Voss found himself under round-the-clock surveillance. The hush that once cocooned his work was gone. Every measurement he took, every conversation with Layla Mansour was shadowed by uniformed guards or inconspicuous men in suits. In addition, leaks from the research, spurred by hackers or inside whistleblowers, became impossible to contain. Within a week, diagrams of the hidden hexagonal chamber and partial translations of the ancient glyphs appeared on digital forums. Rival powers scrambled to replicate or interpret the technology. In the midst of the chaos, Layla delved deeper into translations. she discovered references to a cataclysmic event from prehistory. Hieroglyphic figures suggested a global flood or cosmic collision, implying the Great Pyramid was erected to harness energy that could either protect or accelerate such a cataclysm. These lines talk about star alignment, the alignment of fiery gates, and something described as a peak resonance that could tear the sky, Layla told Adrian late one evening, voice hushed. Adrian read over her notes, heart sinking. If these ancients turned this power on at full capacity, maybe they unleashed unimaginable destruction. We might be walking the same path. He touched the scribbles, half in awe, half in horror, imagining an advanced society undone by their own creation. Beyond the base camp, the world's reaction grew fractious. Widespread Group A adherents believed humankind stood on the threshold of cosmic knowledge. They pressed for open disclosure, seeing this as a chance to unify humanity under a grand revelation. Some proposed that the pyramid's energy was meant to uplift civilization, not destroy it. Rallies formed under banners proclaiming "Embrace the Lost Wisdom" and "Prepare for the Dawn of True History." Conversely, Group B, including established religious authorities, major governments, and conservative media, condemned the excitement as naive or dangerous, insisting that meddling with ancient mysteries threatened global stability. The conflict spilled onto streets worldwide. Scenes of looting and protest flickered on newscasts. Unsurprisingly, the militarization at Giza intensified. General Reed Colton, entrenched in a secure command post near the pyramid, advanced a plan to build a larger prototype of the crystal resonance system. Officially, they framed it as an energy independence initiative. Adrian, forced into reluctant complicity, tried to ensure safety measures. He wanted detailed fail-safes, wanting to prevent a second EMP or worse. But as construction accelerated, corners were cut. A hush of urgency pervaded the site. The tension was palpable. One afternoon, a haggard lab technician quietly confided to Adrian that General Colton's team was bringing in specialized nuclear regulation modules. They might be hooking up weapon-grade control rods, or something akin to it, the tech whispered. They talk about harnessing the pyramid's resonance to amplify destructive yields. Adrian felt a cold shiver. The sense of marching towards doomsday was real. Layla, sensing Adrian's despair, pressed him. "Is there no way to halt them? They can't open the pyramid up for a weapon test. The cultural ramifications alone," Adrian's eyes flickered. "They control the site now. The Egyptian government has been sidelined by the alliance of major powers. They block any official protest. I'm the only one who can slow them down from the inside. But if I sabotage everything, they'll brand me a traitor. The data's already out. They'll find a way to replicate it." In parallel, a troubling phenomenon emerged globally. Scattered blackouts, electromagnetic anomalies, and sporadic pulses interfering with radio frequencies. Some scientists hypothesized these were aftershocks from the initial beam event. Others argued they were coincidences, but Adrian suspected the partially reactivated pyramid was pulling subtle energy from Earth's geomagnetic field, like a lever precariously half-lifted. Could the entire planet become a battery fueling an unstoppable reaction? Tensions crested when a rogue nuclear state announced it had gleaned enough data from leaked files to attempt its own crystalline array. Another corporate conglomerate boasted breakthroughs in their R&D lab. The technology was too hot to handle, yet too tempting to ignore. The world's superpowers scrambled, each wanting to be the first to claim mastery, stoking new arms race fervour. Amid the mania, Layla uncovered further glyphs suggesting the ancient engineers recognised the risk. They speak of a core meltdown with language akin to biblical wrath, words like the incineration of the horizon and the silent cataclysm that devours breath. I suspect they refer to some unstoppable chain reaction if the system is overloaded. Her voice trembled as she set the tablet aside. These people might have perished by their own technology. A cautionary tale. Under growing moral anguish, Adrian confided to Layla his intention to share the crucial safety limits widely, so no one could dangerously escalate the system. If I keep it secret here, some other faction might replicate it incorrectly. This knowledge belongs to humanity, not generals or corporations. We must at least put out the warnings, the stability thresholds. Layla hesitated, torn. You risk fueling more experimentation, but you're right, lack of knowledge can be equally deadly. That night, under swirling desert winds, Adrian clandestinely transmitted an encrypted data packet to an international scientific forum. The document included theoretical maximums for the crystal resonance, meltdown conditions, and recommended shut-off protocols. He labelled it Stop the Fire VOS data. Moments after pressing send, he felt both relief and dread. If the rightful mind saw it, maybe they'd prevent catastrophic misuse, but if unscrupulous parties gained it, they might expedite their doomsday. A wave of guilt suffused him. Was there any winning? Within hours the leak was discovered. Furious, General Colton confronted Adrian in the pyramid's shadow. "Did you just hand a loaded gun to every terrorist group on Earth?" he roared. "We could have contained this technology, but you had to go whistleblowing?" Adrian stood firm, though inside he quaked. Containment was never possible. The horse is out of the barn. The only hope is that the world learns the dangers and tries to cooperate. Colton's glare was lethal. Cooperate? This is a race for survival, not a tea party. You know what you've done? Adrian said nothing. He knew precisely what he had done. Tried to be the conscience in a machine spiralling out of control. Elsewhere, chaos brewed. Nations suspected each other of secret tests. The global economy took hits as markets reeled from the uncertainty. Religious leaders warned of an approaching apocalypse. Protesters camped near Giza, chanting for the pyramid's liberation. In some corners of cyberspace, extremist groups threatened to storm the site and claim the star power for the chosen. Weary and haunted, Adrian trudged each day through the new lab being built inside the hidden corridor. Industrial cables snaked along the ancient walls, feeding into... One evening, Layla approached him with the newly translated line. "The cost of knowledge is the way of souls." She let the words hang. Adrian swallowed. The pyramid's ancient architects had glimpsed tragedy. Now modern humans teetered on that same precipice. With global tensions rising, it wouldn't be long before the story reached an explosive turning point. Adrian felt it in every breath. The pyramid's dormant power had reawakened, and unless wisdom tempered ambition, that power might devour the planet. No matter the scale of security or denial, the ancient energy thrummed beneath the sands, unstoppable, beckoning a date with destiny. In the gloom beneath the Great Pyramid, a new crystalline device stood half-assembled, a scaled-up version of Adrian's earlier miniature array. Cables ran from generator trucks outside, forming a labyrinth of modern metal harnessed to primeval stone. General Reed Colton supervised the installation, ignoring the anxious glances from engineers uncertain about bridging ancient and modern systems. Tensions were so thick they could be tasted. For Dr. Adrian Voss, the parallels to the Manhattan Project were impossible to ignore. Like Oppenheimer, he now found himself trapped in the unstoppable momentum of a scientific triumph, twisted by militaristic aims. His core hammered with dread. The more they refined the device, the more it tapped into Earth's resonant frequencies. Layla Mansour, near despair, busied herself deciphering glyphs in hopes of gleaning a final failsafe. On the other side of the world, news broadcasts reveal that multiple nations had tested smaller crystalline rigs. Some reported mild EMP bursts, others failed catastrophically. But the appetite for what was being called the next nuclear revolution only grew. Diplomatic talks faltered under suspicion and threats. A race to harness or replicate the pyramid tech overshadowed everything. Traditional nuclear deterrents lost their luster next to the rumoured cosmic level potential of a fully realised pyramid energy core. Amid the swirling global crisis, Layla uncovered a chilling phrase in the newly translated text. When the starfire rises, a devourer of Earth shall emerge. She explained to Adrian that it might reference something akin to a feedback loop feeding on planetary fields, unstoppable once triggered. Maybe the ancient civilization once believed they'd open a channel to the heavens, she mused, but ended up summoning cataclysm. Late one night, Adrian paced the corridor, studying the massive crystals. Could the pyramid system behave like an antenna beaming signals into space? Had the earlier beam alert something out there? He recalled how, at the moment of the initial EMP, a pillar of light shot skyward. Perhaps the original architects intended an interstellar communication, or a cosmic energy draw. The possibilities terrified him. General Colton, meanwhile, pressed forward. He believed in forging a demonstration test blast that, if successful, would place the Allied power block at an unassailable advantage. No one will dare cross us if we prove the capability, he told Adrian. All we need is a controlled demonstration, maybe in a remote desert. Adrian's protest fell on deaf ears. He insisted any large-scale activation risked meltdown or unstoppable chain reactions, referencing the ancient warnings. But Colton and his entourage remained unconvinced. "You're the genius who discovered this," the general retorted. "I'll ensure it doesn't kill us all." In a desperate bid, Adrian approached the Egyptian Minister of Antiquities, hoping to rally local condemnation. But political muscle had shifted. The minister's hands were tied, overshadowed by the joint operation. Meanwhile, external pressures mounted. Protesters outside the perimeter grew bolder. Some tried scaling fences, only to be pushed back by armed soldiers. Violence simmered. One fateful morning, an urgent meeting was convened in the subterranean lab. 10 or so high-ranking officials, plus a handful of scientists, including Adrian, gathered around a large display. Preliminary data indicated the newly built core was nearing operational readiness. The general, standing at the table's head, declared that a small-scale test would be performed within the week, verifying the weaponizable properties. "Once we demonstrate control, we'll deter any rogue nation from igniting a chain reaction," he stated confidently. Adrian found his voice shaking as he tried to reason. "General, the historical context suggests the chain reaction can't be easily stopped once initiated at full magnitude. We risk an Earth-wide event. The meltdown scenario is real. The ancients made that clear." Colton gave a dismissive wave. "You've said that many times, Doctor, but we're not amateurs. Our engineering is advanced. We'll keep the power threshold below meltdown. Or do you not trust your own safety measures?" Adrian stared at the display. The data was incomplete, the potential for miscalculation enormous. Even so, the die was cast. He was witnessing unstoppable inertia. That evening, Layla arrived at Adrian's tent with a final revelation. "I found references to a geometric key that can shut the system down," she whispered. "Here." She handed him a battered notebook containing her translations. "It speaks of a hidden formula, embedded in the pyramid's architecture, which collapses the resonance if you adjust certain structural alignments. Perhaps it's a literal instruction, not a metaphor." Adrian's eyes lit up. A fail-safe. So the ancients did plan for the possibility of an emergency. They must have coded the pyramid's geometry so that if you realign certain keystones, the entire energy cycle halts. Elated but also fearful, they realised implementing such a fix would require direct tampering with crucial structural points. The modern device and the pyramid's original frameworks were now symbiotic. Achieving the realignment might destroy the core. Possibly it would kill anyone inside. Yet, as the test countdown approached, Adrian saw no alternative. The day's final straw came when General Colton asked him to quietly prepare for a low-yield demonstration outside Cairo. If that test succeeded, the next step might be a full demonstration to intimidate the world. Terrifyingly, other factions across the globe might respond with their own demonstrations. That night, a battered sense of resolution formed in Adrian's mind. He confided in Layla, "I have to do it. If they throw this switch, we might tip the planet into meltdown. I won't let my life's work end in global ruin." Layla nodded, tears brimming. "I'll help. This knowledge, it can't be used like this. The ancients meant to seal it away for a reason." Unknown to them, a smaller group of fervent believers, Group A zealots convinced the pyramid signalled humanity's ascension, caught wind of their plan. Twisting the message, they concluded Adrian sought to sabotage mankind's rightful evolution. They launched a clandestine plot to keep the system active, believing it would open cosmic gateways to salvation. Another unstoppable collision of ideologies was set in motion. On the final day before the test, the subterranean corridor buzzed with tension. Adrian stood near the newly completed core, scanning readouts. The crystals throbbed with faint luminescence, pulsing in sync with Earth's pulses, or so it seemed. Soldiers guarded every entrance, turning away curious eyes. Layla, inconspicuous, hovered near a side chamber, awaiting the moment to spring Adrian's plan. In their pockets lay tools to remove specific keystone rods that anchored the contraption to the pyramid's geometry. If removed at the right spots, the feedback loop should collapse. The risk, the device might discharge violently, or the entire structure might cave, burying them. General Colton strode in, flanked by advisors. "We're almost ready for the test, Davos. In 1 hour the controlled ignition begins. We'll keep output low. The world needs a demonstration of leadership, not an apocalypse." Adrian forced a calm nod. Inside, adrenaline pumped. Layla discreetly gestured the question, "Now?" He imperceptibly shook his head. They had to wait until the system was fully powered, ironically so that neutralizing it would be final and absolute. In the swirling hush, Adrian glimpsed a reflection in the polished granite walls, his own visage, overshadowed by the looming crystals. He recalled that beam of light from the original mishap, and the thought of a dormant signal awakened in space. Could something or someone out there be responding? The notion rattled him. 1 hour ticked closer. Already control panels lit up as the device's resonance climbed. Engineers nervously input commands, verifying coolant lines, surge protectors. Soldiers braced for potential EMP flares. Outside, a dusty wind battered the tents. The entire pyramid seemed to hum. Thus the stage was set. A confluence of forces, Colton's militaristic drive, Believer's fanatic hope, Adrian's moral redemption, Layla's cultural devotion, would converge in a final confrontation. Whatever the outcome, the Great Pyramid would bear silent witness, as it had for countless centuries, to humanity's struggle between knowledge and destruction. The appointed hour arrived beneath a desert sun partially obscured by swirling haze. Inside the pyramid's hidden corridor, spotlights cast harsh shadows on ancient stone. Dr. Adrian Voss hovered by the control station, heart thudding. The new crystal array glowed with an unsettling brilliance. Layla Mansour stood across the chamber, subtly positioning herself near the mechanical couplings that anchored the device to the pyramid's geometry. Soldiers flanked them, all waiting for General Colton's final go-ahead. Outside, the base camp was a cauldron of tension. Protesters and believers gathered at the perimeter fence, chanting, singing, or shouting pleas for peace. Some carried signs urging the pyramid's rebirth. Others brandished warnings of doomsday. Media drones circled overhead, capturing partial glimpses. Meanwhile, global newscasts braced for a rumoured historic demonstration. The world's eyes were on Giza, collectively holding its breath. At exactly 1400 hours, General Colton gave the order. A flick of a switch ignited the newly built core. A low thrumming sound arose, resonating through the stone. Adrian felt it in his bones, like standing near a colossal heartbeat. On a monitor, the frequency wave spiked, approaching the threshold Adrian had repeatedly cautioned about. His mouth dry, Adrian adjusted a dial. "We're approaching Dawn 2. That's near meltdown territory," he warned. But the general stood firm, arms crossed, gaze unwavering. "We'll be cautious," Colton responded, eyes gleaming. "Just a short demonstration to prove our capability." Layla caught Adrian's eye. The subtext was clear. If they waited too long, the risk soared. She discreetly unlatched a small panel near the dais. Hidden behind it was the keystone rod described in the ancient glyphs. Step 1 in the failsafe. Seer's tension coiled in her chest. She'd need to twist it free in perfect timing. Then, before they could act, a sudden commotion erupted near the corridor entrance. A group of zealots from Group A, believers who had managed to slip past the perimeter, or possibly infiltrators' staff, rushed in, brandishing improvised weapons. "Do not stop the starfire," one screamed. "This is our path to ascension." Another flung a smoke canister that hissed, releasing a pungent cloud. Soldiers reacted with shouted orders, training rifles on the intruders. Chaos exploded, shots rang out, the clang of metal echoed. 2 zealots dashed toward the crystal array, as if to guard it. The rest lunged at Adrian and Layla, shouting about protection from the meddler. In the confusion, an accidental bullet ricocheted into a control console. Sparks flew, the reading soared dangerously. The thrumming rose to a shrill pitch. General Colton barked orders for everyone to stand down, but panic reigned. The array's glow intensified, verging on blinding. Crackling arcs of energy danced across the dais. Layla coughed through the smoke, stumbling forward. With trembling hands, she found the keystone rod. She yanked it sideways, feeling a jolt as the mechanism whined in protest. Adrian, pinned by one of the zealots, wrestled free just in time to dash to the second anchor point. Soldiers, uncertain whether to aid him or quell the intruders, gaped at the swirling chaos. A strange resonant hum rose to a crescendo that drowned out even gunfire. Adrian located the next pivot mechanism. With a grunt, he forced it. The rod screeched, rotating halfway. For a split second, the chamber shook violently. An unearthly roar filled the corridor, as if the pyramid itself was keening. Overhead, bits of rubble and dust cascaded. The crystal array flickered, then flared so brightly that onlookers shielded their eyes. The meltdown scenario had begun. The partial failsafe was engaged, but it needed all keystones undone to fully collapse the resonance. Layla scrambled to a third anchor. She could feel the floor vibrating beneath her. The glyphs on the walls seemed to shimmer in the flickering light. She recalled the line about the devourer of Earth, and realized with horror how literal it might be. If this meltdown advanced, an unstoppable wave of energy could envelop entire regions, possibly the planet. General Colton, battered from the scuffle, staggered upright, shouting, "Stop them from destroying the device!" Even at this dire juncture, he clung to the hope of harnessing the power. Some soldiers obeyed, but confusion ran rampant. One soldier aimed at Layla. Adrian, breathless, lunged to intercept, shouting, "No! If we don't shut it down, we all die!" In that heartbeat of hesitation, Layla wrenched the third rod. A jolt of raw energy coursed through the dais. The device flickered, half stabilizing, half raging. The meltdown teetered on a razor's edge. Adrian realized the final anchor was beneath the dais, near the massive crystals. He locked eyes with Layla across the swirling haze. She nodded, tears streaming. He dove onto the dais, ignoring the arcs of electricity that seared his coat. Beneath, a labyrinth of mechanical braces and crystal conduits glowed white-hot. The heat was immense. One misstep and he'd be incinerated. His mind raced. The plan required realigning or removing a final segment. In the half-blinding glare he found it, an ornate, elongated rod plugged into the largest crystal cluster. With trembling hands, Adrian grasped it. A monstrous wave of energy nearly flung him back. He forced himself to hold on, calling upon a will beyond logic. The rod was jammed. Summoning the last of his strength, he twisted and pulled. A shriek as metal tore. In that instant, a massive pulse surged out, a flash that consumed the corridor. Searing brilliance, then a vacuum of silence. Every occupant felt as if the air had been stripped away. For a moment, time froze. Then came the collapse. The dais flared with one final cataclysmic burst, and the energy field imploded, forming a sphere of electromagnetic nullification that expanded outward. It swallowed the corridor, the base camp, the pyramid's immediate surroundings, leaving behind an eerie hush. Outside, watchers saw the apex of the pyramid glow bright as a miniature sun, then blink out. For miles around, electronics shorted out in unison. A hush fell across Cairo's outskirts. Helicopters whirled out of control but managed emergency landings. The protesters were knocked off their feet by a silent wave. Inside the corridor, fragments of stone rained down. Layla coughed amid dust, searching for Adrian. She found him pinned under debris near the destroyed dais, body still. Soldiers, once hostile, now just dazed survivors, scrambled to pull him free. The crystals lay shattered. Flickers of fading energy danced across the rubble. General Colton lay unconscious, a bloodied gash on his forehead. The zealots who had stormed in earlier sprawled in various states of shock. Flickering emergency lights offered the only illumination. Step by agonizing step, they carried Adrian's limp form out of the corridor. Above them, the pyramid stood intact but scarred from the inside. A hush more profound than any tomb reigned. In the days that followed, the site was cordoned off by an international coalition. The meltdown had created a city-sized zone where electronics remained disrupted for days. Thousands were displaced by the electromagnetic fallout. The pyramid's interior was deemed off-limits. Across the world, partial calm returned, though fear lingered. Some believed the meltdown was a sign from the heavens to abandon the technology. Others insisted on forging ahead with better designs, but the catastrophic near-miss spurred urgent ceasefires. Diplomatic summits were held to ban or heavily regulate further research. As for Dr. Adrian Voss, he lingered in a hospital bed, comatose from the ordeal. Layla Mansour visited daily, speaking softly of the outside world. She told him how the governments had locked away the site, how conspiracy theories abounded, and how small pockets of believers still clung to the idea of cosmic ascension. She wept quietly, knowing he had sacrificed everything to avert a planet-wide disaster. In her pocket, she carried a battered notebook with Adrian's final notes and the translations of the fail-safe instructions. Part of her wanted to burn it, destroy the knowledge forever. Another part recognized that knowledge might be needed if the pyramid's hum returned. The story was far from over. An international mandate was issued. The Great Pyramid and surrounding area were declared a top security zone, with all research suspended indefinitely. In the aftermath, a new wave of secrecy and rumour overshadowed the truth. Official statements denied any meltdown or catastrophic risk, labelling the event an infrastructure accident. But eyewitness accounts persisted, fueling legends. epilogue seed sprouted months later. In a quiet library, a student researching ancient Egyptian texts stumbled across a digital file titled The Pyramid Protocol, Voss's Last Notes. Within were details on the meltdown, the crystal resonance, the fail-safe rods. The student's eyes widened, and from deep beneath the Giza plateau, faint tremors occasionally rattled the ground as though the ancient device, though shattered, still possessed flickers of life. Across the planet, haunted by near catastrophe, humanity took stock of the boundary between knowledge and wisdom. Myths of lost civilizations echoed anew, resonating with the notion that advanced science without humility invites ruin. Some whispered that Dr. Adrian Voss had tried to be the voice of caution, that his final sacrifice saved an ungrateful world. Others prophesied future awakenings, hinting that the technology would surface again when next the stars aligned. For now, the Great Pyramid slept once more, a silent sentinel to millennia of secrets, a testament to how easily humankind can dance on the edge of apocalypse. And in the hush of moonlit nights, one might still feel a faint pulse in the earth, as if the ancient power lay dreaming, waiting for the next curious mind to awaken it, or bury it forever. Hello, night owls and fellow seekers of truth. Before we descend into the unsettling depths of Project Echo, the Doctor who tried to undo MK Ultra, I'd like to ask, where are you right now in the world, and what time is it for you as you embark on this journey? Feel free to share in the comments. It's always fascinating to see how a single story can unite people across countless time zones and places. Also, if you appreciate narratives that linger at the edges of secrecy and the human psyche, I invite you to subscribe to Sleep Theories. It's a safe and curious space, perfect for those midnight musings when your mind craves both rest and revelation. Our story begins in the hush of classified hallways, where a program reminiscent of the real-life MK Ultra is in full clandestine swing. The term MK Ultra once dominated whispered conversations about CIA-led experiments in mind control during the 1950s through the 1970s. LSD, hypnosis, electroshock therapy. All these manipulations found their ominous place under the banner of national security. In that era, certain individuals were treated less like humans and more like lab specimens, subjected to psychological torment to test the boundaries of the human mind. In this retelling, you'll meet Dr. Elliot Voss, a brilliant neuroscientist initially enamoured with the idea of unlocking the brain's hidden capabilities. But once he steps into the labyrinthine research facility, known only as Project Echo, the illusions of noble science start to crumble. He sees sedation wards where detainees mumble to themselves, the aftermath of near-endless LSD runs, the blank stares of men and women forcibly parted from their own memories. Realising that the line between experiment and torture has been crossed, Voss chooses the perilous path of quiet rebellion. His antagonist, Agent Monroe Thatch, the stoic operative tasked with ensuring Project Echo remains undisturbed. Thatch views the program as a necessary evil in the arms race for psychological supremacy, and he's willing to bury any traitor who jeopardizes it. Meanwhile, among the catatonic subjects is Mara, once a sharp-witted journalist, now a disoriented test subject fighting to piece her identity back together. With Voss's help, she might just reclaim her mind and bring the truth to light. Across 5 parts, we'll trace how Voss moves from compliance to conscience, from naive fascination to outraged horror. We'll witness him sabotage experiments, forge documents, and orchestrate escapes. But each step he takes invites deeper suspicion from the Watchers, who guard Project Echo's secrets. At stake is not just his life, but the remnants of Mara's stolen memories and the fates of countless unnamed victims. Ultimately, Voss stands at the crossroads. Vanish into the shadows forever, or blow the whistle on an atrocity that has no place in any civilization. Both choices carry lethal risks, so settle in with your blankets and your cautious curiosity. We're about to peel back the layers of a conspiracy that merges technology, psychology, and a ruthless government's quest for absolute control. May this story remind you that even in the darkest corners, a glimmer of empathy can ignite and transform. Grab a late-night snack or a soothing tea, and let's open the locked doors behind which Project Echo lurks. Dr. Elliot Voss first glimpsed the Project Echo compound on a drizzly autumn morning. He'd been flown in on a battered twin-prop plane, landing at a disused airstrip far from any major city. A black sedan awaited him, its driver silent as he whisked Voss down roads so winding that even the day's faint sunlight seemed lost. At last, the car halted before a nondescript concrete building fenced by barbed wire, security cameras angled on every approach. A discreet sign read, Department of Psychological Research, Federal Program 17. But the rumour mill called it something else. A black site where boundaries of science and morality dissolved in the name of defence. Once inside, Voss was greeted by a perfunctory handshake from Agent Monroe Thatch, an older man with close-cropped grey hair and a near-permanent scowl. "Welcome to Echo," he said, voice devoid of warmth. "Your credentials speak volumes, Doctor. We trust you'll find your calling here." Voss forced a polite nod. Months earlier, he'd been approached by government contacts praising his neurology research, claiming they needed innovative strategies for advanced interrogation and memory therapy. Even then, he'd sensed the undercurrent of something sinister, yet his curiosity and a sense of patriotic duty had led him to accept, perhaps too eagerly, he now thought. They stepped into an elevator that sank deep underground, well below the building's official levels. The corridor that welcomed them looked more hospital than dungeon. Sterilised floors, white walls, overhead fluorescents humming. But as they proceeded, Voss spotted armed guards at certain doorways, and the tension in the air was palpable. Thatch introduced him to a small cluster of lab-coated staff, who each nodded in clipped greetings. The orientation took the form of a restricted briefing. Project Echo was studying the interface between psychoactive substances and forced conditioning techniques. On the surface, they used the language of legitimate research, personality reformation, deep memory reprogramming. But as Voss scanned the faces of these staffers, he saw flickers of discomfort in some, while others seemed unnervingly at ease with such manipulations. Agents in suits hovered at the edges, ensuring no one forgot that everything was both top secret and mandatory. Before long, Thatch ushered Voss into a conference room. A dull projector displayed slides, images of men in straitjackets, eyes wide with confusion, graphs charting sedation levels for cooperative compliance. This was the first explicit hint that the subjects here were not volunteers. "We have various populations," Thatch said matter-of-factly. "Some from prisons, some who can't be officially recognised as detainees, subversives, potential traitors, or undesirables. We measure responses to LSD variants, isolation stints, hypnotic triggers." Each phrase rang alarm bells in Voss's conscience. Voss tried to keep his expression neutral. "And my role?" he asked. "How do I fit into the existing protocols?" Thatch tapped the slides. "We need your expertise to refine the memory disruption procedures. Our prior staff had trouble achieving stable amnesia in certain subjects. We want them to forget everything or reshape their personalities entirely. You are, from your academic work, well versed in neural plasticity, yes?" Swallowing a surge of unease, Voss nodded. Indeed, he'd studied how neural pathways could be altered or overwritten, but never had he imagined applying this knowledge in forced experiments. He recalled the hopeful dream he once held, curing PTSD or reversing degenerative conditions. This was the polar opposite, weaponizing the brain's malleability. After the briefing, a short tour followed. Thatch escorted him through labyrinthine halls where observation windows peered into small windowless rooms. In one, a woman lay strapped to a table, an IV drip in her arm. "She's on the new LSD compound," a passing technician murmured. "Round-the-clock infusion for 3 days now. We're observing the break in her sense of time." Voss's stomach churned. The woman's vacant gaze signalled mental devastation. Indeed, her identity, her sense of reality, was being shredded systematically. They continued to a sealed chamber. Through the one-way glass, Voss saw a figure in a corner, rocking back and forth, muttering a phrase. A guard whispered that this man repeated the phrase, "I am safe, I am safe," for 72 hours under forced wakefulness. The staff measured at which point the mind caved. Voss felt his hand tremble on the doorknob. This was beyond any ethical boundary he knew. The final stop was a small lab assigned to Voss. Tidy. State-of-the-art machinery for EEG scans, chemical mixers and sedation equipment lined the counters. "Your workspace," Thatch said. "You'll liaise with lead researcher Dr. Klein on the next steps. Our aim, refine memory erasures so the subject retains basic function but loses prior allegiances. Field operable assets, so to speak." He gave Voss a near smile, vile in its sincerity. After Thatch left, Voss sank into the lone office chair. He exhaled shakily. This was a realm of nightmares turned real, the hushed side of psyops he'd only read about in declassified rumours. Could he back out now? The door to the corridor was locked from the outside. Even if it wasn't, the entire facility was under watch. He was effectively a captive too, albeit a well-treated one. In that moment, part of Voss wanted to sabotage everything. Another part rationalised. If he left, they'd find a less scrupulous doctor. He might at least mitigate harm from within. Thus, he resolved to remain, observe carefully and decide how to protect these victims, if possible. He sensed that playing along for now was the only immediate recourse, but his heart hammered with the realization that each day in Project Echo threatened to stain his conscience forever. Thus began his first evening. After an oppressive dinner in a staff cafeteria where conversation was stifled by suspicion, Voss retired to a Spartan dorm room. He stared at the overhead light, mind replaying the images of hollow-eyed subjects. He opened a small notebook, writing, "Day 1 at Echo. Real, or is it a waking nightmare?" He paused, pen trembling, then added, "I must help them. I can't be complicit in this horror." The vow took shape in those lines. A vow that would soon pit him against the entire apparatus, and dangerously close to losing his own mind in the process. Over the ensuing weeks, Dr. Elliot Voss settled into a grim routine. By day, he wore a veneer of compliance. He joined team meetings, contributed to progress updates, and delivered mild improvements to the sedation protocols. By evening, he returned to his dorm, scrawling private notes in code about each subject he encountered. He'd never explicitly told himself he was building evidence for a leak, yet the thought loomed. If any chance arose to blow the whistle, these notes and data might be invaluable. One of the earliest glimpses of his moral rebellion emerged in the sedation labs. He discovered that a single LSD variant caused catastrophic neural collapse in half the test subjects. The lead researcher, Dr. Klein, considered that a necessary risk, but Voss quietly replaced that batch with a milder compound during an overnight supply swap. The next day's tests yielded lower compliance rates, incensing Klein, but no catastrophic breakdowns. The staff remained puzzled, blaming supply chain inconsistencies. Meanwhile, a cluster of subjects escaped the worst of LSD's ravaging effect. This small subversion boosted Voss's resolve. If he could keep individuals alive, or at least less harmed, he'd salvage a shred of decency. Soon, he seized further chances. In the psychological reprogramming ward, the official logs demanded daily electroshock of certain subjects to keep them pliant. Voss tampered with the voltage calibrations in the machines. The staff, trusting the readouts, believed they were delivering the full jolt, but in reality the shock was far lower. Enough for the outward show, but sparing vital neural tissue. Some subjects began to regain flickers of their personalities, though the guards or lesser staff seldom noticed these subtle awakenings. Yet each small act risked detection. Agent Monroe Thatch remained vigilant. He frequently examined lab results, noticing anomalies. Hard-coded instructions from the top required consistent escalation of dose, yet Voss's logs sometimes reported plateau or slight reduction. Thatch confronted him once, an intense stare across Voss's desk. "Why are your sedation numbers not matching the forecast curves?" Voss feigned confusion. "The subjects show sensitivity. Pushing them further could cause organ failure. We need them stable, not comatose, for accurate data." Thatch's eyes narrowed. "Proceed carefully, Doctor. We can't have emotional squeamishness hamper results. The program demands unwavering commitment." At night, Voss's nightmares grew. He saw faces of the men and women trapped in the wards, calling out for help in twisted illusions. The next day he would pass them in hallways, or watch from the observation deck while they were forced through group suggestion experiments. Some faintly recognized him as a kinder presence, though fear kept them from speaking. In that swirl of oppression, one subject emerged who stirred Voss's determination to new heights. Subject number 23, Mara. She'd been a journalist, rumoured to have pried too deeply into rumoured CIA black sites. Kidnapped from her apartment, she ended up in Echo. Initially sedated to the brink of catatonia, she now hovered in a half-lucid state, memories fraying at the edges. The logs indicated repeated LSD trials, amnestic injections, and forced re-education sessions. One afternoon, while scanning her EEG patterns, Voss recognised signs of partial memory recall. He discreetly adjusted her medication, lowering the sedation so she might piece together her identity. Over the next few days, Mara began to speak in hushed fragments. "They took me. I was investigating. Hush, hush. She'd blink, tears sliding down her cheeks. Voss murmured calm reassurances, feigning routine checks whenever staff were near. But in whispered intervals he told her, "You're not crazy. You were a journalist. They want you silent." She stared wide-eyed, a glimmer of trust in him forming. Around that time, Voss orchestrated his first genuine escape for a group of 3. They were lesser-known detainees, men rumoured to be either drifters or misidentified suspects. Official logs had them listed as unresponsive, terminated. In reality, Voss manipulated the monthly disposal protocol used for expired subjects. He bribed a facility ambulance driver, forging documents that indicated the men's bodies needed to be incinerated off-site. The driver, half sympathetic, half eager for the hush money, smuggled them out alive, releasing them near a safe contact in a neighbouring state. The official story read, 3 deceased, remains destroyed. None in the facility questioned it, as the programme's culture was that death often came with high-intensity testing. Days later, Voss glimpsed a brief mention in an underground newsletter about 2 men claiming to have escaped a mind-control black site. The reference was oblique, overshadowed by bigger news, but it confirmed the men had survived. The satisfaction balanced the daily dread. He was making a difference. Inevitably, suspicious details mounted. Thatch compiled a list of oddities, sedation logs not aligning with standard progression, an apparent sabotage of LSD supplies, puzzling anomalies in electroshock calibrations. He confronted Dr. Klein, who shrugged and pinned blame on incompetent lab techs. Thatch, unconvinced, began monitoring the labs more closely. Surveillance cameras were installed in corridors where previously only guards roamed. The staff's tension soared. People whispered about a traitor in the ranks. Mara's partial awakening threatened to accelerate that tension. She recalled scattered details. I wrote about covert experiments. I found leads. Then they came. She became convinced she had evidence locked away in some safe deposit box. If only she could get out, contact her old editor. Voss realised that if they freed Mara and she reconnected with her network, the entire Echo operation could be exposed. He urged caution, but the time might come for a major leak. He began compiling more thorough evidence, tapes of sessions, chemical batch numbers, statements from staff. This was no longer small sabotage. It was heading for an all-out revelation, if they pulled it off. But the noose tightened. One evening, a junior staffer who'd glimpsed Voss's tampered logs confronted him quietly. "Doctor, I know you're altering the dosage records. If they discover it, we're done. I can't lose my job." Fear emanated from the staffer's eyes. Voss tried to reassure him, claiming it was only calibrations to ensure stable data. The staffer seemed partly convinced, yet the whisper that a traitor existed was out. Faced with the inevitability that Thatch would soon piece it all together, Voss concluded they had to act soon. He told Mara, "When I trigger your final sedation test tomorrow, it'll be a ruse. We'll fake your body as deceased. If all goes well, I'll place you on the same disposal run that I used before. You must get out, find a journalist or save contact, and blow the lid off Project Echo. That's the only way to stop them from hunting me or recapturing you." Mara, trembling, agreed. Her memories, though incomplete, burned with enough clarity to know that once outside she could expose everything, including the role of powerful officials. Thus the quiet revolt escalated into a plan for a full-blown leak. Voss spent a sleepless night forging documents, labelling Mara's condition as terminal adverse LSD reaction. A single slip, a single suspicious guard, and it would fail. He prayed that luck or justice would be on their side. The next day, under the fluorescent hum of the sedation ward, he prepared the final dose for Mara. If all went to plan, it would appear lethal to those who glanced at the monitors. If not, they'd both pay with their lives. The morning air in the sedation ward felt stale, as if all the walls exhaled dread. Dr. Elliot Voss had planned Mara's final sedation meticulously. He'd prepared a specialised injection that would mimic the vital signs of death for about an hour, just enough time for her to pass official checks. He also had the help of a sympathetic nurse, quietly convinced these subjects were being tortured rather than treated. The nurse would sign the forged death certificate, then assist in transferring Mara to the disposal route. Agent Monroe Thatch, always on the prowl, decided to personally oversee the sedation ward's operations that day. Perhaps the intensifying rumours spurred him to watch for sabotage. At 8 a.m. he strode in, nodding curtly at staff. Voss's pulse pounded. If Thatch insisted on verifying each injection or examining the body, the entire plan might collapse. In a stroke of fortune, a separate incident across the facility demanded Thatcher's immediate attention. A subject in the LSD reconditioning chamber had violently lashed out, injuring a technician. Alarms blared. Thatch barked an apology to Voss. "Carry on without me," then rushed off. Voss allowed himself a momentary breath of relief. With the path cleared, Voss proceeded. He found Mara lying on a gurney in a semi-daze, the sedation regimen intentionally minimal these past few days. She locked eyes with him, and in that silent exchange he sensed her fear and determination. "This is it," he whispered. "Once the injection takes hold, you'll appear in a comatose or near-death state. The nurse will record your final breath." Mara nodded, voice shaky. "What if I don't wake up? Or if they discover the ruse?" Voss swallowed. "We have no alternative. Trust me." He administered the injection, then monitored her vitals. Within minutes, Mara's heartbeat slowed to an almost imperceptible rate, her respiration dropping to faint levels. She looked disturbingly lifeless, though a doctor examining closely might sense the subtle difference. The nurse hovered by Voss's side, forging the official time of death. Deceased, subject number 23, LSD-induced catatonia and systemic shock, the chart read. Mara was wheeled to the body disposal unit, the euphemism for the corridor leading to the incinerator. There, a gurney waited to be rolled inside. The staff who typically oversaw this station were accustomed to treating each body as just another casualty in the program's pursuit of progress. Voss told them, "She's gone. The logs are signed." They glanced at the form, nodded. No further questions. It stung him that human life had become so trivial here. But in their numb acceptance lay an advantage. None suspected deception. A short while later, a security alarm beeped at the disposal gate. An ambulance was inbound to handle off-site incineration for multiple bodies that had piled up. One of them was Mara. This was the route Voss had used before to free detainees. He parted from the nurse with a subtle nod, hoping to see Mara again, but uncertain. The plan demanded that once out, she find the safe contact, blow the whistle, and vanish. Voss felt both terror and hope swirling in his chest as the ambulance rolled out of the facility gates. But fate had a twist. Within an hour, Agent Thatch returned to Voss's lab. The earlier incident was resolved, yet Thatch's mood bristled with suspicion. He asked, "So, Doctor?" "Voss, I see you had a death this morning. Another LSD complication?" Voss feigned sorrow. "Yes, subject number 23. She'd been on advanced trials." The data spiked unpredictably. She passed quickly. Thatcher's gaze drilled into him. "I find it odd. 23 was stable just days ago with talk of new protocols. What changed so drastically?" A wave of anxiety threatened Voss's composure. The final LSD variant proved lethal in her case. "I regret we couldn't intervene. She collapsed swiftly." He managed to keep his voice steady, though Thatcher's posture indicated mistrust. "Show me the logs. All details," Thatch demanded. Together they pored over the sedation records, ECG readouts, all forged or manipulated by Voss. The reading seemed consistent on the surface. Thatch narrowed his eyes. "We're losing an unusual number of subjects to adverse reactions lately. Doesn't that hamper your data?" Voss contrived a clinical tone. "Yes, it does. We're pushing the boundaries of LSD derivatives. Mortality is high." A moment of tension. Then Thatch grunted. "I'll be investigating further," and stepped out. The door slid shut with a whisper, leaving Voss trembling. It was only a matter of time before Thatch demanded a more thorough autopsy or recheck number 23's body. By then, though, the ambulance would have disposed of the corpse. At least that was the official story. With luck, Mara would be far from here. Sure enough, the next day, Thatch tried to confirm number 23's remains. He encountered only an empty incinerator schedule slot. The staff told him it had gone out in the morning run. Thatch demanded the driver's route logs, but the driver was back with the vehicle. Everything in standard order, none the wiser. Thatch's frustration soared. "A body disappears too conveniently," he said, glaring at Voss. "Coincidence? Or are you playing me?" Voss feigned indignation. "Agent, do you suggest I orchestrated a false death? For what purpose?" Thatch's silence was telling. Meanwhile, outside the facility, the nurse's contact was supposed to rouse Mara from her artificially induced near-death state. She would then slip away to meet the journalist or safe house. Voss could only hope all went well. The entire plan hinged on her regaining enough clarity to recall the horrors she endured. If her memory was still patchy, the leak might falter, but it was a risk worth taking. Back inside Echo, a storm brewed. Thatch intensified background checks on staff, scanned data meticulously. The higher-ups demanded results from the memory wiping trials, yet logs showed uncharacteristic anomalies. Soon, an emergency staff meeting was called. All scientists, doctors and technicians had to attend. Voss recognised the gravity. This was likely Thatch's tactic to corner the saboteur publicly. Sure enough, at that meeting, Thatch revealed new security protocols. Cameras would be installed in the labs, sedation wards, even staff hallways. "Too many irregularities have plagued us," he said icily. "No more. We suspect an insider facilitating leaks or faking data. Any who conspire will face immediate repercussions." The room fell into anxious silence. Some staff, not complicit, still had known nothing about the recent escapes, but their fear soared. Meanwhile, Voss watched Thatch's gaze linger on him a beat too long. The message was clear. "I'm on to you." Still reeling, Voss retreated to his dorm that evening. He realised Mara's rescue was the high point. With security tightening, he might not manage another extraction. The next big step was a direct leak, one that pinned the entire operation to the public eye. Could he do it alone? Did Mara truly escape, or had something gone wrong? The swirling questions tormented him, but time was short. If Thatch pinned evidence on him, it was over. If he fled, they'd hunt him. The only real hope was to blow the whistle widely enough that the conspirators couldn't bury him quietly. Thus, the stage was set for a final confrontation. Voss would gather the microfilm archives, documentation of the program's origins, the internal memos from a shadowy chain of command. He'd risk everything to get them out. The fate of hundreds of detainees, and perhaps his own life, hung on a knife's edge. Within days, Agent Monroe Thatch escalated the crackdown. Hallway cameras, strictly monitored lab sign-ins, unannounced searches, all inflicted a new climate of fear upon Project Echo. Whispers died in mid-sentence for fear a microphone lurked. Researchers who once looked uneasy about the cruelty now simply kept silent, hoping to avoid suspicion themselves. For Dr. Elliot Voss, each hour felt like borrowed time. He was certain Thatch suspected him. So Voss pinned his hopes on finalising a damning compilation of Project Echo's existence. Coded references to their LSD experiments, video transcripts of detainee re-education sessions, personal diaries from staff who'd once believed in the patriotic cause. Voss had gleaned access to them all, storing them on microfilm hidden inside a hollowed chemistry manual. He typed the data each night behind locked office doors, praying the new cameras wouldn't see beyond. With cunning, he'd set up a loop feed for his lab's camera, replaying innocuous footage to fool real-time watchers. His biggest challenge, ironically, was the unpredictability of some staff. The friendliest among them had grown quiet, fearing Thatch's wrath. Another might inadvertently reveal something, or sabotage him for personal safety. Voss accepted that he must act swiftly, alone. He arranged a coded call to a journalist contact, a friend of a friend who sometimes reported hush-hush intel for a fringe newspaper. The talk was brief, full of oblique references. I have new notes on the ecotherapy project to deliver. Must meet at Vantage West Corridor. The reporter, uneasy but intrigued, agreed on a location and date. If all went right, Voss would slip out under pretext of an off-site sample run and deliver the microfilm. Yet he knew the facility wasn't easy to exit. The gates were under watch, and Thatch had a knack for surprise checks. As the day approached, Voss pressed forward with final tasks. He ensured the LSD formula in the labs was replaced with a less harmful version. He tried to reduce the voltage on each electroshock machine to mitigate damage. He even left instructions in obscure codes for future staff who might find them, explaining how to sabotage the worst procedures. If he were caught or forced to vanish, at least some seeds of resistance would remain. The morning of the planned leak was grimly still. A hush had settled through the corridors, as if fate itself held its breath. Voss told his colleagues he'd be driving out with a disposal unit, carrying tissue samples for analysis at a far lab facility. This was partly legitimate. Small tissue vials from certain autopsies, but hidden among them was the microfilm sealed in a cryo container. The guard at the vehicle bay gave a cursory check, seeing only typical lab gear. He waved Voss on. For a moment, Voss's heart soared. Oh shit, I've been there. Perhaps it would be that easy. But as he started the engine, a black car screeched into the bay. Thatch stepped out, an armed subordinate behind him. He signalled the guard to stand aside, then approached Voss's driver window. Going somewhere, Doctor? Thatch's tone was ice. Voss forced a calm smile. Yes, the usual tissue disposal run plus some off-site analysis. You know the routine. Thatcher's eyes scanned the interior. Mind if I ride along? I'd like to see these labs for myself. His expression made it clear this was no polite request. Voss's pulse hammered. If Thatch rode with him, he'd discover the microfilm. Of course, Voss managed, summoning a neutral voice. Thatch climbed in the passenger seat, the subordinate in the back. They drove out from Project Echo's gate, the morning sky heavy with clouds. Tension thickened in the silent car ride. Voss tried to maintain composure, his mind racing for a plan B. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. Midway down a secluded forest road, Thatch spoke at last. We found evidence you manipulated sedation logs. Several detainees who died show no trace in the incineration records, Dr. Voss. I suspect you've been playing a dangerous game. Care to admit it? Voss's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. He tried a bluff. If there are discrepancies, it must be the staff's mistakes, not mine. You know how incompetent some have been. Thatcher's glare indicated disbelief. Spare me, I've heard the rumours. The missing LSD shipments, the lower shock intensities. You've grown a conscience. They reached a deserted stretch of highway. Thatch ordered Voss to pull over. The subordinate brandished a sidearm. Once parked, Thatch commanded Voss to pop the trunk. Let's see what you're really transporting. Voss stepped out, half resigning himself to the inevitable. Inside the trunk, the cryo container with tissue samples lay in plain view. Thatch motioned the subordinate to open it. At that instant Voss lunged, not for the guard, but to slam the trunk shut, nearly smashing the subordinate's hand. The gun fired a wild shot. Voss ducked, adrenaline roaring. If he could just grab the microfilm and run. Thatch seized Voss by the collar. The two grappled. Another shot rang out, grazing Voss's shoulder. He cried out. Blood spattered the ground. Thatch, face twisted in fury, pinned Voss. You think you can leak our secrets? He spat. We'll bury you in a black site deeper than Echo. The subordinate rummaged through the trunk, yanking out the cryo container. He discovered the microfilm canister. Thatch snatched it, expression triumphant. So you do have a little trove of evidence? Our worst fear confirmed. No matter. It ends now. Voss, panting, stared at the muzzle aimed his way. His chance to free those detainees, to protect Mara's testimony, to reveal the monstrous program, all pinned on an impossible moment. Then from behind the car a figure appeared, the nurse who had helped orchestrate escapes. She'd followed, suspecting a trap. She brandished an old revolver with trembling hands. "Drop the weapon!" she hissed at the subordinate. Thatch turned, firing swiftly. The nurse was no marksman, her shot went wide, but Thatch's bullet struck her square, dropping her instantly. Voss's eyes widened in horror. In that split second, the subordinate was momentarily distracted. Voss lunged for the microfilm canister in Thatch's grip. They struggled over it, arms locked in mortal tension. A single shot thundered again. This time it was the subordinate's gun, finishing off the nurse. Voss felt hope draining. With a savage twist, Thatch hammered Voss's wounded shoulder. Pain flared, and this canister slipped from Voss's hand onto the roadside. The subordinate kicked it away, retrieving it for Thatch. Blood dripped from Voss's mouth as he coughed out words. "You can't hide everything," Thatch sneered. "We don't need to hide everything, just enough. And you, DeVos, will be a tragic accident. A meltdown in the lab, perhaps. Or a recorded suicide." He nodded to the subordinate. "Bag him. We're returning to Echo." Chained and bleeding in the back seat, to Elliot, Voss felt each bump in the road jar the bullet wound in his shoulder. His vision blurred from blood loss and shock. Agent Monroe, Thatch and the subordinate drove them back to Project Echo. The microfilm canister sat at Thatch's side, a trophy of victory. The hush in the car was broken only by Voss's ragged breathing. On arrival, Voss was taken to an isolated sublevel, a reprocessing wing he'd never visited. Harsh fluorescent lights glinted on cold steel chairs, arrays of sedation syringes. Thatch dismissed the subordinate, wanting this done quietly. "You had potential, Voss," he said, spitting the words with scorn, "but you let sentiment ruin you. Now you'll vanish." Voss's mind reeled. He pictured the detainees he'd saved, the mild sabotage. He thought of Mara, hopefully outside, ready to speak to the world. If she succeeded in contacting journalists, maybe Project Echo could still be exposed. But if Thatch's men recaptured her, everything was lost. Voss's blood chilled. As Thatch prepared a lethal injection, likely to pass off as an on-site lab accident, a siren blared overhead. A frantic voice on the intercom. "Security breach! Unidentified infiltration at the main gate!" Thatch froze, cursing. He shoved the syringe into a tray and stormed out to address the alarm. Voss slumped, battered but not quite dead, cuffed to a gurney. The minutes crawled. Eventually, a trembling lab assistant approached. She recognised Voss and mumbled, "I can't believe this. They said you're a traitor, but you always were kind to the subjects." Summoning the last shred of empathy, she unfastened his cuffs. "Go. If they find me, I'll say you overpowered me." Voss, eyes brimming with gratitude, mustered enough energy to stand. He grabbed a lab coat to stanch his wound and stumbled through deserted corridors. The facility was in partial lockdown, but the sudden infiltration at the gate seemed to have drawn most guards there. Flickering overhead lights cast an eerie gloom. Up ahead, echoing footsteps, Voss ducked into a storeroom. He discovered some unmarked personal protective gear, a face mask, a battered cap. Slipping them on, he limped toward the exit he used for the ambulance route. If he reached that door, maybe he could slip away in the chaos. Near the ambulance bay, however, he found a half-dozen armed men scurrying about. They wore suits, not standard security gear, possibly CIA watchers responding to the infiltration. Hiding behind crates, Voss overheard scraps of chatter. "We have the microfilm. We can't let the infiltration succeed. Thatch has Voss in custody." They seemed uncertain if the infiltration was a decoy for Voss's breakout or something else. Voss realised with sinking dread that he had no chance to pass here unnoticed. He pivoted back into the labyrinth. The alarm klaxon reverberated. Doors slammed, the facility's auto-lock mechanisms sealing entire wings. Voss's only option was to climb upward via the service stairs. Each step flared agony in his shoulder. Nonetheless, he pressed on, mind swirling with a single impetus. Get out, ensure the truth emerges. If the infiltration was Mara, or someone allied with her, that might buy him precious time. On the upper level, he discovered chaos. Lights flickered, staff ran in multiple directions, a few labs had been forcibly opened, detainees stumbling out in confusion. Something big was happening. A nurse he recognised as sympathetic dashed by, eyes wide with terror. She gasped upon seeing him alive. "They're releasing the subjects," she whispered. "All the sedation wards, a meltdown. Don't know who triggered it." Then she hurried off, guiding a confused detainee. Amid the swirling panic, Voss glimpsed an improbable figure. Mara, hair dishevelled, brandishing a small pistol, leading a line of unsteady detainees. A battered staff ID hung from her neck. She caught Voss's eye across the corridor, relief flooding her face. Somehow she'd come back inside. "Doctor!" she called. He staggered over. She explained in breathless words. After the ambulance escape, she made contact with a covert group determined to rescue more detainees. They'd planned a covert infiltration. Freed from sedation, her memories consolidated enough to rally them. Her presence here was a miracle, if a dangerous one. "We must get out, with evidence," Voss said. She grimaced. "I found some documents, but no sign of the microfilm. Thatch has it, right?" He nodded, bitterness surging. All their collected proof was in enemy hands. But a partial record might still suffice. The large group of detainees, though traumatized, could testify to the horrors. "Let's go," Voss urged. They wove through trembling corridors, stepping over debris. Sirens wailed anew. Occasional gunshots rattled the air. Some detainees, in a frenzy, attacked guards, others cowered. The building's hush had become pandemonium. At an emergency exit, they found Thatch blocking the way, pistol drawn, his face a mask of cold wrath. "This ends now," he spat. "Voss, you have no idea the forces you're up against." He aimed at Voss, but Mara levelled her gun in return, unsteady but determined. A standoff formed. Thatcher's men advanced from behind. Voss realised time was up. If they captured the detainees, everything was undone. Mara squeezed the trigger, a shot that nicked Thatcher's arm. He hissed in pain, returning fire. Bullets shattered glass. The detainees scattered, some fleeing through the partially open door. Voss shoved an overturned desk for cover. Another bullet hammered into the metal, sparks flying. At that juncture, a cluster of detainees overcame Thatcher's men from behind, tackling them with raw desperation. In the chaos, Thatch was pulled down. Mara seized the chance, pulling Voss to his feet. He reeled from blood loss. She half carried him through the door. Fresh air greeted them, an overcast sky, a swirl of government vehicles half ablaze as the infiltration group clashed with security. Some unknown allies beckoned them into an unmarked van. Within minutes the van sped off. Shots echoed behind, but the van's driver evaded pursuit along a back road. Inside, Voss slumped, vision tunnelling. Mara pressed cloth to his shoulder, tears filling her eyes. "Stay with me, Doc. You gave me back my mind. We'll save you too." He blinked, half conscious. The detainees huddled around, a battered congregation yearning for freedom. Days later, as Voss hovered in a safe house, drifting in and out of fever, the infiltration group compiled testimonies from rescued detainees. Some had partial memory, others remembered it all. Though the microfilm was lost, they had enough direct eyewitness accounts. They fed these stories to a handful of clandestine journalists. In bold headlines, overshadowed by official denials, the name Project Echo emerged in fringe publications. The CIA quickly labelled it baseless conspiracy. Most mainstream outlets scorned it for lacking conclusive proof. Yet behind the scenes, ripples formed. Some in the government quietly ended Echo's operations, fearing exposure. The lab was quietly disbanded, the staff reassigned. Officially to Elliot Voss perished in a laboratory accident. No body recovered. The facility's halls were sanitised and repurposed. As for Mara, she went underground, carrying a battered journal of Voss's secret notes. She vowed to keep telling the story, no matter how many times official channels tried to bury it. In the hush of a distant city, a final scene unfolds. Mara walking alone, hood drawn. She clutches that worn journal. She passes a street corner where a newspaper kiosk displays a rag with a headline about experimental mind control, real or hoax. She tucks the journal under her arm, gazing at the curious passers-by. A faint, determined smile crosses her face. For though Dr. Elliot Voss gave his life, the truth behind Project Echo lives on, quietly awaiting the moment to spark a wider awakening. And for those who read the small print or listen with open ears, the echoes of that horrifying program ring out, an unsettling reminder of how easily the boundaries of science and immorality can shatter when power goes unchecked. Hello there, curious minds, and welcome to an extraordinary journey into the unknown. Before we plunge into the heart-pounding saga you're about to hear, I have a small request. Please take a moment to comment where you're tuning in from around the world and let me know what time it is as you settle down with this story. Time zones fascinate me. I love seeing how a single tale can connect people scattered across countless latitudes and longitudes. Also, if you find yourself enthralled by late-night mysteries, conspiracies, and the sorts of tales that make you question what we truly know about our world, then I invite you to subscribe to Sleep Theories. We delve into the shadowy corners of knowledge, lost histories, unexplained events, and glimpses into conspiracies that just might hold a kernel of truth. It's a space designed to lull you into a contemplative hush, while simultaneously sparking your imagination. After all, sometimes drifting off to dreamland is best done to a story that leaves a hint of awe lingering in the air. Tonight's narrative is titled Route 51, The Truck Driver Who Knew Too Much. It's a conspiracy thriller wrapped around a long-haul trucker by the name of Jake Mercer, a man whose routine life on America's highways unexpectedly veers into the deepest state secrets. Picture those silent desert nights along Route 375, colloquially called the extraterrestrial highway, the distant glow of stars above, and the faint hum of a secret government base rumoured to hold unthinkable mysteries. That's the backdrop of Jake's last job. A contract that lured him with the promise of quick cash, but which turned out to be more than he ever bargained for. You'll meet a cast of characters who either propel him forward or stand in his way. Maggie Ruiz, the dependable voice on the other end of the CB radio. Dr. Eli Voss, an embattled scientist with too many regrets. Agent Nathan Cole, whose entire purpose is to fix problems like a trucker discovering secrets meant for no one's eyes. And of course the men in black, those stoic enforcers who appear whenever the line between truth and rumour grows dangerously thin. Each part of this story unfolds with mounting tension, from a simple haul job to an eerie cargo, to a break-in that reveals evidence of extraterrestrial contact, to a final desperate scramble for survival. Sometimes in life, the scariest leaps of faith happen when you realise the world is not as you thought it was, and that those in power will go to any lengths to keep it that way. So, find a comfortable spot and let your mind wander into the desert. Envision the Black Ops trucks prowling nighttime highways, the hush of a top-secret hangar, the hum of hidden technology that defies earthly logic. And remember, as you listen, if the truth were truly out there, how far would powerful forces go to bury it, or bury those who discover it? Now, with the stage set, let us commence our journey alongside Jake Mercer, a regular, unassuming truck driver thrown headlong into a world of dark conspiracies and cosmic secrets. Buckle in, keep your headlights on, and prepare to traverse the lonely roads that lead straight into Area 51. Jake Mercer often said he'd seen it all during his years on the road, from giant dust storms in Arizona to sketchy rest stops on the outskirts of big cities. He'd once encountered a bull moose outside Boise that nearly totaled his rig. Another time a hitchhiker claimed to be a time traveller from the year 3010. Nothing shocked him anymore, until the day he was handed a government contract that came with an absurdly high paycheck and an equally absurd set of restrictions. It started on a scorching Wednesday afternoon in Albuquerque. Jake, nursing a cold energy drink, had just finished hauling medical supplies across state lines. While reviewing his next assignment, he noticed it was labelled High Priority Federal Clearance Required. His usual dispatcher, a gruff man named Martin, shrugged helplessly. "I don't know, Jake. They just said you're the driver for this. Pays triple though. Don't ask me anymore." The instructions were bizarre. Pick up a sealed freight container at a secure depot. No questions asked. Do not open or inspect the cargo under any circumstance. Follow the GPS coordinates to a location in the Nevada desert. Deliver by midnight, no exceptions. Speak to nobody about the nature of your load. Jake raised an eyebrow but accepted. Triple pay was triple pay, and there had been times he could barely cover the rig's maintenance. This job might set him up for months. Besides, he'd grown tired of daily monotony. A secret government contract carried a certain forbidden allure. He arrived at the secure depot by late afternoon. Towering barbed wire fences enclosed the yard, guarded by men in unmarked uniforms. A tall officer with the ice-cold eyes verified Jake's ID for an uncomfortably long time. Then, with a curt nod, he directed Jake to back his truck into a loading bay. 4 workers carefully rolled out a large metal container, about 20 feet long, its edges sealed with rivets. It had no markings except a small stenciled code, R51, classified. Jake watched them bolt the container to the truck's chassis. The officer approached again, thrusting a thick envelope into Jake's hands. "Your instructions. Stick to them. No detours. No curiosity. Understood?" Jake nodded. He could practically feel the tension in the air as though crossing some invisible threshold from routine life into the hush of clandestine operations. He hopped into his cab, fired up the engine, and eased away. Part of him expected to see black SUVs trailing him, but the roads around the depot were deserted. The miles slipped by in a haze of desert heat. With each passing hour, the sun dipped lower, painting the horizon a fierce orange, then a soft lavender. By dusk, Jake was coasting along an empty stretch of Nevada highway, the sign reading 75 miles to Groom Lake. He knew that name. It was rumoured to be near Area 51, the site of countless alien conspiracies. He snorted to himself. Aliens, right. Just bored people telling wild stories. Still, the distinct hush out here made him uneasy. Around 8 p.m, his radio crackled to life. "Jake, you out there?" The voice belonged to Maggie Ruiz, one of the nighttime dispatch operators he'd befriended over the years. She was a talkative soul who often kept him company on lonely drives. "Heard you took some big job," Jake hesitated. The instructions had been explicit, speak to nobody, but Maggie wasn't exactly nobody. She was a friend. "Yeah, Mags. Some weird government contract. Pays well, though." "Government, huh? They got you on hush-hush duty." "You could say that," Jake admitted. "Hey, can't chat much, the instructions." "Gotcha," Maggie said, sounding intrigued. "Well, I'll be on the line if you need me. Don't let them spooks get you." She ended the call with a laugh that only half concealed her curiosity. Silence returned, broken only by the whir of tyres on asphalt. Jake's mind drifted. Why all the secrecy? A new weapons system? High-tech gear? "It's not your place to ask," he reminded himself. Then, from behind the truck, a faint sound reached his ears, a hollow clang like metal tapping on metal. He tensed. The cargo container was sealed. No reason it should make noise. Could something inside be shifting? He decided to ignore it. For half an hour the clang repeated every few minutes. Then it stopped. Jake's heart, however, continued to pound. He told himself it was just the rig's suspension or cargo settling. But a nagging thought persisted. What if something's alive in there? Night fell fully, and the desert around him turned into an expanse of blackness. With less than 60 miles to go, Jake planned to skip rest stops entirely. The job instructions demanded no stops. Fine by him. But the truck's fuel gauge told a different story. He'd miscalculated. He needed fuel or risked stalling short of the drop-off point. That spelled trouble on all fronts. Checking his map, he spotted a lone truck stop about 10 miles ahead. He considered the risk, but thirst and necessity overrode caution. He pulled in around 9:30 p.m. The place was half lit by flickering neon, a relic of the golden age of roadside diners. Only a couple of vehicles sat in the lot, an old station wagon and a battered pickup. Perfect. Less chance of prying eyes. Jake filled his tank, then stepped inside to pay. An elderly cashier nodded at him, barely curious. But just as Jake reached for his wallet, he felt something slip into his back pocket like a paper note. He whirled, scanning the aisles. He saw no one suspicious, only the old cashier slowly bagging items. Outside in the dim lot, Jake fished out the note. Scrawled in shaky handwriting were the words, "You're delivering more than just cargo. Watch your back." That was it. No signature, no explanation. Adrenaline surged in Jake's veins. Someone at this dusty rest stop recognized him, knew his job, and decided to warn him. He stuffed the note into his pocket, hurried back to his truck, and slammed the door shut. The container sat inert, moonlight reflecting off its metallic surface. "Watch my back," he muttered. "What's going on?" He stared at the container. The clang from earlier echoed in his memory. Curiosity gnawed at him. The contract said not to open the cargo, but the contract also never mentioned risking his life for ignorance. Gritting his teeth, Jake hopped down, grabbed a crowbar from the side compartment, and approached the sealed panel. If the old soldier at the checkpoint found out, Jake would lose his entire paycheck, maybe face legal trouble. But sometimes you have to see for yourself what you're hauling. He slid the crowbar under a seam, testing if the rivets could be pried loose. The metal groaned, then relented. Slowly, Jake lifted the edge, heart thudding with each inch. The interior was dark, but a faint chemical smell wafted out. A sterile tang reminiscent of hospitals. Then in the shadows he saw something that made his blood run cold. A heavy steel pod with a thick glass window. It was empty. Straps hung limp, as if they'd once held something in place. Jake felt the nape of his neck prickle. Something had been in that pod, but it wasn't there now. And that meant only one thing: it was loose, possibly inside the container, possibly outside. A flurry of possibilities seized him. He had to close it and drive, pretend ignorance, or he could investigate. But with each second his safe timeline shrank. The clock was ticking toward midnight. The cargo door he'd pried open wouldn't fully reseal without leaving evidence of tampering. Just then, a metallic clang echoed again from behind him. Jake spun around, crowbar at the ready, but saw nothing except dancing shadows. Fear twisted his gut. He needed to get out of here, ASAP. But how do you run from something unknown? He forced the container door shut as best he could, hopped into the cab and revved the engine. He had about 50 miles left to the coordinate, an unknown something presumably in tow, or on the loose. The note's warning replayed in his head. Danger lurked in the darkness, but he had a job to finish, however insane it was becoming. So Jake pressed the pedal, merging back onto the lonely highway. The thought of Area 51 no longer seemed so silly, because in that instant he knew one truth: this was no ordinary cargo, and he was no longer a simple truck driver. He was a man knee-deep in a conspiracy he couldn't yet fathom. As the highway unfurled beneath his wheels, Jake felt an unfamiliar sense of paranoia creeping in. He kept glancing at his side mirrors, half expecting government vehicles to appear with flashing lights. But the desert remained eerily quiet. He turned on his CB radio, hoping to reach Maggie again, some connection to normalcy. Static hissed, then Maggie's voice cut through. "Jake, that you? I was wondering if you'd gone silent for good." "Maggie," he said, his own voice shaky. "Listen, something's off. This cargo, whatever's inside it, it might have... I don't know, it's just not right." He hesitated to reveal everything, scanning the empty road ahead. I opened it, found a locked pod. Empty, like it was meant to hold something alive. The line crackled with tension. "Alive? Jake, that's not good. Did you see anything else?" "No, just straps." Then I heard noises, like metal scraping. "Something's loose, Mags. Could be an animal, or..." He couldn't bring himself to say the word alien, but the possibility danced in his thoughts. She inhaled sharply. "This is big. You sure you want to keep going?" Jake's foot pressed on the accelerator. "I've come too far. I've got to finish the drop. Maybe once I'm at the base they'll handle whatever it is. Then I'm done. Paid. Out." "Okay. But keep me updated. I'll see if I can dig up anything on that container code you mentioned, R51. Might be referencing Area 51, or it could be something else. Just be careful." He ended the call feeling slightly better, knowing someone had his back. The desert night pulled him deeper in. A battered sign reading "Restricted access beyond this point" loomed up, complete with additional warnings about lethal force. His GPS insisted he was on course. The drop-off coordinate flickered on the screen, still about 30 miles away. A swirling dust devil crossed the highway, forcing Jake to slow. For a moment he thought he spotted headlights behind him, but when he looked again, they were in. Another flicker of paranoia. Focus on driving. At the next bend, the road became narrower, lined with chain-link fences sporting no trespassing placards. This was definitely a different world, someplace built to discourage visitors. At last, around 11:20 p.m, the GPS beeped. You have arrived at your destination. He found himself at a tall automated gate. A small speaker next to it crackled. "State your clearance code," a monotone voice demanded. Jake fumbled through the envelope for a badge with a printed code. He read it into the speaker. The gate groaned open. No turning back now. Beyond the gate, wide asphalt fields stretched out, dotted with hangars and low buildings. Dim security lights revealed soldiers patrolling. Jake was directed by glowing cones to an underground entrance, reminiscent of a bunker. The entire operation exuded secrecy, and the air felt thick with tension. A pair of uniformed men flagged him down. One motioned him into a cavernous elevator platform large enough for the truck. As it descended, the walls became concrete. Jake's heart hammered. He was going underground, presumably beneath the base's surface. The platform settled in a subterranean loading area, bright fluorescent lights washing everything in an antiseptic glow. Armed guards approached. One barked, "Power down the truck. Step out with your hands visible." Jake complied, squinting under the stark lights. Another guard used a scanning device over the container's locks. Jake tensed. Would they notice I pried it open? A beep. The guard frowned. "The container's seal is compromised. Sir, did you tamper with this?" Jake's breath caught. He forced an even tone. "No. Must have come loose on the road." The guard stared daggers at him, unconvinced. Before the interrogation could deepen, a tall figure in a crisp suit appeared, a man exuding authority. He wore no name tag, but his demeanour demanded respect. "Take the container," he told the guards. "I'll handle the driver." He turned to Jake, his gaze cold. "I'm Agent Nathan Cole. Follow me. Now." Jake had no choice. Agent Cole led him through a set of steel doors into a windowless corridor that seemed to stretch forever, each side bearing identical sealed rooms. They reached a small antechamber where Cole fixed him with a glare. "You're not to speak of anything you see here. I assume you read your contract?" Jake swallowed, trying to maintain composure. "Yes." "Good, because if you break your silence, we'll know. We always know." Cole paused, as if relishing the intimidation. "You'll wait here until we confirm the cargo. Then you'll be escorted off the premises." Jake gave a stiff nod. The door slammed shut, leaving him in a Spartan waiting area with 2 chairs and a silent guard. Minutes bled into an hour. Jake's mind whirred, replaying the ominous note, the empty pod, the possibility that some creature roamed free. He couldn't just leave. He had to at least see it through, yet now he was stuck, evidently untrusted. Suddenly, a blaring siren echoed down the corridor. The guard stiffened, pressing a finger to his earpiece. Muffled orders came through. Another beep, a door slid open, and a frantic voice barked, "We have a breach. Unidentified subject loose in Sector C. Secure all entry points." Jake's eyes widened. Sector C? Is that where they took the container? The guard dashed out, leaving Jake momentarily unguarded. Fear and adrenaline collided. If something truly broke loose, a creature perhaps, this place was about to become a war zone, and Jake had no desire to be trapped in the crossfire. He took a risk, slipping out of the waiting area into the corridor. Sirens kept howling and red emergency lights strobed. He turned a corner, nearly colliding with a cluster of uniformed men sprinting in the opposite direction. They ignored him, focused on the crisis deeper inside the facility. Jake spotted a sign that read, "Warehouse access. Authorized personnel only." Heart pounding, he reasoned that was likely where his cargo had been stored. Maybe he could glimpse the truth. Maybe he could find answers, and maybe find an exit, because once the base settled, they'd probably arrest or worse. If I see something incriminating, maybe I can force my release. Steeling his courage, he slipped through the door and descended a short flight of steps. The hallway ended in a large open area that resembled an aircraft hangar, only it was buried underground. Harsh fluorescent lights shone over crates, pods and containers, and near the centre, resting on a heavy-duty dolly, was his container, the side panel still parted from his crowbar attempt. Military personnel crowded around, rifles at the ready. A slender, bespectacled man in a lab coat kneeled by the container, rummaging through what appeared to be alien-like apparatus inside. Jake recognized him from a news article he'd read about government scientists, Dr. Eli Voss, but the man looked older, haunted, his face drawn in panic. Jake crept closer, ducking behind some crates. He glimpsed inside the container, strange devices with glowing lines, a cylindrical capsule that must have once held the occupant of the steel pod. Dr. Voss fiddled with an electronic console as if trying to lock something down. Another soldier shouted, "We have movement in the vents, Sector C!" Chaos reigned. In the swirl of confusion, a shadow flickered across the far wall, tall and spindly, shifting unnaturally quick. Jake's blood chilled. Was that the creature? A guard fired a shot. Shouts erupted. "Hold your fire! We need it alive!" Another soldier scrambled to raise a tranquilizer rifle. Then, to Jake's horror, the shadow vanished from the wall and reappeared on the ceiling, impossibly defying gravity. Staccato gunfire erupted, the muzzle flashes lighting up the space in blinding arcs. Something hissed, a weird, unearthly keening. Then silence, broken by a guard's scream. Jake's instinct screamed at him to run, but his body froze. A part of him was transfixed by the bizarre reality unfolding. Something not of this world scuttled across the ceiling, too fast to track. Soldiers cursed and swung rifles upward. In the chaos, Dr. Voss turned, scanning the room. His eyes locked onto Jake, half hidden behind a crate. In that moment, recognition flickered in the scientist's gaze. Maybe he pegged Jake as a civilian who shouldn't be there. But instead of raising an alarm, Voss mouthed something akin to "Get out!" Jake's heart hammered. Did he dare trust this man? The swirling lights, the shouts, the lurking predator overhead. There was no time to weigh options. Dr. Voss beckoned, then pointed toward a door marked "Exit, Vehicle Hangar." Jake nodded mutely, realizing this might be his only chance to escape. Then, just as he started to move, another ear-shattering alarm blared. The creature hissed again, and the lights flickered, plunging the entire base into partial darkness. Jake felt the temperature in the hangar drop, or perhaps it was just cold sweat dripping down his back. The overhead fluorescent tubes sputtered, struggling to keep the space lit. In that half-lit gloom, shadows sprawled across the walls like living things. The shape of the creature, so swift and unnatural, kept flickering in his peripheral vision. Dr. Eli Voss dashed across the concrete floor, nearly tripping over a supply crate. Jake followed, keeping low. Gunshots echoed again, followed by a soldier's panicked shout. Then a monstrous clang of metal on metal, like something heavy was battered aside. One more shriek cut through the confusion, then silence. The hush was deafening, charged with primal fear. Voss and Jake reached the side door labelled Exit Vehicle Hangar, but it was locked by an electronic key panel. Cursing under his breath, Voss fumbled for a keycard, swiped it, and the panel beeped red. Access denied. Another attempt, same result. "Damn it!" Voss hissed, his voice quivering. He slapped the panel in frustration. "They must have initiated lockdown. I need a higher clearance." He glanced over his shoulder. "We'll have to find another way out." Jake's mind reeled. "Doc, what the hell is in here? Did something break out of that container?" Voss closed his eyes briefly as if in pain. "Yes, it's an entity we recovered from a crash site. Part biological, part mechanical, still learning about it, but we call it Xenoform Beta. We had it sedated, locked in stasis, until your container got compromised." He cast Jake a conflicted look, half guilt, half blame. "Now it's loose." Jake's stomach clenched. "This is insane. Let's just get out. If that thing's dangerous, the soldiers can handle it, right?" A bitter laugh escaped the scientist. "You think a few bullets can handle something not made by human hands? We've barely scratched the surface of its capabilities. That's why they keep it here, in these underground labs. They have been trying to replicate or harness its technology, but God knows if they truly can." A flash of movement tore their attention back to the hangar's centre. The overhead lights finally died, plunging the entire chamber into strobing red emergency lighting. In that throbbing glow, Jake glimpsed a twisted silhouette perched on top of a giant crate. The creature's form defied easy description. Elongated limbs, an insectile curvature to its back, and an almost metallic sheen under the red glare. Its eyes, or what resembled them, glowed faintly, scanning the room. Jake's breath caught. Fear hammered in his chest. Then, in a heartbeat, the creature leapt upward, disappearing into the rafters. Voss grabbed Jake's sleeve. "We need to move. There's a side corridor that might lead us to the upper levels, then an exit. Hurry." They skirted the edge of the hangar, slipping past toppled crates and the scattered remains of advanced lab gear. Jake's mind flitted between horror at what he'd seen and the sheer adrenaline of survival. He recalled the hush-hush talk about Area 51, the rumours of alien remains, crashed UFOs, secret experiments. He'd always dismissed them until now. The reality overshadowed any rumour. A corridor branched off from the main hangar, lined with thick steel doors at intervals. Flickering lights revealed bloodstains on the floor. Voss swallowed hard, adjusting his lab coat. "We had staff stationed down here, if the entity attacked them." He didn't finish the sentence. Jake decided it was best not to look too closely. Just then, overhead speakers crackled and a voice boomed, "Facility-wide alert! Intruder protocol engaged. All unauthorized personnel must surrender immediately. We have lethal authority." Jake recognized the voice of Agent Nathan Cole, that cold official who'd greeted him earlier. "Secure or eliminate the asset at all costs. Repeat, eliminate if necessary." Jake locked eyes with Voss. "Intruder protocol. That's me. They'll kill us both if they catch us." Voss nodded grimly. "Yes. The powers that be want no witnesses. They'll blame any casualties on the creature, then bury the truth. You'll vanish, I'll vanish, everyone will vanish." Jake felt a wave of anger surge. He was just a truck driver drawn into this cosmic nightmare, but the injustice of it struck him. "We can't let them bury this. People have a right to know." The words surprised even him. A day ago, he'd have laughed at the concept of alien secrets. Now every fibre of him believed the public deserved the truth. The scientist studied him, something shifting in his eyes. You're serious? You'd risk your life to expose them? Jake hesitated, but the memory of that empty pod, that monstrous silhouette overhead, the hush-hush contract, it all churned inside him. I can't just walk away after seeing this. They'll kill me anyway. Might as well try to do something. Voss exhaled, a mixture of relief and desperation. Then we need evidence, proof. There's a secure server in Lab 7. If we can copy data from the research logs, photos, video, we can blow the lid off. But it's deeper in the facility, and we still have that alien creature roaming free. Jake's pulse pounded. Let's do it, then find a way out. They continued down the corridor, passing locked doors. Voss used his keycard on door after door, some opening to reveal labs in disarray, others refusing entry. They found a small storage room with an overhead vent. A battered soldier lay unconscious near the door, apparently knocked out by the creature. Voss knelt, checked the man's pulse, then grabbed his keycard. He's alive. Let's hope he stays that way. They stepped over him, pushing on. One corridor led to a sign reading Lab 6, Biological Analysis. Another pointed to Lab 7, Xenoform Studies. Voss gestured to Lab 7. That's our target. They eased forward. The door slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Inside, monitors flickered, showing cryptic readouts of gene sequences, strange symbols and footage of a containment room. One screen displayed images of the alien craft's wreckage. Another showed the crashed remains with the label Project Lazarus. Jake's chest tightened. He was stepping deeper into a world no civilian was ever meant to see. Voss rushed to a console. Keep watch. I'll retrieve the files. Jake scanned the hallway behind them, senses on high alert. The overhead sirens still wailed, and occasionally they heard the distant staccato of gunfire. The base was locked in a terrifying cat-and-mouse standoff. Who was the cat, the creature, or the men with guns? At the console, Voss inserted a portable drive. Data lines scrolled across the screen. I've got logs, video of the entity in stasis, autopsy reports from earlier specimens. This is enough to rock the entire world if we get it out. Jake turned, fixating on the largest monitor. It showed security footage from inside the container corridor. Black and white graininess, a timestamp flickering in the corner. He recognized his own truck parked there, the container being moved. Then the feed jumped to a chaotic moment. Engineers scattering as the alien burst from the pod. Jesus, Jake muttered. No one's going to believe we got all this proof, but it's real. Voss tapped frantically. The progress bar crawled to 90%, then 100%. Done! He yanked the drive. Now a harsh clang behind them. The door to Lab 7 slammed shut and a figure stepped inside. Not the alien, but a uniformed man with a stoic face, Agent Nathan Cole. His sidearm was raised. That's enough, Doctor, and you, he hissed at Jake, have caused quite a mess. Jake's gut clenched. We're just... Shut it. Cole's eyes burned with quiet rage. Hand over the drive and face the wall. The only reason you two aren't dead is because I want to know how far this breach goes. He gestured with the gun. Now! Jake glanced at Voss. The scientist gave a tiny nod. Reluctantly, he extended the flash drive toward Cole, but as Cole reached for it, a thunderous crash reverberated overhead. The lights flickered off. Darkness swallowed the room. Then a single red emergency lamp kicked in, bathing everything in a sinister glow. A monstrous screech resonated from the corridor. Xenoform Beta was near. Cole spun, momentarily distracted. Voss seized the chance, fumbling for a button on the console that read, Override Lab 7 door. The door slid open. Run! Voss yelled. Jake bolted, ignoring Cole's furious shout. Shots rang out, sparks ricocheted from a metal panel, but in the confusion, Jake and Voss tumbled into the hallway, the precious flash drive still in the scientist's grip. They slammed the door behind them, locking Cole inside. Another screech echoed down the corridor, closer this time. Jake realized they were trapped between an armed agent and a rampaging alien. But at least they had the data. The question was, could they reach the surface and the outside world before the entire base sealed their fate? Jake's adrenaline soared. The corridor was dimly lit by flickering red emergency panels, casting dancing shadows on the concrete walls. Dr. Voss clutched the flash drive tightly, face pale but resolute. They could still hear Agent Cole pounding on the locked lab door behind them, shouting commands into a radio. More gunshots thundered somewhere in the distance. A scraping sound from the ceiling alerted Jake. He and Voss froze. Something large moved through the ventilation shafts overhead, slithering or crawling with unnatural speed. Then silence. Jake's heart hammered against his ribcage. The creature is close, so close. Voss motioned him forward. If we can reach the main elevator, we might get to the surface, unless they've locked it down. They crept forward, the corridor branching in multiple directions. Each intersection was marked with cryptic signs. Sector E, testing labs. Sector F, holding cells, armory, data center. Sparks arced near a half-destroyed control panel. The air smelled of burning wires. They passed a lifeless soldier slumped against the wall. Jake tried not to stare at the man's blank eyes. This base had become a battlefield, or maybe a slaughterhouse. They turned a corner and spotted the main elevator at the far end. A steel gate sealed it off. Another keycard panel blinked red. "We can try," Voss whispered. He ran up and swiped his card. Nothing. He typed a code, still no response. The screen displayed "Lockdown protocol engaged." Jake cursed under his breath. "What now? A staircase?" Voss nodded. "There's an emergency stairwell near the east side, but it's a long way up. And if they've sealed the hatches, we might be trapped anyway. Better than waiting around." Jake gestured for him to lead. They hustled deeper into the labyrinth. Alarms kept screeching overhead, messages about containment breach, mixing with intruder protocol. The base's disorientation left Jake feeling like a rat in a high-tech maze. A loud clang resounded from behind them, like metal being torn apart. Then came a roar of fear. A soldier's voice cut short. Jake's throat constricted. The creature was picking them off one by one. They had to keep moving. They found the stairwell door, heavy reinforced steel. Voss tried his card, the lock clicked, and they pulled it open. Inside, the shaft spiraled up. Dim emergency lights illuminated each landing. Voss peered upward. "We're at least 8 levels below ground. Let's hope we can get out on the top level." They started climbing. The sounds of chaos below gradually faded, replaced by their ragged breaths echoing in the concrete chamber. After 2 flights, Jake's calves burned, but adrenaline pushed him on. Voss lagged slightly, clutching the railing. "I'm not exactly in shape for this," he muttered with a grim humour. Jake offered a hand, helping him keep pace. By the 4th level up, a new noise drifted from above. Heavy footsteps, or maybe boots. They exchanged a worried glance. Could it be more soldiers, or the men in black? They pressed themselves against the wall, listening. The footsteps paused, then resumed, heading downward. Jake's instincts flared. A confrontation was likely. He looked around for an alternate route, but the stairwell was a single column, nowhere to hide. Within moments, 2 armed men in black tactical gear rounded the landing above, rifles aimed. They froze upon spotting Jake and Voss. "Stop, hands up," one barked. The other triggered a radio. "We have them in the stairwell, sector G, level 3, request backup." Jake's mind raced. If they complied, they'd be detained or killed. The data would be lost. We have to fight or flee. He looked at the door on the next landing, noticing a sign that read maintenance tunnel. If they could just reach it. But the men advanced, rifles unwavering. "Down on the ground now!" Voss clutched the flash drive like a lifeline. Jake raised his hand slowly, scanning for an opening. Then an unexpected roar shook the stairwell from far below. A monstrous wail, so loud it vibrated the metal railings. The men in black turned reflexively, faces betraying fear. Jake seized the moment. He lunged forward, slamming one guard's rifle sideways. A shot rang out, ricocheting off the wall. The second guard spun, but Voss, fueled by desperation, tackled him. The guard stumbled, lost his footing, and pitched down a half-flight of stairs with a sickening thud. Jake wrested the rifle from the first guard, who reeled from the blow. Another savage roar echoed. The guard's eyes widened with terror. He's heard that sound before, Jake realized. Without hesitation, the guard wrenched free, scrambled up the stairs, and fled. Clearly dealing with an alien nightmare outranked capturing them. Voss panted, adrenaline surging. That was close. He retrieved the rifle from the second guard's limp form, then eyed Jake. "We can't do that again. Let's get to that maintenance tunnel." They ascended the last steps, prying open the door labelled maintenance tunnel. A narrow corridor greeted them, pipes running along the ceiling. Dim overhead bulbs flickered. The air smelled of chemical coolant. This wasn't a typical hallway for staff, more like a service route for engineers. If they were lucky, it might lead to a less guarded exit. They threaded through tight passages. Machinery hummed behind grated walls. Occasional signage read ventilation, power grid, or hazardous material storage. The base's sheer scale astounded Jake. He was used to big warehouse complexes, but this was on another level entirely, like a hidden city beneath the desert. Voss led them around a bend, consulting a small mental map he presumably knew from his years working here. This path should intersect an older cargo elevator that services above-ground hangars, less monitored. Maybe we can bypass the lockdown. They soon reached a rusted steel door labelled Auxiliary Cargo Lift. Voss fiddled with the control panel. "Seems offline. Let me see if I can power it." He popped open a fuse box, revealing a mess of wires. While he worked, Jake kept an ear out for pursuit. The base's alarms had quieted, replaced by sporadic gunfire or distant screams. An uneasy hush lay over the corridors. Finally, the lights on the lift control glowed. "I think it's operational," Voss said with relief. They pulled the heavy door aside, revealing a cargo elevator platform big enough for a small truck. A single overhead bulb cast feeble light inside. Voss stepped on, tapped a control. "It might take us near the surface, at least. Let's hope the power supply holds." The lift groaned to life, lurching upward at a crawl. Each second felt interminable. Jake exhaled, letting tension slip momentarily. They had come so far, risked so much. If they could just break free. Halfway up, the entire platform shuddered. The overhead bulb flickered wildly. Voss paled. Powers dropping? Another violent jolt. The lift screeched to a halt, suspended in darkness, then a mechanical whine, and it resumed, but painfully slow. "Stay calm," Voss urged. Jake stared at the grated walls sliding by. "Doc, if we get out, how do we expose all this? The government will come after us." Voss swallowed. We'll need to broadcast the data widely, upload it to multiple news outlets, leak it online, something unstoppable. Even Black Ops can't erase everything once it's out, but we must move fast. The lift ground to a stop at what looked like a storeroom. A faint overhead sign read, "Surface access, authorized only." The door's lock glowed red. Voss tried his card, no luck, he exhaled, frustration seeping in. "Security clearance. We need a high-level code, possibly from someone like Agent Cole," Jake cursed. They were stuck again. They peered through the grated door at the corridor beyond. It was dim, no immediate sign of guards. Jake gave the door a shove, solid. He read the sign, "Biocontainment, please decontaminate." Another reminder they were dealing with top-secret alien research. Just then, a banging noise echoed from below the elevator shaft. Jake froze. Could the creature be climbing? They saw nothing, but the clang repeated, rising. Voss's eyes widened. "It might sense us. We have to go now." Desperation blossomed. Jake scanned the storeroom. Near the door, a small control panel with a numeric keypad flickered. If only they had a code. Then Voss had a frantic idea. "Check that dead guard's keycard. It might have higher clearance than mine." But they'd left the guard behind. They had no card. A metallic screech from the elevator shaft triggered panic. Voss rummaged in his pockets. "I have partial override code. Might not be enough, but let's try." He typed a sequence. The panel beeped, then displayed invalid. Another attempt. Invalid. The banging grew louder, closer. Jake braced himself, rifle in hand, finally on Voss's third try. The panel beeped green. The door hissed. They burst into the corridor, slamming it behind them. A heavy mechanical lock engaged. For now, they had a barrier between them and the horrors below. They found themselves in a wide hallway leading to a large blast door. Painted above it was surface hangar access. Jake's heart soared. They might just make it. But the corridor wasn't empty. At the far end stood several men, the men in black, tall, expressionless, each clad in black suits incongruous in a facility like this. They stared at Jake and Voss with cold detachment. No weapons drawn, yet the threat they exuded was tangible. One man stepped forward, face devoid of emotion. "You do not belong here. Hand over the... now!" Another man reached inside his jacket, presumably for a sidearm. Jake aimed the rifle, the sieves jangled. "Stay back. We just want out." The lead man's lips twitched in what might have been a faint smile. "You've seen too much. People like you vanish all the time. Step away from the exit." Voss inhaled sharply. "No, not this time." He nudged Jake. "Look, there's a side door to the hangar. If we can slip past them." But the men in black advanced in a synchronized motion. Jake realized any negotiation was futile. They intended to bury them here. Another standoff. The corridor lights hummed, tension, crackling. Then footsteps thundered behind the men in black, uniformed soldiers sprinting toward them with rifles. Over a loudspeaker, Agent Cole's voice boomed, "Seize them! Secure that data!" Jake's grip tightened. They were pinned between the men in black and Cole's forces. No path out. So much for the surface hangar access. Then a thunderous crash shook the entire corridor. The lights flickered. The creature's eerie screech erupted somewhere close, reverberating in the vents. The men in black turned, momentarily distracted. Jake seized the chance, but to go where? In the flickering corridor, tension hung like a storm cloud ready to erupt. Jake and Dr. Voss stood near the blast door to the surface, confronted by the emotionless men in black on one side and heavily armed soldiers rushing in from the other. Overhead, the alien's shriek vibrated the air, chilling blood and bone alike. A soldier's voice barked, "Open fire!" Shots rang out, but not at Jake, rather at the men in black. Agent Cole appeared behind the line of soldiers, face twisted in rage. "Stop them all!" he ordered. "None leave this facility." The men in black responded with unnatural speed, dodging bullets with fluid motions. Two of them drew sidearms, returning precise, methodical fire. Jake dove behind a large crate, pulling Voss down with him. Splinters rained as bullets shredded the crate's edges, a swirl of confusion, soldiers versus men in black, each brandishing lethal force. In that chaos, neither side was particularly aiming at Jake or Voss, but it was only a matter of time before crossfire caught them. The corridor's overhead lights sparked, some failing entirely, plunging stretches into darkness. Jake's eyes darted around for an escape route. The blast door to the surface was sealed, another key panel glowed ominously. But the fighting might give them an opening, if they could slip past the crossfire. Then came a thunderous crash from above. The ceiling vent tore open and the creature dropped into the fray. Its elongated limbs slammed onto the floor, bristling with otherworldly menace. Men on both sides gasped or shouted curses. In an instant, the alien lunged at a soldier, knocking him aside with terrifying strength. Another soldier fired a burst, but the creature leapt onto the wall, scurrying horizontally before vaulting toward a second victim. Jake's heart pounded, every sense screaming to run. The strobe of muzzle flashes illuminated the creature's shiny carapace, revealing eerie segments of biotech. It let out a piercing shriek that rattled the corridor. The men in black pivoted calmly, firing specialized tranquilizer rounds. Jake recognized the dull hiss of compressed gas, but the alien jerked away with inhuman agility, rendering their aim useless. Dr. Voss tugged Jake's sleeve, pointing to the blast door panel. "We can try an override!" Bullets and shrieks overshadowed all else. Jake nodded, quickly crawling on hands and knees to the door's side. Voss typed rapidly on the keypad, face taut with concentration. "I prepared a universal code for emergencies, but it might take a minute." A glance back, the fight raged. Soldiers hollered, "Fall back!" The men in black advanced systematically. The alien pinned one soldier to the floor, tail lashing, then sprang away. In the confusion, Agent Cole spotted Jake. Their eyes locked. Cole's expression contorted with hatred. He raised his sidearm, intending to shoot, but the alien abruptly crashed between them, scattering debris. Cole stumbled back, disappearing behind swirling dust. The keypad beeped. Voss whispered in triumph. The heavy door hissed, gears turning. Light spilled in, pale moonlight. They could see the desert sky beyond. Finally, an exit. "Go, Jake," Voss urged. They scrambled through the opening and found themselves in an open-air hangar. The night was clear, star-laden. The entire base lay behind them, a subterranean fortress. A pair of black helicopters idled near the perimeter, rotors spinning. On the far side of the hangar stood Jake's original rig, or so it appeared at a glance, though the trailer was missing, likely whisked away for processing. Uniformed ground crew scurried about, some brandishing weapons. Alarms blared outside as well, lights roving across the tarmac. If they tried to simply walk out, they'd be shot. Jake scanned for a path. A row of government SUVs sat parked near a chain-link fence. If they could hotwire one. Behind them, the corridor echoed with more screams. The alien might tear that entire place apart, or be subdued. Jake had no illusions about the government's willingness to use extreme measures. A fiery explosion rumbled from below, dust puffing around the door's edges. Red lights flickered on the surface as well, signifying a full-base emergency. Dr. Voss panted, adrenaline fueling him. "We must get to a vehicle and run. We can send the data out once we're safe. Don't let them corner us." Jake spied a break in the fence to the north near a ridge. Maybe if they reached that vantage, they could vanish into the desert. He grabbed Voss's shoulder. "Come on!" They sprinted across the open ground. A startled crewman shouted, raising a sidearm. Jake fired a warning shot in the air from the rifle he'd kept. The crewman ducked, letting them pass. They nearly reached the SUVs when headlights flared. 2 black jeeps roared into the hangar from the opposite side, tires squealing. Figures in black suits hopped out. Reinforcements. One fired at them, bullets pinging on the tarmac. Jake and Voss dove behind an SUV. Voss fumbled for the keys in the ignition. Locked. No key. We'll have to hot wire it. Jake had experience with older trucks, not modern secure systems, but he wrenched open the dash panel, yanking wires. Meanwhile, Voss returned fire with the stolen rifle. Shouts rang out. Jake's fingers trembled as he tried bypassing the ignition. A bullet shattered the passenger window, glass raining. Voss gasped, clutching his arm. "I'm hit." Just a graze. Finally a spark. The SUV's engine coughed, then roared. Jake slid into the driver's seat, yanking Voss inside. With a screech they peeled away, bullets pursuing them. The chain-link fence ahead was locked, but Jake floored it. The SUV crashed through with a shriek of twisted metal, lurching onto a desert road. Dust engulfed them, freed from the base but not out of danger. Under the moonlit sky they sped across an unpaved route, the tires bouncing violently. Voss clutched his wounded arm. "Keep driving. We have to get as far as possible from their perimeter. They'll have drones, helicopters." Jake glanced at the overhead starlight. "Then we need to lose ourselves in the terrain." He recalled a canyon area about 5 miles east, where the ridges might conceal them. The SUV's high beams carved a path through the dark. The night felt endless, the desert an expanse of shadows. Maggie's voice flashed in Jake's mind. "I'll be on the line if you need me." They had no stable radio here, but the SUV's console might have a secure channel. He fumbled with the radio dials, static, then an open channel. "Jake, you there? I heard rumours. Top secret base activity near Groom Lake." "Jake?" Relief flooded him. "Maggie, I'm out, but they're chasing me. Listen, I have proof, real proof. We have an alien life form down there. They tried to kill me. They won't stop." Maggie's voice trembled. "Jake, oh my God, send me the files now. I'll try to upload them. Maybe we can blow it wide open." Voss, hunched in the passenger seat, managed to pass the flash drive over. Jake rummaged for a data port on the radio console. The SUV, being government issue, had a specialised system. He jammed the drive in, praying it connected. "We're uploading," he told Maggie. "Get ready." But as soon as the transfer began, a whirring hum overhead signalled an approaching helicopter. The SUV's warning systems beeped. "Tracking signal detected," a robotic voice announced. They had no illusions about outrunning a helicopter. The digital progress bar in the console advanced painfully slow, 10%, 20%. A bright spotlight hit them from above. The helicopter swooped in, buffeting them with wind. Gunfire spat from its side, peppering the ground. Jake swerved, nearly flipping the SUV. The progress bar hit 50%. Another burst of bullets forced him to brake behind a rocky outcrop, losing line of sight with the chopper. Over the radio, Maggie's voice crackled. Jake? The feed cut out. Are you there? I only got partial data. Hurry! The console displayed signal lost. Jake's fists clenched. They needed a stable line. Voss gasped from blood loss, eyes drooping. We can't hold them off. Maybe we should hide the drive. Let the next person find it. Jake refused to accept defeat. We're so close. He looked around, noticing a side canyon. If they could lure the chopper away or jam its sensors, they might resume uploading. But even if they do, would the government manage to shut it down? Suddenly, a second helicopter roared over the ridge. The spotlight pinned them again. The SUV's engine coughed under the strain of the rough terrain. The dash flickered. This is it, Jake realized. They're pinned. No clear escape. He turned to Voss. Doc, you did your best. Let me try one last Hail Mary. He grabbed the mic. Maggie, if you can hear me, get the word out. Even partial data might be enough. Don't let them bury this. The only reply was static. The swirling rotors whipped up a sandstorm around them. A mechanical voice from overhead blared on a loudspeaker. Jake Mercer, surrender now, Mom. Agent Cole's tone, no doubt. The first helicopter descended, kicking up a hurricane of dust. Jake shielded his eyes. Voss, hang in there. Men in black tactical gear leapt from the copter, guns drawn. Jake tried to reverse the SUV, but the engine sputtered. A bullet shattered the windshield, grazing his shoulder. He cried out, slumping. Another bullet took out the front tire. The SUV lurched to a stop. Doors flung open, men yanking them out. The next moments were chaos. Voss wailing in pain, the flash drive knocked from his grip. Jake tried to fight, but a rifle butt slammed into his temple. Stars exploded across his vision. He heard muffled shouts, felt his arms wrenched behind him. Then a final memory. Agent Cole's face looming over him, eyes cold. You led me on quite a chase, Cole hissed, but it ends here. You disappear now. All of this remains classified. Jake's world blurred. Dust stung his eyes. The last thing he saw was the starlit sky spinning, then darkness. 3 days later, Maggie Ruiz sat alone in her cramped radio dispatch office, eyes red from lack of sleep. She'd tried every trick to reconnect with Jake. Nothing. No calls, no signals, no sightings. Rumours spread about a massive incident near Area 51, some folks claiming to see unmarked helicopters, strange lights, entire roads sealed off. But official statements mentioned only routine military exercises. Maggie replayed the partial data Jake had managed to send. It contained half a dozen cryptic file names, fragments of lab notes referencing something called Xeniform Beta, and low-resolution images of a bizarre metallic skeleton. Not conclusive proof, but enough to imply something momentous. She'd attempted to share it with certain media outlets, only to face immediate pushback. The files vanished from her email drafts. Her online posts flagged or removed for violating guidelines. She feared her phone might be tapped. In a last-ditch effort, she posted the partial images on fringe conspiracy forums. A handful of responses trickled in, some proclaiming fake, others calling her a hero. Then the forum threads disappeared, replaced by 404 errors. The sense of an invisible hand erasing the truth weighed heavily on her. She found a single note in her mailbox one morning, typed on plain paper, "Cease and desist for your own safety." No signature, of course. Her blood ran cold. Days turned to weeks, and official channels gave no news of Jake Mercer. His trucking company listed him as having resigned abruptly. No missing persons report seemed to gain traction with authorities. As for Dr. Ely Voss, the stories varied. Some said he died in an accidental lab fire. Others claimed he never existed. The desert swiftly swallowed their footprints. Meanwhile, inside that hidden base, Agent Nathan Cole compiled a final report. With the alien recaptured, barely, the facility resumed its hush-hush research. The Jake Mercer incident was chalked up to infiltration by a rogue civilian. Every mention of him within government databases was systematically purged. It was as if Jake had never been born. The same fate befell Dr. Voss, consigned to an unmarked file in an undisclosed archive, but scraps of data lingered. On a battered laptop in Maggie's apartment, partial logs remained. She spent her nights analysing the code, searching for a key to decrypt more sections. She discovered references to a Project Lazarus, possibly indicating repeated attempts to resurrect alien biology. She found mention of trans-species synergy. The deeper she dug, the more horrifying the inferences. Something beyond her comprehension was happening under those desert sands. One quiet evening, her CB radio crackled with unexpected static. She grabbed the mic. "Jake, is that you?" The only response was white noise. Then a faint beep-beep, like a heartbeat. It could have been an electrical glitch, or something more. She tried to respond, but the static swallowed her words. Eventually the signal faded. She was left alone in the dark, tears welling. She refused to let go of hope that maybe, somehow, Jake was alive out there. Across the internet, rumours flared and died. A grainy image circulated briefly, showing an open steel container with the label airfield classified. Some claimed it was a hoax, others found it consistent with older leaked photos from Area 51. Conspiracy boards buzzed, only to be cleaned within hours. In hushed corners of coffee shops, truck stops and underground chat rooms, the story of the truck driver who vanished persisted. People swapped theories. He was abducted by aliens, he's in the government black site, he faked his death, no official answers came. Meanwhile, out in the desert, the nighttime winds scoured the highways, whistling through barbed wire fences. Far from the public roads, a discreet runway glowed softly, where black helicopters landed silently. Deep below the earth, experiments continued on Xenoform Beta. Powerful people ensured no slip-ups occurred again. Another near catastrophe might expose too much. If you drive that lonely Nevada highway late at night, you might glimpse a phantom taillight flicker in the distance. Some folks say it's the ghost of Jake Mercer, forever hauling secrets across dark roads. Others dismiss it as a trick of the desert wind. But if you recall his story, you might wonder, could he still be out there, a prisoner of secrets too big to reveal? Or did they truly vanish him to a place no one returns from? In quiet moments, Maggie whispers a final promise to the empty radio waves. "I'll keep searching, Jake. I won't let them erase you." For she believes wholeheartedly that truth has a way of surfacing, even if it takes time. Perhaps one day, a new whistleblower will unearth the full evidence. Alien bodies, advanced craft, living entities that defy human understanding. And the name Jake Mercer will stand as a testament to the ordinary man who got too close to the heart of secrecy. Until then, the desert remains silent, and the perimeter of Area 51 stands vigilant. Bright spotlights scanning for intruders, watchtowers manned by stoic guards, and hidden cameras capturing every movement. The base stands as a fortress of unanswered questions, and the highways at night remain eerily empty, save for the occasional 18-wheeler rolling by, its driver never suspecting how close they come to the greatest secret on Earth. Thus ends the story of Jake Mercer, the truck driver who knew too much. He stumbled upon evidence that could change humanity's view of the cosmos, and for that he paid the ultimate price. Whether the truth will ever come to light rests in the hands of those who refuse to let shadowy corridors remain unchallenged. Because sometimes a single man's curiosity can ignite a spark that refuses to die.